Chapter 142. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. Anyone who had even the slightest contact with Yao Shi would not believe that Yao Shi would do such a violent thing. Yao Shi had a serious illness and depression. When she went crazy, she might lose her mind. But that was a different matter. However, the current Yao Shi was very clear-headed. Her emotions were also very calm. The slap she gave concubine motherling was a slap with a purpose. Yao Shi's eyes were like torches as she said, "This slap is for you. You have made my daughter worry." As a mother, the thing she did not want the most was not to be hurt. Rather, it was to be hurt in front of her child. She wanted to protect her child. She did not want their bodies to be hurt, nor did she want their hearts to be hurt. Concubine motherling's mouth was bleeding from the slap. It could be seen just how much force Yao Shi had used in this slap. Concubine motherling used her finger to wipe the corner of her mouth. She then looked at the blood on her fingertip and laughed at herself. "Madam, what are you saying? I do not understand." Yao Shi coldly said, "In front of me? Do you have the right to call me that?" Concubine motherling's gaze became cold. It seemed that she could not be bothered to continue pretending. She coldly smiled and said, "Has Madam gone crazy? After serving the old Madam for an entire morning, you think that you are the head wife of the manor?" Yao Shi said with a stern expression, "I do not think so. I am the official wife of the Marquis Manor. You, on the other hand, believe that you are infallible, but in the end, you are just a concubine. Hitting you is setting the rules for you. If you have the guts, go and complain." Concubine motherling smiled mockingly and said, "Does Madam believe that I do not dare?" Yao Shi looked into her eyes without blinking. "If you dare, I also dare. What you have done to me, you know best in your heart." For the first time, concubine motherling was unable to look at Yao Shi. She coldly snorted and looked away. "I do not understand Madam's words." Yao Shi stared at her face. "It's fine if you pretend to be deaf and mute. The days are long. I will let you see clearly that me not fighting with you is not because I cannot beat you. It's because I am too lazy to fight with you." Concubine Ling suddenly laughed. "Oh, you don't care about these things, do you? Status, fame, and fortune are all worldly possessions. This is what you said yourself, madam." Yao Shi took a step forward and stared at concubine motherling. "I do not want it, but if you want it, I will not give it to you." "You," concubine Ling choked. It had to be said that Yao Shi's last words had hit concubine motherling's weak spot. The position of madam that Yao Shi did not care about was something she had always dreamed of. Marquis Gu's favor that Yao Shi did not care about was something she had always dreamed of grabbing. Even Yao Shi's appearance and Yao Shi's indifference to worldly affairs were things that concubine motherling could not obtain. Concubine Ling clenched her fists and began to change the topic. "How noble can you be compared with me? Back then, my elder sister didn't despise your family's decline, nor did she despise your young age. She treated you as a close sister, but you stole her husband." Yao Shi did not believe that concubine motherling did not understand the truth of the matter. She was infuriating her. Yao Shi would no longer be led by the nose like in the past. Yao Shi faintly smiled and said, "At least I managed to steal him. What about you? In the 10 years that I wasn't in the manor, you were unable to steal this man for a full 10 years. You only have this bit of ability." Yao Shi's words stabbed concubine motherling's heart. Concubine motherling was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She had never been in such a sorry state in front of Yao Shi. Compared to Yao Shi's words that stabbed her heart, that slap was nothing. Yao Shi saw that concubine motherling had used up all of her fighting strength. She coldly glanced at her and proudly walked away. When she walked far away, concubine motherling's maidservant finally dared to go forward and say with concern, "Concubine mother, are you all right? Madam is too excessive. How could she hit you? Let's go tell the old madam and have the old madam punish her." Concubine motherling touched her swollen cheek and coldly said, "Just because of a slap? Good iron needs to be used on the blade." After Yao Shi returned to her courtyard, she didn't let any maidservants follow her and went straight to her bedroom. As soon as she entered, she closed the door and fell to the ground as if she had lost all her strength. Midway through, Nanny Fong felt that something was wrong with her madam. After Yao Shi entered the room, She also pushed the door open and walked in. As a result, she saw Yao Shi sitting on the ground in a sorry state. So it wasn't that she wasn't afraid. She was just holding it in. Nanny Fong was Yao Shi's attendant. She was 10 years older than Yao Shi. When she was in the Yao Manor, she had served Yao Shi. It could be said that she had watched Yao Shi walk step by step to where she was today. She knew Yao Shi's personality very well. She didn't cause trouble, and was a little afraid of trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been forced to move to the farmstead. When Yao Shi boasted to the eldest miss, Nanny Fong didn't have much hope. She only thought that she was just saying it. Who would have thought that she would rudely hit concubine motherling? This was under the condition that she didn't have an illness. To be honest, Nanny Fong was quite surprised by this, madam. Nanny? Yao Shi looked at Nanny Fong with grievance. Nanny Fong laughed and knelt down to fix Yao Shi's hair ornament. Madam did very well. Madam is very brave. In the future, just be like this and put on the airs of the main wife. If you're afraid, don't show it in front of others. Don't let those vile people look down on you. If we don't fight, others won't believe us. Since that's the case, then fight openly and let them understand how fierce we can be when we fight. Yao Shi's emotions calmed down little by little. She nodded. I was naive in the past. I thought that if I didn't fight, they would let me and Yin go. I won't be so stupid in the future. There were too many things to do in the Ministry of Works, so Marquis Gu couldn't return home last night. Tonight, he dragged his tired body back home. Without saying anything, he went to Yao Shi's room. It was so late, but Yao Shi didn't sleep. She even left a lamp in the room for him. Marquis Gu was moved. Sure enough, after living in the farmstead for more than half a year, his relationship with his madam was much better than before. Marquis Gu's tiredness was swept away. He opened the door with a refreshed expression. Madam, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, a washing machine fell in front of him with a bang. Marquis Gu raised an eyebrow strangely. This is... Yao Shi turned around and coldly looked at him. I heard that you went to Jiaojia. Marquis Gu's heart skipped a beat. He straightened his back and said, Which bastard said that? Huang Zhong. Yao Shi faintly said. Huang Zhong slowly walked out from behind the pillar with his head drooped. Marquis Gu's expression immediately changed. You traitor. Huang Zhong's head drooped even lower. What did it mean when the gods fought? The little devil suffered. This was it. You created this mess yourself. Go clean it up yourself. I can't handle it anymore. Yao Shi had Huang Zhong leave. Marquis Gu approached Yao Shi and cleared his throat. He went to grab Yao Shi's hand, but his hand was slapped away by Yao Shi. Marquis Gu awkwardly said, You're talking about that time at the farmstead, right? I didn't do it on purpose. I swear. At that time, I thought she was trying to harm you. Yao Shi said, How could she harm me? I am her mother. How is that not possible? I am her father. Yet she still beat me. And not just once. She even kicked me into the water, scooped me up, and hung me up a tree. It's so tragic. Even when I didn't do anything wrong, she would still beat me for no reason. It's like she was just playing with me. Marquis Gu thought of the beating he had received outside the county government during the provincial examination. Even now, he still could not calm down. Marquis Gu did not say these words to Yao Shi. He was a man. He also wanted face, all right? Marquis Gu gently coughed and tugged at Yao Shi's sleeve. All right, I was wrong. That time was my fault. I will never treat her like that again. The person you should be apologizing to is not me. Yao Shi pulled out her sleeve and turned around, not wanting to look at him. If Jiao Jiao cannot forgive you, then I will never forgive you in this lifetime. Marquis Gu looked at the washboard on the ground, feeling wronged. Wu, was it too late to kneel now? As for the matter of Yao Shi not moving to Bai Shui Lane, the entire family felt regretful. However, they were the same as Gu Jiao and respected Yao Shi's choice. After half a month of knocking and hammering, the medical center finally began to take shape. The medical center had a total of 2 floors. There was a backyard and a row of rooms in the back. Gu Jiao placed great importance on protecting the privacy of her patients. She did not set up all of her patients in the main hall like a normal medical center. The main hall was the counter, the consultation desk, and the pharmacy. The normal consultation rooms were on the first floor, and the patient rooms were on the second floor. The rooms in the back had not been put into use yet. Gu Jiao's idea was to build an operating room and a treatment room. Of course, this was all for later. What do you think our medical center should be called? In the main hall, the second boss asked Gu Jiao, who was flipping through the accounts. Gu Jiao turned a page. Anything is fine. You decide. The name did not matter. The most important thing was the doctor and the medicine. The doctor's medical skills needed to be high, and they needed to have medical ethics. The medicine needed to be of good quality, and the price needed to be fair. Her medical center was not only open for the rich. She needed to be honest with both the old and the young. What do you think of the Miracle Hands Hall? The second boss's tone was very casual as he asked. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. The Miracle Hands Hall is very good. The second boss's eyes spun. Then it's decided? Gu Jiao nodded. In. The second boss waved his large hand. Bring the plaque in. Miracle Hands Hall. Miracle Hands Hall. He had made up his mind to compete with Miracle Hands Hall. Gu Jiao shook her head. At this moment, the second boss was like a child who wanted to fight with others. The second boss was truly devoted to his medical center. Perhaps it was because he was born with a passion for this line of work. Otherwise, he would not have been oppressed by the Hu family to such an extent. He still did his best to run his medical center. After he was driven out of the Hu family, Clear Spring Town's medical center did not belong to him anymore. However, the connections he had left behind in the past were still there. After shopkeeper Wang received his messenger pigeon, he did not say anything and rushed to the capital. The old doctor originally wanted to come, but he was old and could not bear the torment. Thus, he sent his disciple over. His disciple was also someone who could be trusted. Her medical skills were still somewhat inexperienced, but she had a good character and was hardworking and eager to learn. In addition, there was also a doctor that he had met in the capital. He had a disagreement with the second boss's stepbrother and left Miracle Hands Hall in a fit of anger. He had also been invited over by the second boss. Everything had been prepared. They were just waiting for an auspicious day to open. The second boss flipped through the almanac. On the 25th, the city will open. This is the day. Coincidentally, the girls' school next door was also set to open on the 25th. The news of the girls' school had already spread. There were voices of praise among the people, and naturally there were voices of opposition. However, the imperial court was very good at creating momentum. After announcing that several famous talented women in the capital would be entering the girls' school, the voices of opposition weakened. There were two ways to enter the girls' school. One was to enter without an exam. Those who received this qualification were usually talented women who were already famous in the capital. For example, Zhuang Mengdai's the older sister, Zhuang Yuxi, or the Marquis Fu's daughter, Gu Jinyu. The other way was to enter through an exam. Because of what had happened last time, Marquis Gu had not been allowed to step into Yao Shi's room for many days. It was impossible for him to apologize to that girl. He thought of another way to express his love for her daughter to Yao Shi. He entered the palace and asked to see Imperial Concubine Shu. Nyang Nyang, could you please help me get a spot to enter the girls' school? Imperial Concubine Shu heard this and was surprised. Doesn't Jinyu already have a spot? Marquis Gu rubbed his hands and said embarrassedly, It's not for Jinyu. It's for Jiao Jiao. Imperial Concubine Shu frowned. Jiao Jiao? That girl who grew up in the countryside? Marquis Gu nodded. Imperial Concubine Shu had no feelings for that girl. She did not like Yao Shi's children to begin with. She had also grown up in the countryside. She had heard that she was ignorant and ugly. This kind of person would only embarrass the Marquis Fu. Imperial Concubine Shu did not quite agree. Marquis Gu coaxed, Aya, I've let this child down. She has been wandering among the commoners for many years and suffered so much. As her father, I have never doted on her for even a day. Now, I can't even handle her schooling. Imperial Concubine Shu did not believe that her brother really doted on that girl. If he really did, why would he wait until today to beg her? School was about to start. What was he doing so early? Did Yao Shi let you come? Imperial Concubine Shu asked. No, definitely not. Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattle drum. If he said it wasn't, then it wasn't? Imperial Concubine Shu did not believe it. But in the end, He was her brother. Imperial concubine Shu still agreed. Imperial concubine Shu was not familiar with the crown princess. She directly went to find His Majesty. His Majesty did not say anything and had someone go to the Eastern Palace to get an invitation for her. Chapter 143. After Marquis Gu received the admission card, he directly asked Huang Zhong to send it to Gu Jiao. He had already thought about it. On the first day of the girls' school, he would take his wife to the girls' school and give her a big surprise. His wife saw his efforts for her daughter with her own eyes. She should believe his love for her daughter. Of course, he considered that the girl might not appreciate it. As smart as he was, he had already thought of a countermeasure. Eldest Miss, Marquis Gu said that as long as you agree to go to the girls' school, he will give you 500 taels of silver. In the medical center, Huang Zhong truthfully passed on Marquis Gu's words. Gu Jiao was working. When she heard this, she put down the herbs in her hands. Are you sure? Huang Zhong said, I'm sure. I even brought the banknotes. Gu Jiao said, give the money with one hand and receive the admission card with the other. Huang Zhong, why does this sound a bit wrong? Huang Zhong said seriously, Eldest Miss, you have to swear. Gu Jiao pointed her finger. Okay, I swear. I agree to go to the girls' school. Huang Zhong nodded with satisfaction and gave the admission card and the banknotes to Gu Jiao. What Huang Zhong didn't know was that as soon as he left, Gu Jiao put up the admission card on the door of the medical center. Admission card for sale, 100 taels of silver for one. The second boss opened his mouth in shock. This also wants to be sold? This also meant that before Huang Zhong arrived, someone had already sent an invitation to the school. This person was no other than Prince An, who Gu Jiao had met twice in the county. Prince An asked Imperial concubine Zhuang for the admission card. He didn't even bear to give it to Zhuang Mengdai, and directly sent someone to send it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao put it up for sale without saying anything, and it was already sold. Gu Jiao said nonchalantly, yes, sell it. Why wouldn't I sell it? Then what did you two talk about just now? The second boss was very clear that Gu Jiao would not go to the girls' school. Gu Jiao said, he asked me to agree, and I've already agreed. Is there a problem? The second boss's jaw dropped. So the main point was to agree to this segment? Weren't the girls going to the girls' school? This works. At the very least, the second master knew a little about the relationship between the father and daughter. He really sympathized with Marquis Gu now. You've been tricked by your daughter so many times. Why don't you learn your lesson? The person who came to buy the second card soon appeared. It was also an acquaintance, an unexpected acquaintance. Do you really have the admission cards for the girls' school next door? A young lady dressed in luxurious clothes walked in arrogantly. Xiao Liuzi felt that he couldn't receive this person, so he quickly called the second boss over. The second boss had never seen her before. Seeing that she was not dressed like an ordinary noble lady, he didn't dare to neglect her. He politely cupped his hands and said, we have it here. Miss, do you want to buy it? The young lady arrogantly asked, how do I know if your admission cards are real or not? The second boss smiled and said, Miss, you look like a person with status. With such a big medical center opened here, the monk can run away, but the temple can't run away. If it's fake, you can just send people to smash my medical center. The young lady looked up at the brand new plaque above her head and felt that the other party's words were not without reason. Their family's power was monstrous. If they really dared to deceive her, she would smash this shop and send everyone to jail. The young lady took out a 100 tael banknote. The second boss was about to take it in his hands. At this time, Xiao Liuzi hurriedly walked over and whispered something in the second boss's ear. The second boss's eyebrows jumped and his hand that was about to take the banknote stopped. What's wrong? The young lady asked. The second boss smiled and said, the admission card. 200 taels. Didn't it say 100 taels? That was the previous price. You're still raising the price? Aya, are you buying or not? If you're not buying, then I'll buy. Behind the young lady came another person who wanted to buy the admission card. This person was not the medical center's shill, but was sincerely looking to buy. The young lady fiercely glared at her. Who said I'm not buying? How much is it? The second boss smiled and showed 2 fingers. The young lady sucked in a breath of cold air. She was about to say that they were going to double the price when she saw the second boss show the remaining fingers. 500 taels. The second boss wanted to cry. Miss Gu, why are you cheating me like this? Aren't you afraid that this rich young lady will smash our medical center in anger? The young lady was really angry. Do you believe that I won't smash your shop? If you can't afford it, then get out of the way. I'll buy. The domineering woman behind her said. 500 taels could buy an admission card to a women's school. Although it was painful to be able to gather together with all the talented women in the capital, for people like them who could not pass the exam, it was the only way out. Who said I can't afford it? The young lady clenched her teeth and took out 4 banknotes from her purse. She used the sky-high price of 500 taels to buy the admission card that her brother had asked for. The second boss looked at the 500 taels in his hand and felt that it was not real. He took the banknotes to the consultation room behind the medicine cabinet and asked Gu Jiao, "Who is that young lady? Do you know her?" Gu Jiao lightly said, "I know her. She is the Zhuang family's young lady, Zhuang Mingdai." The second boss sucked in a breath of cold air. Which Zhuang family? Could it be the imperial tutor's Zhuang family? Gu Jiao seriously thought for a moment. Oh, it seems so. What do you mean it seems so? The second boss's legs went soft. My young lady, do you know who you are cheating? That is the imperial tutor's granddaughter, the Empress Dowager's grandniece. Dongdong's fingers can crush our medical center. It's fine if we didn't hand over the admission card, but we raised the price and cheated them of 500 taels. The second boss grabbed his philtrum again and fell down magnificently. The news of the admission cards being sold quickly spread to the women's school. The main reason was that Zhuang Mingdai, this simple-minded person, said to everyone that she met that she also had an admission card. Even though she did not say that she had spent money to buy it, based on her uneducated reputation, everyone could guess that something was fishy. It was a coincidence that the crown princess was traveling incognito today. When she passed by the women's school on her way back, she heard the commotion. She had the female official go investigate. The female official returned to the carriage and reported, "Crown Princess, there are people openly selling admission cards for the women's school." There was such a thing? Even though the women's school was not opened by the Crown Princess, she was responsible for many things. For example, the admission cards for the women's school had been personally designed by her and given to the Bureau of the Imperial Palace to order. She knew how many had been given out. She also knew who had been given out to, other than the ones that the Crown Prince had given out as a favor. "How many have been sold?" she asked. The female official said, 2. It was sold by that medical hall. I don't know where they got the cards, but they were sold just like that. The Crown Princess frowned. Who bought them all? The female official replied, "This servant did not see the first buyer with my own eyes, but from the description of the waiter, it seemed to be the Du family's 5th young Mississippi. This servant saw the second buyer. It was Miss Zhuang Mingdai. Zhuang Mingdai was famous for being an idiot in the capital. Even though she was the daughter of the Zhuang family, the crown princess did not give her an admission card. The Zhuang family was a scholarly family, so it was rare for them to have such an idiot. Her sister, Zhuang Yueshi, was a veritable talented woman. However, when the crown princess gave Zhuang Yueshi an admission card, some people once guessed that Zhuang Yueshi would give the card to her sister and enter the school herself. It seemed that the relationship between these two sisters was not as harmonious as outsiders guessed. The palace maid suddenly said, "Strange, Crown Princess, didn't noble consort Zhuang ask you for an admission card? She didn't ask for it for Zhuang Mingdai?" The Crown Princess shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure." The palace maid sighed. "And that Du family's 5th young miss, I'm afraid she will annoy the 3rd princess consort again." The 3rd princess consort's surname was Du, and Du family's 5th young miss was her biological sister. The 3rd prince was from the eldest prince's line and did not get along with the crown prince. The 3rd princess consort and the crown princess had always been at odds with each other. In fact, the 3rd princess consort was also a talented woman in the capital. Her zither skills were the best in the capital, but it was not enough for the crown princess. It was said that the crown princess had seen the real Fushi zither when she went on a diplomatic mission to the state of Liang when she was young. Just this point alone was enough to make the 3rd princess consort jealous for a long time. And the third princess consort's biological sister was the crown princess's die-hard fan. Everyone inside the school knew that it was His Majesty's idea, but to outsiders, it was in the name of the crown princess. Naturally, the third princess consort would not allow her sister to promote the crown princess. It was impossible for Du Xiaoyun to take the exam, and the admission card could not be delivered to her. Du Xiaoyun was very worried. So when she saw Gu Jiao selling the admission card, she bought it without hesitation. The female official asked, "Do you want to get the card back?" This was because the school for women had just opened and everything was not standardized. Otherwise, who would dare to sell the admission card if it was the Imperial College? That person would be beaten with a plank and would not be able to take the exam for the rest of their lives. The crown princess sighed faintly. Forget it. If they want to sell it, then sell it. The school for women is for women who really want to learn. Zhuang Mingdai did not care, but the female official felt sorry for fifth Miss Du. She will be beaten again. That's right. When the third princess consort found out that her biological sister had found someone to buy an admission card to the school for women, she was so angry that she went on a rampage. Disregarding her identity as the imperial consort, she rushed back to her maternal family that very night and ruthlessly taught Du Xiaoyun a lesson. HTML Genius remembers this site's address in 1 second: www.zhhbqg.com. BQG mobile reading website. mzhhbqg.com. Chapter 144. Du Xiaoyun howled from the beating and ran around the room. Look at you. So crude. How are you an imperial consort? The crown prince consort won't be like you. You should learn from him. Little wench, you're rebelling. The third imperial consort angrily threw down her ruler and took off her shoe. She used the sole of her shoe to slap her younger sister. The person that the third imperial consort hated the most in this life was the crown prince consort. In reality, in terms of family background, the third imperial consort was stronger than the crown prince consort. The third imperial consort's mother was the legitimate daughter of Duke Luo's Fu. Of the four major families in the capital, Marquis Xin Ping Fu ranked first, followed by Duke Luo Fu. The crown prince consort's maternal family wasn't very powerful. She relied on her own talent to get to where she was today. The third imperial consort was the same age as the crown prince consort. She entered the palace as a study companion for the princesses. The two were compared almost from a young age. The crown prince consort was better than her in every aspect. Not only was she smarter and prettier than her, she was also more liked by the princes and princesses. The only thing that the third imperial consort was better at was the zither. But even this bit of limelight was completely stolen by the crown prince consort after she saw the real Fushi zither. How could the third imperial consort not be jealous of her? However, the third imperial consort was engaged to the imperial family, while the woman who stole her limelight was only engaged to a young marquis. That little childhood friend was 3 years younger than her. In reality, the young Marquis of Zhao Du had a greater reputation in the capital than the third imperial consort. But no matter how great his reputation was, he was still a subject, while the third imperial consort was the monarch. The third imperial consort found a wonderful balance in her heart. Unfortunately, the young marquis died in a fire not long after. Her fiancé died before she married, so he had to die. She cursed him to death. The third imperial consort was waiting to see her archenemy make a fool of herself. Who knew that after the mourning period, she married the crown prince and successfully became her imperial sister-in-law. The crown prince consort was the future empress. She was just a consort that would be sent to a fief. Even more tragic was that she had to bow to her archenemy. That was what everyone in Beijing said. Ever since she was young, the crown princess has been more outstanding than the third princess consort. No wonder the crown princess is a head taller than her when she marries. The entire Jing city loved the crown princess. As long as the crown princess existed, no one would see the third imperial consort. She couldn't control other people, but she could at least control her biological sister. The third princess consort was still angry after beating her sister. She said fiercely, "If you dare to go to a girls' school, I will break your legs." Du Xiaoyun's stubborn temper was exactly the same as the third princess consort's. Hit me. If you have the ability, then fight right now. Even if you break it, I'll crawl over you. The third princess consort was furious. She threw away her shoes and picked up the broom beside her. Seeing that her younger daughter was about to be beaten to death by her elder daughter, Mrs. Du hurried to mediate. Well, you two sisters should stop arguing. Isn't it just studying? Just let her study. It's not like you don't know how much she loved studying since she was young. The third princess consort said angrily, Does she love studying? She is trying to curry favor with the crown prince consort. Du Xiaoyun stared at Bird's nest hair and face full of bumps and snorted, Yes, I want to curry favor with her. Who told her to be so outstanding? She is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is way better than you. The third princess consort had a good relationship with her maternal family and never put on airs in front of them. Otherwise, Du Xiaoyun would have been dragged out and beaten to death 100 times for offending her superior like this. Shut up. Mrs. Du scolded her younger daughter fiercely. However, everyone knew that it was fine if she didn't get the invitation. But once she got it, she wouldn't give up going to a girls' school so easily. The third princess consort was so angry that she sat on the carriage back to the mansion with a dark face. The third prince's mansion was on Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was quite far from here. On the way back, the third princess consort was upset and felt that the carriage was even more bumpy than usual. That stinky girl. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Is there no one better than the crown prince consort in the world? I'm her biological sister. Look at how she is helping an outsider. As the third princess consort scolded, she felt that her stomach was hurting from anger. The two accompanying maids obediently sat on both sides of her and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Say something, the third princess consort said with a frown. The two maids trembled and looked at each other. Maid Su said, But third princess consort, is it really okay for you to beat fifth miss like that? She's your biological sister. If this spreads out, what Maid Su really wanted to say was that your reputation is no longer as good as the crown prince consort's. If it gets any worse, there won't be any place to criticize you. The third princess consort gritted her teeth and said, Does she have any awareness of her biological sister? Which family's younger sister would always speak up for outsiders? I asked her to learn the Guqin from me, but she refused and said that I can't play as well as the crown prince consort. What a joke! Can she understand? As soon as she finished speaking, the third princess consort felt that her stomach hurt even more. It was all because of that girl. The third princess consort held her stomach and frowned tightly. The two maids sensed that something was wrong. Maid Su asked, Master, are you okay? Ouch. The third princess consort couldn't help but groan. She rubbed her stomach and held onto the corner of the table, saying, Hurry back to the estate and slow down the carriage. The two maids were stunned. Did they want the carriage to be slow or fast? The third princess consort was in so much pain that she broke out in a cold sweat. She wanted nothing more than to return to the estate immediately, but with every violent jolt, she would hurt even more. Seeing that her face had turned pale, the two maids didn't know if she was angered by fifth miss or really felt uncomfortable somewhere. I'm not. The third princess consort was about to say that she was fine when she felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She lost her balance and fell straight onto the floor of the carriage. This frightened the two maids. Maid Su shouted, Stop the carriage. Stop the carriage now. The carriage driver stopped the carriage. Although the jolts were no longer jolting, the third princess consort's symptoms didn't ease at all. She was still in so much pain that she wanted to die. What should we do, Sister Su? Maid Lu asked with trepidation. Maid Su knelt beside the third princess consort. She was also frightened when she saw the other party rolling around in pain. The third princess consort probably couldn't hold on until they returned to the estate. She lifted the curtain and asked the carriage driver, Is there a clinic nearby? The carriage driver thought for a moment and said, The girls' school is just up ahead. I remember that there's a clinic next to the girls' school. Maid Su hurriedly said, Why aren't you going? Yes. The carriage driver drove the carriage to the clinic. Maid Su hurriedly jumped off the carriage. Doctor, is there a doctor? The second boss walked out and said, "Miss, our clinic hasn't opened yet. Are you?" Inside the carriage, the third princess consort screamed in pain. The second boss's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it wasn't a minor illness, so it wasn't good to ask someone to find another clinic. He hurriedly went to the second floor and found Gu Jiao, who was cleaning the side room. "There's a patient. It's a woman." Gu Jiao put down the broom, took off her overcoat and went downstairs. "Where's the doctor?" Maid Su asked. "This is the doctor." The second boss pointed at Gu Jiao and said, "A female doctor?" Maid Su frowned. There were doctors in Zhao country, so there were naturally female doctors. However, the female doctors' medical skills weren't as good as the doctors, so their status was very low. In the imperial palace, the female doctors were assistants to the imperial physicians. They couldn't treat the concubines alone. Maid Su said sternly, "How can a female doctor be enough? Call your doctor out." Gu Jiao wouldn't allow anyone to be fierce to her people. She stood in front of the second boss and said, "I'm the doctor. If you want to see, then see. If you don't, then get lost." Maid Su choked. The third princess consort was in even more pain. Maid Lu lifted the curtain and said in a choked voice, "Sister Su, hurry up and let her in. Third, Madam seems to be dying." Maid Su's heart skipped a beat. Gu Jiao got into the carriage. The sky was a bit dark, so there wasn't much light in the carriage. "Light all the oil lamps," she said. Female official Lu lit up all the spare oil lamps. Gu Jiao carefully looked at the third princess consort. She saw that she was holding the right side of her stomach. Gu Jiao knelt down and took away her hand. She found the lower right side of her stomach and pressed on the spot where the my point was. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes." The third princess consort was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Gu Jiao let go of her hand and said, "It's acute appendicitis. You need immediate surgery." Need what? Maid Lu didn't understand Gu Jiao's words. Gu Jiao looked at the third princess consort who was in pain and said seriously, "Surgery. I want to cut open your stomach and take out the inflamed appendix." Maid Lu was so shocked that she stuttered and stammered. You want to cut open the third madam's stomach?" The third princess consort looked at Gu Jiao with a pale face. She seemed to be waiting for her explanation. Gu Jiao looked into the third princess consort's eyes without blinking. "Your situation is very urgent. The medicine can't control it. If you don't do as I say, you will die soon." The terrible thing about acute appendicitis was that if it wasn't treated in time, it could cause perforation of the appendix and cause peritonitis. The death rate was very high. A trace of panic flashed through the third princess consort's eyes. "No." Maid Su got on the carriage and stood in front of the third princess consort. "You are just a little female doctor. How dare you try to cut open my madam's stomach? I think you are just an alarmist. Say it. How much money do you want?" "I'm not an alarmist. It's up to you whether you want to treat me or not." Gu Jiao finished speaking and got up to walk out. She had just walked a few steps when her wrist was caught by a cold hand. The third princess consort held it tightly. She almost used all her strength. "Can you really save me, madam?" The two female officers' faces changed color. Was the third princess consort for real? Was she really going to let this female doctor cut open her stomach? She was crazy. This female doctor was crazy. The third princess consort was also crazy. Maid Su said, "Madam, don't listen to her. I'll go get the imperial doctor now." Gu Jiao said calmly, "Go ahead." "No." The third princess consort held Gu Jiao's wrist tightly. She had seen this disease before. Before she got married, her wet nurse was in pain here. The pain was exactly the same as hers, and the symptoms were the same. She asked the imperial doctor to treat her, but the imperial doctor couldn't cure her. Her wet nurse was in so much pain that she died. She was going to die too. Maid Su said, "Madam, you can't." As a princess consort, she couldn't have a knife wound on her body. When she entered the palace, if there was a small flaw on her body, she would be eliminated. Although she was married now, she was still a princess consort. Her body didn't belong to her. It belonged to the third prince. Without the third prince's consent, she couldn't abuse her body at will. She was in so much pain that she couldn't speak. but Gu Jiao understood from her eyes. Gu Jiao carried the third princess consort down from the carriage. The two maids couldn't stop Gu Jiao. Maid Su said to the coachman, "Hurry back to the manor and inform His Highness." Yes. The coachman rushed back to the manor without stopping. Gu Jiao carried the third princess consort into the side room and put her on the temporary operating table. The third princess consort looked at her in fear. Gu Jiao wasn't good at sensing her family's emotions, but she understood the patients. She said, "Don't worry. I'm confident. I've done many surgeries. I'm not an ordinary female doctor. My medical skills are very good. Your surgery isn't complicated, and it won't hurt. I'll give you anesthetics. You won't feel anything during the entire process." She said a lot in one breath to calm the patient's emotions. The third princess consort's eyes turned red. Not only was she afraid of death and pain, but she was also afraid of many things. Her life didn't belong to her. It belonged to the entire royal family. Her body didn't belong to her either. It belonged to the third prince. Without her husband's permission, she let others hurt her body. She would be reviled by others. Gu Jiao looked at her steadily. Nothing is more important than your life. Your body is your own. You don't need anyone to make decisions for you. If you're criticized and reviled by others because of your treatment, then it's not your fault. It's the whole world's fault. The third princess consort burst into tears. The surgery went smoothly. There was a new anesthetics in the small medicine box. The third princess consort reacted well to the anesthetics. She fell asleep during the surgery. When she woke up, she had changed into dry clothes and was lying on the bed in the side room. "Does it still hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. The third princess consort shook her head. "It didn't hurt that much. After the anesthetics wear off, the wound will hurt, but it should be tolerable," Gu Jiao said. Then she told her some things to pay attention to after the surgery. The third princess consort wasn't very popular in the capital. She didn't fit in. Others didn't like her, and she didn't like others either. But this little girl was different from most of the people she had met. The third princess consort opened her mouth weakly. "What's your name?" "Gu Jiao." Chapter 145. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Soon, people from the third prince's mansion came to the door. The third prince was in the royal study. The coachman didn't see him, so he had to call the guards from the mansion. It was said that the situation was very serious. More than a dozen guards came, as well as an accompanying doctor from the mansion. When Maid Su saw them, her hope was ignited. She ran out of the clinic with her dress in hand. She pointed at the second master and said, "Just in time. They kidnapped the third princess consort. The third princess consort is locked up by them. Go in and save her." When the second master saw so many guards rushing in, he thought that he was not afraid of the emperor. They opened a clinic and practiced medicine. It was reasonable for them to go to the government office. But when he heard the words, "the third princess consort," his legs went soft. Was there a mistake? The patient inside was the third princess consort, the daughter-in-law of the emperor? His little Gu cut the belly of the third princess consort. The second master pinched his philtrum and fainted again. The clinic was still in the preparation stage. There were many people in the lobby, including shopkeeper Wang, Little Six, the apprentices of the old doctor, and some newly recruited workers. Everyone was controlled by the guards of the third prince's mansion. The leading guard was about to rush into the wing room to save the third princess consort when the door of the wing room creaked open. The third princess consort grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and walked out with difficulty. Her other hand instinctively covered the wound. Her face was still pale, but she was much better than when she was half dead in the carriage. The guards saw her and bowed to her apologetically. The third princess consort glanced at the crowd coldly. She said weakly but with the same vigor, "Are you all against me? Why aren't you releasing him?" The guards looked at each other. The effect of the anesthetic was slowly wearing off. The third princess consort felt the pain from the wound. But as Gu Jiao said, it was bearable. She could clearly feel that she had narrowly escaped death. She looked at the guards in the room coldly. "What? My words don't work, do they? Who gave you the guts? When I get back, I'd like to ask His Highness if he was the one who told you to look down on me." "This subordinate dares not." The leader of the guards sheathed his sword and made a gesture to the others. Everyone let go of the people from the medical center and sheathed their swords. Maid Su walked over worriedly. "Third princess, are you okay?" The third princess consort leaned on Gu Jiao weakly. "I don't have the strength to hit you now. I'll deal with you when we get back." If not for the fact that the operation was over, this girl would have killed her by barging in with her men. Of course, Gu Jiao had considered this, so she ended the operation as soon as possible. The third princess consort didn't know about Gu Jiao's thoughtfulness, but she was grateful for her actions tonight. Gu Jiao not only saved her life, but also her dignity. "Miss Gu, goodbye," she said weakly. Gu Jiao said, "Take out the stitches in 7 days." The third princess consort nodded with difficulty. "Okay, I'll keep it in mind." She was about to collapse at any moment. Maid Su and Maid Lu hurriedly took her from Gu Jiao and helped her into the carriage to return to the residence. 7 days later, the third princess consort didn't come to take out the stitches. Gu Jiao wasn't worried. Since she was the third princess consort, there must be a doctor with excellent medical skills in the mansion. There were also imperial doctors in the palace. Taking out the stitches wasn't a problem for them. On a sunny morning, the medical center opened for business. The whole family got up early to support the medical center. Even the old lady who always stayed in bed until late in the morning got up. However, because the Imperial College and the Qinghe Academy weren't on holiday today, Gu Jiao refused the four people's request for leave. She appreciated their kindness. The four people thought, "Why is it so difficult to skip class?" The four brothers went to the Imperial College and the Academy with their bags of books in their arms. The old lady didn't have anything to do, so she got into the carriage sent by the second boss and went to the medical center together. The signboard of the Miracle Hands Hall had already been hung up. They were just waiting for Gu Jiao to take off the red cloth. Gu Jiao didn't pretend to be pretentious. She lifted her hand and took off the red cloth. On the simple and elegant signboard, there were 3 large golden words, Miracle Hands Hall. The second boss was very happy. Although he didn't have Rejuvenation Hall, he still had the Miracle Hands Hall. He was still the second boss in name. Gu Jiao was also very happy. The capital's expenses were so high. It wasn't good to just sit around and eat until it ran out. With the medical center, they could start making money. With money, they could send the 4 men in the family to more books and better schools. The 4 people who were suffering in the classroom sneezed in unison. On the first day of the medical center's opening, all patients were treated for free. All herbs were 20% off, and all supplements were 50% off. In addition, a bowl of secret longan and red date tea was given for free. This tea was made with high-quality dried red dates and longan meat. It also had wolfberries. It could replenish the qi, nourish the blood, and beautify the skin. More importantly, it had a lot of sugar. It was delicious. The old lady stayed by the stove and slurped down bowl after bowl of soup. Not many customers came, but the soup was already half gone. The girls' school was also starting today. Gu Jinyu also woke up very early. When she dressed up and went to pay her respects to her parents, she saw that the Marquis Gu and Yao Shi had also gotten ready. They were dressed appropriately and looked like they were about to go out. Gu Jinyu was slightly taken aback. "Father, mother, you are..." The Marquis Gu smiled. "Isn't the girls' school starting today?" Gu Jinyu understood. "Father, mother, are you sending me to the girls' school?" Recently, the relationship between her parents seemed to have become tense. Her mother seemed to have changed into a different person. She started to fight with concubine Ling in all sorts of ways, causing her to show less concern for her. She couldn't help but show a happy expression. "Father, mother, you're so nice." The Marquis Gu patted his daughter's hand dotingly. "All right, it's getting late. We should set off." "Don't be late." If they were late, they wouldn't be able to see the famous scene of that brat entering the girls' school. He must let his wife see with her own eyes how hard he worked for that brat. "Hurry, hurry, madam." If they were late, the surprise would be gone. He had been telling Yao Shi about the surprise since last night. Yao Shi had thought it was something big. So it was to send Jinyu to school? On the way, Yao Shi's mood was not very high. As Jinyu's mother, logically speaking, she should be excited about Jinyu entering the school. But for some reason, she wasn't that excited. It wasn't that Gu Jinyu didn't sense her mother's emotions, but her mother had been fighting with concubine Ling recently and had always looked so deep. She didn't take it to heart. The carriage quickly arrived at the girls' school. The Marquis Gu was already imagining the touching scene of his wife meeting that brat in his mind. Yao Shi excitedly held her daughter's hand. "Jiao Jiao, why are you here?" Jiao Jiao gently said, "I'm here to attend school." Yao Shi was shocked. You also entered the girls' school? How did you get in? Did you enter on your own?" Jiao Jiao shyly lowered her head. "How could that be? I grew up in the countryside and didn't know a single word. It's all thanks to Father. It was Father who painstakingly helped me get a school invitation. Father is really too good to me. Mother, don't be angry at Father." Yao Shi looked at him in shame and took his hand. "Marquis Gu, I wronged you in the past. So you're the father who dotes on your daughter the most in the world. Let's mend our relationship. Come to my room tonight." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Marquis Gu put his hands on his hips and imagined. He laughed like a fool in the carriage. Yao Shi and Gu Jinyu looked at him in shock, until Yao Shi lifted the curtain and saw Gu Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao." Yao Shi lifted the curtain and quickly got out of the carriage. She excitedly walked toward her daughter and held her daughter's hand. Marquis Gu immediately returned to his senses. It's here. The moment that belonged to him had arrived. He was finally going to wash away his shame and change his ways. He was going to reach the pinnacle of his life. Gu Jinyu's expression darkened. Her mother had been listless early in the morning. She had thought that she was tired. After seeing her biological daughter, her face instantly glowed. Clearly, she was the one who should have received the most attention today. "Jiao Jiao, why are you here?" Yao Shi asked. "Marquis Gu, tell me. I'm here to go to school." Gu Jiao Jiao said. "I'm here to work." Marquis Gu. Yao Shi also did not understand why her daughter had come here to work. Gu Jiao Jiao pointed at the medical center behind her and said, "The medical center is open for business." Yao Shi did not know that her daughter had partnered with the second boss to open a medical center. Marquis Gu also did not know. Last time, he had Huang Zhong go to Jade Water Alley to find Gu Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao was not in the residence. The matriarch said that Gu Jiao had gone to the medical center next to the girls' school. Huang Zhong had reported this to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu only thought that she had gone to be someone's medicine boy again. Marquis Gu was furious. Wasn't it better to be a high and mighty student? Marquis Gu did not want to be a bad father in front of Yao Shi, but he really could not control his temper. "What are you thinking? Why aren't you going to school? Didn't you agree to me? I've already given you the invitation and the money, and you've only given me this?" Gu Jinyu understood what was going on. Father had secretly given Gu Jiao an invitation. She stepped forward and said, "That's right, elder sister. It's very difficult to enter a girls' school. If you don't have an invitation, you can only take the exam." Gu Jiao glanced at her indifferently. "Oh, you think I won't be able to pass?" Gu Jinyu said aggrievedly, "That's not what I meant. I just think that elder sister should not waste father's efforts. I definitely do not look down on elder sister. Actually, I already mentioned to father that if elder sister is willing, I can come and help elder sister with her revision." Gu Jiao said, "Then why didn't you come?" Gu Jinyu immediately choked and could not speak. Wasn't this a little too unconventional? Who would answer like this? Gu Jinyu laughed dryly and said, "Then I'll come every day to teach elder sister." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "No need. I won't learn." Gu Jinyu, "Then you shouldn't have asked just now." Marquis Gu could not bear to see his precious daughter being wronged. He said to Gu Jinyu, "It's getting late. Jinyu, you should go to class. Don't be late." Gu Jinyu bit her lip and softly replied, "Yes, father, mother. I'll go in first. Elder sister, take care." After Gu Jinyu left, Yao Shi held her daughter's hand and entered the clinic. Marquis Gu followed behind the mother and daughter without any sense of presence. He was forgotten like air. Second master was very considerate. He had prepared a courtyard in the back room for Gu Jiao. The side room had its own secluded little courtyard. The mother and daughter entered the courtyard. Marquis Gu followed but was hit in the nose by the closed door. Marquis Gu's nose instantly swelled like a pig's. After entering the room, Gu Jiao took Yao Shi's pulse. Without the devil's snare flower's influence, Yao Shi's pulse was much better. Yao Shi's depression and hysteria were not caused by the devil's snare flower, but the devil's snare flower did worsen Yao Shi's condition. Thinking about it this way, it was fortunate that she had resolutely moved out of the Marquis's residence. Otherwise, she might not have survived until the day Gu Jiao appeared. After that, the two talked about the residence. There was an urgent mission in the military camp. Gu Chongqing had not returned to the Marquis's residence for many days. Although Gu Chongqing had let Gu Chenglin out of the ancestral hall, he still could not get out of bed. Gu Chengfeng went to school every day. Without Gu Chenglin stirring up trouble, he was much more well-behaved. The only one who had a headache was concubine Ling. However, it was not Yao Shi who had a headache. It was she who had a headache over Yao Shi. Yao Shi had been going to Pine Crane Courtyard more often recently. She did not miss a single visit in the morning. Old Madame Gu found pleasure in setting rules for her daughter-in-law through Yao Shi. Every time, she would call Yao Shi in front of her and put on the airs of a mother-in-law. However, she was putting on airs in the room. Outsiders did not know that Yao Shi was being set rules by old Madame Gu. They only saw her going to old Madame's room more often and thought that she was suddenly favored. In addition, every time she came out of old Madame Gu's room, she looked like she had gained a lot. Anyone who saw it would think that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was very good. The servants in the residence were used to seeing people's expressions. Once Yao Shi was favored, the direction of the situation changed. In the beginning, it was only Yao Shi who received more charcoal than concubine Ling. Gradually, Yao Shi's 3 meals a day were more sumptuous than concubine Ling's. Even the servants' winter clothes were prepared in Yao Shi's courtyard before concubine Ling's courtyard. This was something that would never have happened in the past. However, concubine Ling had been in charge of the household for many years. She had some skills. She was bullied to this extent by Yao Shi, but she was still able to remain calm. Yao Shi suspected that the rumors against her were all spread by concubine Ling. Perhaps the previous madame's death was also related to concubine Ling. Unfortunately, Yao Shi did not have any evidence. She's so calm. It's very difficult for me to find anything that can be used against her. This was Yao Shi's first time fighting in the residence. She lacked experience. At this time, the matriarch, who had been sleeping in the inner room, yawned and walked out. She threw a bag of medicine in front of Yao Shi. Use this. Chapter 146. The mother and daughter looked strangely at the bag of medicine on the table. For a while, they did not know what the matriarch had given them. What is this? Yao Shi asked. The matriarch stretched and lazily sat down in a chair. Arsenic. Yao Shi choked. Gu Jiao also nearly choked. If she did not remember incorrectly, the matriarch had casually taken it out of her pocket, right? Were all the matriarchs these days so hardcore? She even carried arsenic with her? Where did you get the arsenic? Gu Jiao looked at the matriarch and asked. The matriarch felt a little guilty from being stared at. She gently coughed and said, It's that, rat medicine. She vaguely said the word, but Gu Jiao still understood. She said it was for sale. A few days ago, Gu Jiao found that there were rats in the house, so she used the arsenic to make some rat medicine. The rat medicine was gone, and the rats did not appear again. She thought that the rat medicine had all been eaten by the rats. It turned out that the matriarch had taken it and sold it. Selling the wound medicine could no longer satisfy your needs, right? You're even selling rat medicine now? The matriarch cleared her throat. The medicine is quite effective. Everyone in the neighborhood has a bag. Gu Jiao, you've already made it so that everyone in the alley has a bag? The corners of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Aya, it smells so good. Is it time to cook? I'm going to the kitchen to take a look. The matriarch slipped away. Yao Shi stood up. That's right. It smells so good. I'm also going to take a look. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the bag of medicine in her hand. Bringing arsenic into the kitchen was very scary. All right? Yao Shi awkwardly smiled. Holding the bag of medicine in her hand, she said, I threw it away. Oh. Gu Jiao pretended to believe her. Yao Shi chased after the matriarch, and the two went to a secluded corner. Yao Shi raised the bag of medicine and humbly asked for advice. My child's grandaunt, how exactly do you use this? The matriarch first gestured to give the medicine, then gestured to raise her head to drink. She winked at Yao Shi. Go through the motions, do you understand? With only the two of you, she won't be able to explain herself. Yao Shi seemed to understand. But how do we get rid of those maidservants? Concubine Ling always had her trusted maid by her side. Of course, you can't get rid of her maidservant. Get rid of her yourself. As the matriarch spoke, she leaned close to Yao Shi and whispered into her ear, Do you understand? Yao Shi suddenly realized, brilliant, truly brilliant. After Yao Shi came up with a plan, she impatiently left. Watching Yao Shi excitedly leave, the matriarch sank into deep confusion. What exactly did I do in the past? Why are you so full of evil tricks? Yao Shi took the arsenic and returned to the manor. It was her first time doing something like this, so she was quite nervous. However, when she thought of the grievances and scapegoats she had suffered all these years, she felt that it was nothing more than this. She first carried out the first step of her plan. Lure the snake out of its hole. Concubine Ling was a very cautious person. It was not likely that she would come out alone unless Concubine Ling was doing something shameful. For example, seducing Marquis Gu. Yao Shi first released the news that Marquis Gu was in the back mountains. In order to make the news reliable, Yao Shi tricked Marquis Gu into going to the back mountains. When Concubine Ling heard that Marquis Gu was in the back mountains, she immediately dressed up and went alone to create a romantic, chance encounter with Marquis Gu. However, the person she met was not Marquis Gu. Instead, it was Yao Shi, who had been waiting in the back mountains. Ma, madam? Concubine Ling was startled and quickly pulled up her slightly slippery clothes. Yao Shi looked at her figure that was about to be revealed and faintly smiled. Concubine mother dressed like this? Who did you come to the back mountains to meet in secret? Concubine Ling quickly wrapped her cloak tightly around herself. Suppressing her guilty conscience, she said, I just came for a walk. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Yao Shi smiled and said, Since you're already here, why don't you go in and sit for a while? After the Marquis finishes picking fruit, he will come find me. With Yao Shi present, Concubine Ling could not use any of her skills, but she did not want to leave like this. After all, she had dressed up very beautifully. If the Marquis did not see her, she would not be satisfied. Concubine Ling and Yao Shi went to a small wooden hut nearby. Marquis Gu would occasionally come to the back mountains to practice his swordsmanship. Gu Changfeng and Gu Qinglin would also occasionally come to the back mountains to pick fruit. This small wooden hut was prepared for them to rest in. It did not look big, but it had everything that should be there. The two sat down across from each other. Yao Shi poured a cup of tea for Concubine Ling. While Concubine Ling was not paying attention, she grabbed the bag of medicine. The matriarch's plan was to have Yao Shi use the trick of injuring herself to gain sympathy. She would put poison in her own cup and pretend to take a sip to pretend that she had been poisoned. In reality, all she needed to do was sprinkle it on her body. Then, she would accuse Concubine Ling of poisoning her. Either way, there was no third person, so Concubine Ling would not be able to explain herself. But it was clear that Yao Shi had misunderstood the matriarch's intentions. She took advantage of her unpreparedness and put the rat poison in Concubine Ling's cup. How could Concubine Ling have expected that Yao Shi would so brazenly poison her? She picked up the teacup and drank it without any hesitation. Then, she met with tragedy. The matriarch was selling rat poison. That could not be the original dosage. It was mixed with flour. It was a fake rat poison. It would not kill, but it was enough for Concubine Ling to drink. Concubine Ling fell to the ground and could not get up. Her nose was crooked and her mouth was slanted. Her entire body was twitching, and she was foaming at the mouth. Those who knew would say that she had been poisoned. Those who did not know would think that she had suffered a stroke at such a young age. What was even worse was that her sorry state was seen by Marquis Gu, who had come to find Yao Shi. Concubine Ling wanted to pretend that she had died. What happened? What happened to her? Marquis Gu asked with a face full of shock. I don't know. Yao Shi played dumb. Marquis Gu immediately called for servants to send Concubine Ling back to her courtyard. He also called for the manor's doctor to treat concubine Ling. The doctor diagnosed that concubine Ling had been poisoned and quickly urged concubine Ling to vomit. This was what Yao Shi had suffered in the past. However, the doctor's medical skills were not as good as Gu Jiao's. The medicine was also not as advanced as Gu Jiao's. Concubine Ling suffered more than Yao Shi. After a total of 4 hours, concubine Ling was finally able to speak. She was almost half dead. The first thing she said was to accuse Yao Shi. She poisoned me. Marquis Gu frowned. Don't talk nonsense. How could Madame poison you? Not only did Marquis Gu not believe it, even old Madame Gu and Gu Chengfeng did not believe it. The three of them did not like Yao Shi. However, disliking her was one thing. Whether or not they believed that Yao Shi had the guts was another thing. If Yao Shi really had such means, why would she be forced out of the manor by them? Gu Chenglin came to see her in a wheelchair. He dismissed the servants and asked in a low voice, "Concubine Yang, are you trying to trick me?" Concubine Ling felt wronged. "I am not." Old Madame Gu also came to question her. "What were you thinking? How could you do such a stupid thing? Didn't she just stay in the manor for a few more days? Even if you want to force her out, you should think of a better way." Aunt, concubine Ling was so wrong that she even called her mother's name. She admitted that she had harmed Yao Shi before, but this time it was not her. "It was really her who harmed me, Aunt." Old Madame Gu glared at her. "She harmed you by using arsenic mixed with flour?" The doctor had already said that as long as the treatment was timely, that level of arsenic would not kill anyone. "I know what you are thinking. There is no need to lie in front of me. Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I can't see through it?" Old Madame Gu was very angry. She was not angry at concubine Ling for doing such a stupid thing. She was angry that concubine Ling did such a stupid thing and did not admit it. Old Madame Gu originally wanted to make a decision for concubine Ling, but now she changed her mind. "You should reflect on yourself," Old Madame Gu said and left with a flick of her sleeves. "Concubine Ling, even I can see the flaw in this method. If you want to deal with that woman in the future, don't use such a small trick," Gu Chenglin said awkwardly and went back to his courtyard. Concubine Ling was about to break down. She had been dealing with that woman for more than 10 years, but this time she did not. No one doubted her when she harmed others, but when she did nothing, no one in the manor believed her. Concubine Ling was so angry that her head hurt. Gu Chongqing stayed in the military camp for a few days. At night, he finally dragged his tired face back to the manor. As soon as he entered the manor, his personal servant reported the matter of concubine Ling being poisoned to Gu Chongqing. "I really didn't expect concubine Ling to be so cruel to herself. In order to frame Madame, she did not hesitate to poison herself. Isn't she afraid of poisoning herself to death?" Gu Chongqing was deep in thought and did not speak. The servant chattered on a lot. He probably did not expect concubine Ling to be so vicious to harm Madame. To be honest, concubine Ling was a good person in the manor. She had been in charge of the manor for many years and rarely argued with the servants. However, in the eyes of the servants, Madame Yao was more harmless than concubine Ling. "How is concubine Ling?" Gu Chongqing asked. The servant noticed that the heir called her concubine Ling this time, not concubine Ling. The difference of one word made people feel that his feelings towards concubine Ling had changed. The servant didn't dare to question his master's thoughts and only answered him truthfully. "The doctor said that the poison was mixed with flour, so it won't kill anyone. Concubine Yang is fine. She just needs to recuperate for a period of time." Gu Chongqing said expressionlessly, "If that is the case, then recuperate well. Don't let concubine Ling worry about the manor anymore." The servant was confused. What did he mean by that? Gu Chongqing went to the Pine Crane courtyard and temporarily took back concubine Ling's manor on the grounds of recuperation and punishment. In fact, it was unreasonable to let a concubine be in charge of the manor. It was only because concubine Ling had a strong backer and Madame Yao was not in the manor that she had been in charge of the manor for 10 years. Old Madame Gu was still brooding over concubine Ling's lies. She wanted to punish concubine Ling, so she nodded and agreed. Therefore, after being poisoned and wronged by the whole manor, concubine Ling lost her right to the manor's manor. After the opening of the medical center, it snowed for 3 days. Many streets in the capital were frozen. It was difficult for carriages to drive and pedestrians to walk. Little Jing Kong fell down as soon as he came out of the house. Oh, it was not his fault. The ground was too slippery. He tried to get up but could not, so he gave up. He just lay on the ground and stuck out his little tongue. Something was wrong with the spitting. His tongue was stuck. When Gu Jiao came out of the kitchen, she saw a cute little figure lying on the ground in the front yard through the hall. Gu Jiao walked over strangely. It's cold on the ground. Get up. Little Jing Kong. Oh, I can't get up. Gu Jiao squatted down and found that the little guy's tongue was stuck on the ice on the ground. Gu Jiao, how did you make yourself like this? Little Jing Kong felt that he was going to die from embarrassment. Jiao Jiao had actually seen his embarrassing appearance, which seriously affected his heroic and handsome image. He tried to pull his tongue out. Gu Jiao said, "Don't move. Pulling it out by force would hurt his tongue." So Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to get warm water. Before she finished, Xiao Lulang came out of the study. He saw the little guy on the ground and squatted down to look at the little guy's embarrassment. Little Jing Kong went crazy. Bad brother-in-law, you're not allowed to look. Soon, Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun came out too. The two of them also came over to look. Gu Yin was laughing so hard. Gu Xiaoshun usually didn't laugh unless she couldn't hold it in. Like now, little Jing Kong was so angry. Bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. All adults are bad guys. After what seemed like a century, little Jing Kong finally got warm water from Gu Jiao to save his tongue. His tongue was numb, and he couldn't feel it. Gu Jiao picked him up. He was ashamed and indignant. He felt that he had no face left. He covered his face with his small hand and plunged into Gu Jiao's arms, turning the back of his head to the others. Little Jing Kong always ate alone in the house. He didn't eat with these bad adults who laughed at him. This was the first time the little guy threw a tantrum. Although it was a little heartless to say this, the little guy looked so cute when he was upset. It's time to go to school. Xiao Lulang held back his laughter and came over to call him. Little Jing Kong pulled the quilt and buried his little head in it. I'm not going to school with you. I want to go to school with Jiao Jiao. Chapter 147. Little Jing Kong was very determined. Xiao Lulang had no choice but to go to the Imperial College by himself. Little Jing Kong closed the door tightly. Gu Jiao knocked on the door. Can you go to school now? Little Jing Kong asked from behind the door. Have they all left? Gu Jiao said softly, yes. Little Jing Kong snorted. Bad brother-in-law has left. Brother Yin and Brother Xiaoshun have also left? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, they have all left. Little Jing Kong opened the door slightly, but he didn't come out immediately. Instead, he stuck his head out of the door and looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he walked out with his school bag. Probably because she was still shy, her little face was flushed red. In order to cover up his embarrassment, he tried his best to look serious and mature. He walked in front with a domineering aura, looking cute and fierce. It was very slippery all the way. In order to prevent the little guy from falling again, Gu Jiao carried him all the way to the entrance of the Imperial College. Little Jing Kong's face was completely red. He was a mature child. He could be hugged at home, but not outside. However, he really liked Jiao Jiao's hugs and couldn't bear to reject it. Gu Jiao carried him to the entrance before putting him down. Little Jing Kong was intoxicated. Although he made the three adults angry early in the morning, he was still very happy to go to school with Jiao Jiao. We're here. Gu Jiao rubbed his little face. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded reluctantly. Then I'll go in. Gu Jiao bent down and looked at him at eye level. She tidied his clothes. Be good and listen to the teacher. Little Jing Kong patted his chest and promised. I will. These were not words to show off. The teachers of the Imperial College were much better than the teachers of the county town's private schools, especially the teachers of the gifted class. They were all quite talented. Indeed, most of the content they taught was new knowledge that Little Jing Kong had not learned before. Little Jing Kong learned it quite seriously. Go in. Gu Jiao patted him on the shoulder. Jiao Jiao, goodbye. Little Jing Kong waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao watched him enter the Imperial College with a smile. He was the youngest student in the entire Imperial College. If not for the Imperial College uniform, no one would dare to believe that he was a student of the prodigy class. Gu Jiao didn't turn around and leave until she couldn't see him anymore. The Imperial College was divided into two large areas. The main area was the Imperial College's 6 halls, while the auxiliary area was the Imperial College's elementary school. After entering the gate, one went to the left and the other to the right. The gifted class was the innermost area of the Imperial College's elementary school. Little Jing Kong was a little late in the morning because he was throwing a tantrum. He quickened his pace a little. Unexpectedly, when he just passed by a rockery, a child suddenly jumped out from behind the rockery. It was unclear who bumped into who first, but in short, both of them fell down. Little Jing Kong fell on his butt. He was small, so he didn't feel any pain. However, the other person cried out in pain. Little Jing Kong was simply stunned by the cry. He forgot to get up and sat on the ground, staring at the other person in a daze. It was a little boy who was about the same height as his deskmate. His deskmate was 7 years old, so little Jing Kong guessed that he was also 7 years old. However, his deskmate was very thin, but he was very fat. He was even fatter than brother Lin Chengya. He didn't know if it was because he was crying too loudly, but many people around him were attracted by him. Little Jing Kong looked at those people who swarmed over and asked him what was going on. They looked nervous and scared, as if a little boy was about to die. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at him. Did he really have a serious fall? Little Jing Kong was wondering if he should care about him. Suddenly, he saw the little boy crying and pointing at little Jing Kong. He bumped into me. He bumped into me. He bumped into me. Hurry up and catch him. The group of people surrounding the little boy looked at little Jing Kong. One of the older men. Well, little Jing Kong didn't think he was a man, but he was obviously not a woman. He was quite confused. He smiled and said to little Jing Kong in a pleasant manner, "Did you bump into my little master?" He was smiling, but little Jing Kong didn't feel his kindness. Little Jing Kong got up by himself, thought seriously, and corrected him. I didn't look at the road, but he didn't look at the road either. If he saw me, he would avoid me. I didn't walk fast. So, you can't say that I bumped into him. We bumped into each other. The older man smiled faintly. Then it was you who bumped into my family's young master. Don't be afraid. My family's young master is not an unreasonable person. Go over and apologize to my family's young master, and this matter will be over. Children were easy to coax. After apologizing, the little master would regain his dignity, and everything would be fine. Little Jing Kong didn't want to do that. He looked at the older man in shock. He bumped into me too. Why do I have to apologize to him? Will he apologize to me after I apologize to him? The older man choked. The little boy kicked his legs on the ground and cried, I don't want to apologize to him. Catch him. Catch him. Catch him. I want to punish him. Little Jing Kong's ears were about to go deaf. How could there be such a crying child? The commotion was too loud, and it attracted a lot of onlookers. A few teachers also heard the commotion and came over. The teachers called their students back to their classes, leaving only Teacher Jiang in the prodigy class. Teacher Jiang received the news last night that a new student would be joining the prodigy class. This student didn't pass the entrance exam, but he had an extraordinary status, and the directorate couldn't reject him. Teacher Jiang understood the situation from the two little boys. The little boy said loudly, He bumped into me. Little Jing Kong said seriously, No, we bumped into each other. Teacher Jiang didn't side with the little boy, and he didn't ask little Jing Kong to apologize to him. Based on Teacher Jiang's understanding of little Jing Kong, he wouldn't deny it if he was the one who bumped into him. In fact, it was a very small matter. He just needed to reason with the two students, shake hands, and make peace. Little Jing Kong was a reasonable child. If the other party was willing to make peace, he wouldn't harp on it. But the little boy didn't agree. He had never been wronged like this in his entire life. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. He didn't kowtow to me. I'm going to arrest him. He was so anxious that the little fatty jumped up and down. Little Jing Kong felt the ground tremble. What happened? Zhang Sai walked over with a dignified expression. Teacher Jiang bowed to him. Lord Zhang, the young chancellor was dead. and the old chancellor had resigned. Zhang Sai had become the highest official in the directorate. A few days ago, with the help of Grand Tutor Zhuang, he temporarily took over the position of chancellor. If nothing went wrong, he would officially become the next chancellor of the directorate next year. He put on airs, but the moment he saw the little boy, he lowered his head and cupped his hands in greeting. Little Jing Kong knew that only juniors bowed to their elders, and students bowed to their teachers. This little boy was obviously neither Zhang Sai's elder nor his teacher. Then why did Zhang Sai bow to him? "Excuse me, what happened?" Zhang Sai asked with a smile. The little boy stomped his feet. "How many times have I told you? He bumped into me. He knocked me down." Little Jing Kong frowned. "I've told you many times. We bumped into each other. How dare you? Who gave you the guts to speak like that? You didn't look where you were going, and you still want to blame." Zhang Sai was about to call him that, but he remembered that he entered the directorate as a commoner. He quickly changed his words and said, Students of the directorate must be honest. Where are your etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame? Where are all the rules you learned?" Little Jing Kong was very angry. He shouted, "I'm not being dishonest. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful. The two of us bumped into each other. I didn't bump into him, and he didn't bump into me. We bumped into each other at the same time. Why didn't anyone listen to him properly? Wasn't his voice loud enough? Wasn't his height tall enough? Why? He wasn't a child who didn't want to admit his mistakes, but he couldn't admit mistakes that didn't belong to him." Teacher Jiang also felt that Zhang Sai didn't do the right thing. If the two chancellors were still here, they wouldn't have allowed this to happen. "Lord Zhang," he said. Zhang Sai interrupted him coldly. "Shut up. So this is the student that you taught?" Little Jing Kong clenched his fists, stretched his arms back, and refuted. "Teacher Jiang didn't do anything wrong. The student he taught is very outstanding. I'm very outstanding. You're the one who should shut up. There are still two people to be interrogated, and you didn't even ask me. You're not fair at all. You don't deserve to be my teacher." Little Jing Kong was also anxious, which was why he said so many ruthless words. In the few years when he was growing up, neither the abbot nor his teacher ever asked him to shut up just because they couldn't win an argument. Whoever had the right to speak had the right to speak. Gu Jiao was the same. Zhang Sai's face turned red from being insulted by a 3-year-old child. However, he was Sai after all. He wouldn't be defeated by a child so quickly. He said angrily, "Fine, fine, fine. I think you need to be punished for not respecting your teacher. Guards, bring me a ruler." Hearing that little Jing Kong was going to be punished with a ruler, the little boy smiled triumphantly. At this moment, a thin figure walked over. Although he was holding a walking stick, he was like a pine tree in the snow, emitting an awe-inspiring and powerful aura. Everyone was stunned, first because of his aura, and second because of his appearance. This person looked too. Zhang Sai was shocked when he first saw Xiao Lulang and Shiyi, but now he was used to it. There were many people who looked alike in the world. He had investigated all 8 generations of his ancestors, and he was just a bumpkin from a county with a family. He had nothing to do with the little Marquis of Zhaodu. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "Who is Zhang Sai going to punish with the ruler?" Zhang Sai frowned. He didn't like Xiao Lulang, but Royal Prince liked him. He said impatiently, "Mind your own business, brother-in-law." Little Jing Kong didn't feel wronged at first, but when he saw Xiao Lulang, he felt wronged. He rushed over and hugged Xiao Lulang's thigh, his eyes red. Xiao Lulang rubbed his little head and protected him in his arms. His cold eyes swept across the crowd. When he saw the little boy, there was no change in his eyes. A country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. You want to punish you, but who are you to punish him? If he's just a student of the Imperial College, then you don't have the right to punish him. Why don't you tell me who you are, and whether you have the right to punish him? The little boy choked. He couldn't say. If he said it, he would be going against the imperial order. The little boy immediately wilted. He restrained the person with the highest status first, and the group of servants didn't dare to make a sound. Xiao Lulang then looked coldly at Zhang Sai. He doesn't respect his teacher, but if someone doesn't respect his teacher, how can he respect his teacher? Zhang Sai choked. You Xiao Lulang said sarcastically. Speaking of rules, Zhang Sai, your actions today have violated the 78th rule of the Imperial College. Next time, before you raise your ruler, you might as well think about whose body it should land on first. What was 77? 78? He didn't even remember that he was Sai. So who did this brat think he was? The Chancellor of the Imperial College? He even dared to set up rules with him. Zhang Sai was embarrassed by a new student in front of an important figure, so he couldn't keep his face. You, make a trip to Minghui Hall. He wanted to dampen this brat's spirit. Xiao Lulang looked at him fearlessly. Minghui Hall is a place that only the Chancellor has the right to enter. Is Lord Sai already the Chancellor? Zhang Sai was so angry that he fell backwards. This brat actually mocked him for not being the real Chancellor. Xiao Lulang said, I have to go to class. Substitute Chancellor, take care. The last sentence was like a machete stabbing into his heart. Zhang Sai felt that his chest was in pain. Xiao Lulang didn't care about this group of people anymore. He held little Jing Kong's hand and sent little Jing Kong to his classroom. Little Jing Kong wasn't a delicate child. He was already fine, but he was still a little depressed. What's wrong? Xiao Lulang asked. Little Jing Kong raised his head and asked seriously, why didn't they listen to me properly? Am I too young and they can't hear me? Xiao Lulang didn't deliberately create a beautiful world. He said, it's not that you're young, it's that you're not standing high enough. Little Jing Kong thought for a moment. He was indeed standing on a relatively low-level ground just now. He said, then next time I'll step on a stool when I speak. Xiao Lulang didn't explain that this was not the case. He patted the little guy's shoulder and said, go in. Little Jing Kong hesitated. He took out a small stone from his pocket and muttered, my little stone said that it doesn't want to go to class today. Xiao Lulang heartlessly confiscated the stone. If it doesn't want to go, you go. Little Jing Kong, who failed to play truant, was speechless. Chapter 148. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found online are available here. Not long after little Jing Kong sat down, the boy also entered the class. Teacher Jiang arranged for him to sit in the middle row. Little Jing Kong was small, so he sat in the first row. Maybe Xiao Lulang hit his soft spot, or maybe they were far apart, but the first day passed peacefully. Teacher Jiang introduced the new student as Chuyu. In fact, his name was Qin Chuyu. Qin Chuyu spent a torturous day in the Imperial College. He couldn't understand Teacher Jiang's class at all, and he couldn't even sit still. When school was finally over, he didn't even take his school bag with him and rushed out of the Imperial College. He came to school with a hidden identity, so the people who came to pick him up also came in disguise. Your Highness. The coachman greeted him in a small voice. Your Highness? So annoying. Qin Chuyu frowned impatiently and got into the carriage. Inside the carriage, the crown princess, who was wearing a golden gauze dress, was sitting on the couch reading a book. She looked dignified, elegant, and beautiful. Seeing the angry Qin Chuyu, she put down the book in her hand and looked at him gently. What's wrong? Who bullied little Qi? Qin Chuyu sat down beside the crown princess and said angrily, sister-in-law lied to me. The Imperial College is not fun at all. I shouldn't have gone if I knew. Are you still angry about what happened this morning? The crown princess had been waiting here for a long time, so naturally, someone reported to her about Qin Chuyu's situation. I heard that it was a 3-year-old child. You're a prince. Don't you have any tolerance? Who said I didn't? Qin Chuyu put his hands on his hips. The crown princess smiled. I knew little Qi was the most obedient. He wouldn't argue with ordinary people. Of course. Qin Chuyu didn't expect to be praised so highly. He couldn't take it off. However, he still didn't want to go to school. The classes at the Imperial College were too difficult. The students weren't allowed to be distracted or take breaks. After a whole day, his neck was aching. However, he couldn't say that he didn't understand. That would be too embarrassing. He suddenly thought of that 3-year-old kid. Why did he seem to understand? He's so young. Has he been weaned? Humph. Seeing that he was still throwing a tantrum, the crown princess took out a food box and gently opened the lid. A milky fragrance wafted out and filled the entire carriage. Qin Shuyu's attention was immediately attracted, and he began to drool. The fact that he was able to grow into a little fatty was enough to show that his resistance to food was weaker than that of ordinary people. He looked at the mutton milk cake in the box and swallowed his saliva. The crown princess smiled gently and said, "To celebrate little Chi's first day at the directorate, I'll reward you with a piece of mutton milk cake." Qin Shuyu blinked and said in disbelief, Can I eat it?" The crown princess smiled and said, "Of course." Qin Shuyu asked while drooling, "Father and mother won't blame me, right?" Because he ate too much, he became the fattest little fatty in the imperial palace. His father and mother didn't allow him to eat these delicious snacks anymore. The crown princess said gently, "Don't worry." Mother agreed. "As long as you come to class obediently, you can eat one piece every day after school." Qin Shuyu sat up straight. "Then I'll come to school. I'll come to school every day." The crown princess tapped the tip of his little nose. "Not only do you have to go to school, but you also have to go to school and listen carefully. Don't bully others. You're a prince, you're the emperor, and they're the people. You should protect them and not bully them." "I know." Qin Shuyu reached out to grab it. "Hey." The crown princess grabbed his chubby hand. "Wipe your hands first." Qin Shuyu suppressed his desire to eat it. "Then hurry up, royal sister-in-law." The crown princess smiled, took a handkerchief, and wet it with tea for him to wipe his hands. Only then did Qin Shuyu grab the mutton milk cake in the food box and start to eat it. The female official on the side whispered, "The crown princess has a way. Even the empress can't do anything to the seventh prince." The crown princess looked at Qin Shuyu dotingly. He was engrossed in eating the mutton milk cake and didn't hear their conversation. She said, "You can't say that. The empress is a kind mother. She can't bear to scold little Qi too much." Qin Shuyu was the empress' youngest son and the crown prince's twin brother. He was born as a legitimate prince. Other than the crown prince, he was the noblest among the royal children. Other people didn't dare to offend him. Even if they offended him, they didn't have the heart to discipline him. As a result, he developed this arrogant and domineering personality. The emperor was busy with the court and came to the harem less and less in recent years. A few days ago, he took the eldest prince to Jiangnan incognito and left for several months. When he returned to the palace, he found that Qin Shuyu was spoiled beyond recognition. That was why he cruelly ordered Qin Shuyu to be sent to the imperial college. He knew Qin Shuyu's personality very well. To prevent the people in the imperial college from being afraid of him and giving in to him because of his identity as a prince, he ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut. Even Qin Shuyu himself couldn't reveal that he was a prince. Once discovered, he would be served in a small dark room. Otherwise, why would Qin Shuyu be scared out of his wits when Xiao Luling forced him to reveal his identity? However, Qin Shuyu was used to being a tyrant in the palace, so he didn't really care about a 3-year-old kid. It wouldn't be too late for him to deal with the kid when his father didn't control him that much anymore. As Qin Shuyu ate, he was gradually mesmerized by the delicious food. Soon, the only thing left in his mind was the mutton milk cake. "Return to the palace," the crown princess ordered. When the princes reached a certain age, they would build another prince residence outside the palace. Except for the crown prince, who lived in the eastern palace. The seventh prince was young, but he also lived in the palace. The carriage moved forward slowly. As it drove away from the imperial college, the crown princess inadvertently glanced at it. Coincidentally, Xiao Lulang came out of the imperial college with little Jing Kong. The crown princess's pupils contracted when she saw that familiar handsome face. She pulled open the curtain of the carriage window and looked at the white-clothed young man in the crowd with shining eyes. She murmured in disbelief, "How can it be, Jiao Jiao?" Accompanied by a crisp call from little Jing Kong, a young girl in green clothes with a small basket on her back walked over. The young girl didn't wear a veil. Her clothes were simple and plain. It wasn't shabby, but it wasn't noble either. Her long hair reached her waist and was as black as satin. She used a white magnolia hairpin to tie her hair into a bun on top of her head. She was a beautiful and cold young girl. The young girl had a red birthmark on the left side of her face, but she didn't care about it at all. She calmly walked through the strange gazes. The young girl came to the little guy and the young man from the imperial college and pinched the little guy's face. Only then did the crown princess notice that the little guy was also unbelievably cute. However, she didn't associate him with the little guy who offended Qin Chuyu for the time being. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was overjoyed to see Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. It had snowed on the way here. Although it had stopped now, snowflakes still fell from her hair. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment. Then, he reached out with his slender fingers and gently plucked the snowflakes from her hair. Gu Jiao didn't move and obediently let him do it. She looked rather obedient. The scene of the family of three was so heartwarming that it was a bit dazzling. The crown princess pinched her fingertips. Then, she saw the young girl take out a bag of hot sugar-fried chestnuts from the small basket on her back and hand one to him. The young man ate it without hesitation. Is it good? Gu Jiao asked. Yes, it's sweet, Xiao Lulang said. She didn't know who he was referring to. Gu Jiao gave the sugar-fried chestnuts to little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong chewed on the chestnuts like a little squirrel looking for food. The family of three left peacefully. The crown princess put down the curtains. He was already dead. He didn't eat chestnuts. No matter how much they looked like each other, it couldn't be him. Crown princess, what's wrong? The female official looked at her pale face and asked. She said calmly, it's so cold. Let's go back to the palace. Xiao Lulang completely offended Zhang Sai after he contradicted him in Meng Shui. For Zhang Sai to be able to climb to such a high position, it was true that he had real talent. His essays were excellent, and even His Majesty, who did not like eight-legged essays, would occasionally praise him. However, talent was one thing, and virtue was sometimes another. Zhang Sai bore a grudge against Xiao Lulang for making him lose face in front of His Highness the Seventh Prince and those people. He began to secretly make things difficult for Xiao Lulang. First, Xiao Lulang got the last place in the straightforwardness hall in the monthly exam. The Imperial College had a rule that anyone who failed the exam twice would be demoted. In other words, Xiao Lulang would be directly kicked out of the straightforwardness hall if he got the last place again. Although the teachers were puzzled as to why Xiao Lulang did so poorly, they believed that it couldn't be wrong since the substitute chancellor personally marked the exam papers. The exam was just the beginning. Soon, Xiao Lulang found that when he went to eat at the Imperial College, he always had less food than other people. Feng Lin said strangely, that's not right. Why do you have so little food? He said that he only had vegetables and didn't even prepare leaves. It was just a single vegetable leaf mixed with a big bowl of soup. After that, there would always be people who would inexplicably bump into Xiao Lulang. When he passed by the Quanshu winding corridor, a supervisor of the Imperial College bumped into him and splashed the ink on Xiao Lulang. How can you walk? Feng Lin shouted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That person repeatedly apologized. This was already the third time today. That person was clearly being threatened. His entire body was trembling. Xiao Lulang glanced at him indifferently and didn't say anything. He expressionlessly went to Feng Lin and Lin Qingye's room to change into a clean set of clothes. When he came out, he didn't know who took away his crutches. The road was slippery. Without his crutches, he fell several times on the short distance of 100 steps from his room to the straightforwardness hall. People around him roared with laughter. It was probably because a heavy snowfall was brewing. The sky was very dark, and the Imperial College that was shrouded in darkness also revealed its darkness. Xiao Lulang climbed up from the snowy ground. Although he was in a sorry state, his spine was perfectly straight. He raised his head and looked at the bright radiance hall on the third floor of the Imperial College. On the walkway in front of the hall, Zhang Sai held onto the railing and calmly looked at Xiao Lulang. Beg for mercy? Kid, kneel down and kowtow. If you beg, this lord will let you go. Xiao Lulang calmly looked at him. There was no anger, grief, or fear in his eyes. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. They were like a lake that had been still for 10,000 years. For some reason, Zhang Sai suddenly felt a little guilty, but he quickly shook his head. He was just a bumpkin from the countryside. If he wanted to bully him, so be it. Who told him to be so blind and embarrass him in front of so many people? In the Imperial College, he was the heavens. No one could offend his authority. Steward Liu had been secretly paying attention to Xiao Liulong's movements in the Imperial College. Very quickly, a servant reported the latest situation to him. When Steward Lu heard this, he smiled faintly. I already said that it's not easy to survive in the capital. All right, go and meet this young master. There were no classes in Little Jingkong today. Xiao Lulang returned home from school alone. When he walked out of the Imperial College, Steward Lu had been waiting in the carriage for a long time. Steward Lu, the young master is here, the servant reminded him. Steward Lu got out of the carriage and came in front of Xiao Lulang. He smiled faintly and greeted him. Young master, we meet again. Xiao Lulang glanced at him. What do you want now? Steward Lu smiled. I heard about what happened at the Imperial College. Young master, you have suffered. Xiao Lulang said, There's no need to laugh at me. Steward Lu said, It's just Sai. The Marquis can crush him with his fingers. In fact, as long as the young master is willing to return to the estate, I can guarantee that there will be no such person at the Imperial College starting tomorrow. Xiao Lulang ignored him and walked in the direction of his home. Steward Lu smiled faintly. Young master, why bother? Yes, it was the Marquis who let you and your mother down. He didn't bring you back to the estate in time, but you can't blame the Marquis alone. You can't blame the Marquis for what happened 4 years ago. He only knew about it afterward. After he knew about it, he began to ask around about your whereabouts. The Marquis was very sad about your mother's death. He also heard about what happened to your eldest brother. Fortunately, you're fine. Xiao Lulang clenched his fists. Steward Lu advised him. The capital is more complicated than you think. Without a strong backer, you can only find that you can't do anything even if you want to stand out. This is only the beginning. If this goes on, you will be eaten until there are no bones left. So, young master, you should obediently return to the estate with me. Isn't it good to be the son of Marquis Xianping? Why do you have to suffer outside? Chapter 149. Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. Are these your words, or his? His? Who would call their own father like that? Does he know who his father is? He is a first-rank martial marquis, second only to one person and above thousands of people. Since ancient times, no one has been able to hold a post in the court. Marquis Xianping was the first. He had single-handedly restrained the entire Zhuang clan and was the most trusted person of the current emperor. He married a princess himself, and his younger sister became the empress. He also successfully suppressed the eldest prince and sent his nephew to the position of crown prince. Believe it or not, as long as he said, Marquis Xianping needs a son, people who are willing to be his son can line up from Zhao to Liang. But this young master was different. Did he need to care whether every word was the Marquis's? Wouldn't it be better to obediently return to the residence and be a powerful young master? Steward Lu smiled and said, If the Marquis didn't want to take you back, do you think I would dare? This was the truth. As for how to take him back and whether he would take any measures during the process, it was Steward Lu's job. Most people wouldn't think of this, but Steward Lu always felt that every word he said was true and false was seen through by the young man in front of him. This feeling was not good. Steward Lu frowned and then smiled and said, Young master, it's the 12th lunar month. Are you really not going to consider going back to the Marquis's residence for the new year? Xiao Lulang ignored him and turned towards the direction of Jadewater Alley. Today was a holiday. Little Jingkong didn't come to the Imperial College, so he went home alone. He had found his walking stick and changed his clothes. There was no sign that he had been bullied in the Imperial College. Looking at his stubborn back, the servant asked, Steward Lu, are we really not going to help the young master and just watch him be bullied by the Imperial College? Steward Lu hesitated for a moment. Every time he thought he could control the other party always escaped from his control. The servant said, Steward Lu, why don't we? Steward Lu raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. Let's wait a little longer. I don't believe that he can still be as stubborn as before when he enters the Imperial College. The capital wasn't a county, and Zheng Sai wasn't a mere county magistrate. Did he think that this was all he could do to make things difficult for him? There were many people like Zheng Sai. One day, he would not be able to hold on. The manservant reminded, Steward Lu, young master is too stubborn. Why don't we think of another way? You promised the Marquis that you would bring the young master back for the new year. There's only 1 month left. At the mention of this, Steward Liu frowned. At first, he didn't think it was a difficult task and even boasted in front of Master Ho. When he went to the county town, it was not yet summer. He felt that he had enough time and was not in a hurry. Who knew that half a year would pass in the blink of an eye? But what other way was there to do it? That, the page boy said embarrassedly, isn't young master married? Perhaps that young madam is willing to become the young madam of the Marquis's estate? Steward Liu narrowed his eyes. You mean, that Ding, and Marquis Fu's daughter who has wandered among the common people? Since she was his young master's wife, how could Steward Liu not investigate her identity? Moreover, Ding and Marquis Fu did not hide it very well. It was very easy to find out that she was the real daughter, and that Gu Jinyu was the fake daughter that was brought home. Steward Liu did not pay too much attention to this daughter. Because he did not care, he did not pay attention and did not think of investigating her. The page boy saw that Steward Liu had listened and hurriedly said, That young madam grew up in the countryside. I heard that she is very timid and does not dare return to the manor. However, she is very good to young master. This one has come to the Imperial College several times to inquire about news and has always seen her waiting outside for young master. Steward Liu thought for a bit and smiled. That is one way. Steward Liu did not know that Gu Jiao had opened a medical clinic with someone else. He directly went to Jade Water Alley. The matriarch was happily playing cards with several neighbors and did not have time to pay attention to him. If you want to see a doctor, go to Miracle Hand Hall. What did she say? Steward Liu asked from inside the carriage. The page boy scratched his head. It seems she wants us to go to Miracle Hand Hall. What is Miracle Hand Hall? Steward Liu had never heard of it. The page boy thought for a while and said with uncertainty, It seems to be a newly opened medical clinic next to the girls' school. At this time, Gu Jiao did not know that she was being remembered by someone. In the girls' school, a girl fell from the back of a horse and dislocated her arm. She had just been brought in. She was crying so hard that she was unrecognizable. What is your name? Gu Jiao asked. My name is... Ugh. She cried until she hiccuped. Gu Jiao reached out to look at her arm. She was afraid of pain and howled like a pig being slaughtered. Don't touch me. Gu Jiao said, I won't touch you. The back of your hand is bruised. I will clean your wound and will not touch your arm. Really? She looked at Gu Jiao with a face of disbelief. Really? Gu Jiao gently held her hand in her palm and avoided her dislocated arm. Your hand is so beautiful. What do you usually use to wash it? Everyone liked to be praised. She sniffled and said, Rose water. Ugh. After washing. Ugh. I use vanishing cream. Ugh. Gu Jiao said, I see other people use it, but their skin is not as good as yours. She said, Isn't that because I was born beautiful? Before she could finish speaking, Gu Jiao had already reconnected her arm. The beautiful girl looked at herself in the bronze mirror and was so scared that she trembled and almost fainted. Where did this crazy woman come from? So ugly. What kind of doctor was this? How could he continue to praise her when she was in such a state? The medical clinic had been open for many days, but there was not much business. Because of the riding and shooting class, the girls' school contributed to the medical clinic's monthly sales. After that little girl, there were a few people who were slightly injured or frightened. Gu Jiao was so busy that her feet didn't touch the ground. After sending away another patient with a slight injury, the wooden door of the treatment room was pushed open again. What's wrong? Gu Jiao buried her head in arranging the medicine on the table and asked. The other person didn't speak. Gu Jiao raised her head strangely and saw a woman in a lake blue short coat and a white flowing dress standing at the door with a smile. Unlike last time when she was weak and pale, her face was much rosier. Do you still remember me, Miss Gu? She asked with a smile. Gu Jiao nodded. Third princess consort. She didn't salute, but the third princess consort didn't mind. The third princess consort stepped in and said jokingly, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Third princess consort, please sit down. Gu Jiao began the treatment process for the patient in a formal way. The third princess consort curled her lips and sat down on the chair. She put her hand on the table and gave it to her. Let me take a look at the wound first, Gu Jiao said. Can we not do it here? The third princess consort asked. Okay. Gu Jiao took the third princess consort to her yard. This yard was left to her by the second boss. No one else had been here except for her and her family. The stitches on the third princess consort's wound had been removed, and it had healed well. Gu Jiao felt her pulse again. It was also very stable. It's okay. Third princess consort, don't worry, she said. Well? The third princess consort hesitated and said softly, do you have any medicine that won't leave a scar? She could use scar ointment and scar paste, but she didn't have these two medicines in her medicine box yet. Moreover, she couldn't use the medicine now. She had to wait until the wound healed completely. Gu Jiao paused and said, I don't have any special medicine now. Come back in 3 days. Okay, the third princess consort agreed. Seeing that she was cold, Gu Jiao took the kettle from the stove and poured a cup of hot tea for her. Thank you. The third princess consort picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her body finally warmed up. She looked at the furnishings in the room and couldn't help but ask, do you live in the clinic? Gu Jiao said, no, I live nearby. The third princess consort had only met Gu Jiao twice, and there was a big gap between their identities. But somehow, she felt that Gu Jiao was very close to her. The third princess consort looked at Gu Jiao. You don't sound like someone from the capital, Gu Jiao said. I'm from the county town. The third princess consort nodded. How old are you? Gu Jiao said. 15. The third princess consort smiled. I'm a few years older than you. My surname is Du. Gu Jiao wasn't good at talking. She always answered whatever the third princess consort asked. But since she was willing to answer, it meant that she had a good impression of the third princess consort. What is that? The third princess consort was a zither fanatic. It was easy for her to notice things related to the zither. Gu Jiao looked at the box on the table and said, Gu Qin, it was a zither that little Jing Kong gave her. She made a zither box to store it. It was different from the ones sold on the market. Because of this, the third princess consort did not recognize it at a glance. Can I see it? The third princess consort asked. And Gu Jiao nodded. The third princess consort put down her teacup and walked behind the table. She carefully opened the zither box. A charred ancient zither caught her eye. Just from its appearance, there was nothing special about this zither. It was the style of the Fushi zither. Was it another imitation zither? The third princess consort was a bit disappointed. Everyone on the market would be proud of getting a better imitation Fushi zither. The third princess consort would rather use a normal zither than an imitation Fushi zither. When the country of Qian offered the Moon Shadow Fushi zither as a tribute, it was the best imitation zither. His Majesty originally wanted to give it to her, but she refused. It was rumored that not long after, it was awarded to the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. The third princess consort originally wanted to play a song, but now she did not have the desire to play. She touched the end of the zither and politely praised it a few times before closing the lid. Then, she saw a token placed on the table. Little Jing Kong had been here to play with it, but he had forgotten to put it back. The smart and clever little Jing Kong had a big weakness, which was that he didn't know how to tidy things up. This token was too familiar. The third princess consort picked it up and asked in astonishment, Miss Gu, how did you get this? Gu Jiao calmly said, I picked it up. The third princess consort secretly let out a sigh of relief and said, this is Marquis Xin Ping Fu's token. It's an old token. Don't let other people see it to avoid unnecessary trouble. This was not the first time someone had told her that getting involved with Marquis Xin Ping Fu would cause trouble. What is an old token? Gu Jiao asked. The third princess consort pointed at the totem on the token. This is a picture from over 10 years ago. Later on, they felt that the meaning was not clear, so they removed the vine from here. That vine was only a small one. Normal people would not be able to see it. She was a prince consort. She had to be familiar with all the pictures related to the imperial family. This token looked quite old, but Gu Jiao did not expect it to be this old. The two spoke for a while, more before the third princess consort bid farewell. On the other side, the girls' school was also dismissed. The medical center was now mainly used for girls' school business. Now that they had returned home, the business for the day was basically over. The second boss left Song He to stand guard at the medical center. Gu Jiao carried her basket and returned home. Just as she turned the corner, a carriage stopped in front of her. A middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes walked down from the carriage. He had a broad heart and a fat body. He looked honest and had a good temper, but his shrewd eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. "Excuse me, are you Ding and Marquis Fu's Miss Gu?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands in a pleasant manner. It was clearly a question, but he spoke with a firm tone. Gu Jiao calmly looked at him. "Who are you?" Steward Lu smiled and said, "My surname is Lu. I wonder if the young master has ever mentioned me to you?" "Which young master?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Lu was a little surprised. Were the two of them so distant? He had come so many times, but the young master had never mentioned him to her. He reminded her, "I even sent someone to your home to deliver a New Year's gift." Unfortunately, the young master did not accept it. Oh, saying this, Gu Jiao had an impression. Not long ago, someone had come with a cart of silver charcoal. Xiao Lulang did not even think about it and rejected it. "Your young master, my husband?" Gu Jiao asked. Steward Lu beamed with joy. "That is correct." Gu Jiao paused then asked, "From Xin Ping Marquis Fu?" Steward Lu was startled. Since the young master had never mentioned him to her, how did she know that the young master was from Xin Ping Marquis Fu? The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Chapter 150. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Gu Jiao didn't know. She was just guessing. That token was picked up by Xue Ningxiang from the place where Xiao Lulang fainted. The beautiful monk and the third princess consort both said that it was the token of Marquis Xin Ping's estate, so there shouldn't be a mistake. This person was also called Young Master Xiao Lulang. A series of information was put together to form the question he had asked Steward Lu earlier. Steward Lu came to find her this time to use her to persuade the young master to return to the estate. He didn't plan to hide his identity, so he answered truthfully, "That's right. The young master is the young master of Marquis Xin Ping's estate." Gu Jiao digested it for a moment. Oh? Steward Lu was puzzled. "This isn't the first time you've heard of it, right?" This reaction was too calm. Gu Jiao wasn't someone who cared about status. Whether Xiao Lulang was the master of Marquis Xin Ping's estate or a servant didn't make a difference to her. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Since he's the young master of Marquis Xin Ping's estate, why isn't he willing to go back with you? She wasn't deliberately inquiring about each other's secrets, but they came to find her. She couldn't sell out her own husband without knowing anything. Steward Lu sighed. "It's a long story. If young madam isn't in a hurry, can we go to a tea house?" There was a tea house next to them. Gu Jiao didn't refuse and went with Steward Lu. Steward Lu secretly thought that this young madam's brain wasn't working well. She just left with a stranger like this? Didn't she look at his token or something? If Steward Lu knew Gu Jiao's ability, he should be worried about himself. Steward Lu didn't care about Gu Jiao, but he didn't have any malice. He also didn't want to do anything to separate the young couple. He believed that the Marquis wouldn't do that either. The Marquis himself was powerful enough. He didn't need to rely on his son's marriage to consolidate the relationship between Marquis Xin Ping's estate and the various aristocratic families. As for whether her status was worthy or not, although she grew up in the countryside, she was still a legitimate daughter of the Marquis's estate. Matched with this young master, it was barely enough. Steward Lu asked for a room on the second floor. Facing the street, one could see the endless stream of Black Tortoise Street through the window. The two of them sat down facing each other. Steward Lu asked, "Does young madam prefer Biluakun or Longjing tea?" "It doesn't matter," Gu Jiao said. Steward Lu smiled and brewed a pot of Longjing tea. "This is this year's new tea." Gu Jiao was not interested in tea. She mixed it with cold water and drank it all. She was indeed thirsty. Steward Lu was dumbfounded. The young master was a weirdo, but the young madam he married was not to be outdone. "Let's get down to business," Gu Jiao said calmly. "Hey." Steward Lu came back to his senses and sighed. He explained Xiao Yulong's background. "Actually, Young master is the Marquis' illegitimate son. This matter started from 18 or 19 years ago when Marquis Gu went to Jiangnan to control the flood. That year, there was a flood in Jiangnan, causing thousands of acres of farmland to be destroyed and the people to become homeless. The cause was not only a natural disaster, but also a man-made disaster. The silver used by the imperial court to build the dam was embezzled by the local officials. They cut corners on the construction of the dam and failed to stop the flood, causing irreparable damage. At that time, the Marquis was not as powerful as he was now. His Majesty sent him to Jiangnan to investigate the truth of the dam. The local tyrants tried to bribe the Marquis to hide the truth. The Marquis did not want to be with them. As a result, they retaliated. On the way back to the capital, he was stabbed 7 or 8 times by assassins. I remember it was near Song County, Steward Liu recalled. Steward Liu had followed the Marquis of Xinping since he was young. He was one of the few people who fought with him for half of the country. However, he was sent to other places by the Marquis for more than 10 years. He was only summoned back by the Marquis last year. There was no medical center there. After the Marquis was injured, he found a doctor nearby. Because of his serious injury, he had to live in the doctor's house. The doctor's medical skills were not very good. Although he saved his life, it left the Marquis with an illness. Of course, this was a story for later. When the Marquis was recuperating in the doctor's house, there was a family of 3 living next door. The male owner was a gambler and drunkard. The youngest son was only a few years old. The Marquis could hear the sound of the man beating and scolding the woman and the child almost every day. However, this was someone else's family matter and the Marquis could not interfere. Unexpectedly, one time, the man gambled and lost his child to someone else. The woman hugged the man's thigh and begged him not to take the child away. The man punched and kicked the woman and almost beat her to death. The Marquis next door could not bear it. Plus, he was young and aggressive. He took a sword and rushed over to the man to cut him. The man was seriously injured and died. The woman became a widow. The Marquis pitied her and gave her some silver. Coincidentally, the doctor's relatives were victims of the flood. They brought their families to the doctor. There was no place to live in the doctor's house, and the Marquis could not go too far for treatment. "Benefactor, if you don't mind, you can live in my house," the woman said. There was no need for Steward Liu to say what happened after that. Gu Jiao could imagine it herself. The Marquis stayed there for half a year until his injury was completely healed. The Marquis asked her if she wanted to go to the capital with him. She hesitated. The Marquis did not like to force people, so he gave her a token and told her that if she thought it through, she could go to the capital to find him at any time. Steward Liu sighed. Oh, the Marquis still doesn't understand women. Gu Jiao was not the person involved, so she did not comment. Steward Liu said, "Many years have passed since then. If the young master hadn't come to find the Marquis with that token and the Marquis's clothes 4 years ago, the Marquis wouldn't have known that she was pregnant and even secretly gave birth to their son." Gu Jiao asked, "You mean Xiao Lulang went to the capital 4 years ago?" Steward Liu, yes. Gu Jiao, did he live in the capital for a long time? Steward Liu shook his head regretfully. No, the young master came at a bad time. There were several murders in the capital and the Marquis was in the Ministry of Justice. When he finally came back, something big happened. The young Marquis passed away. He was the only son of the Marquis. The Marquis suffered a great blow and did not see anyone. The young master gave the token to a servant and after a long time, the servant reported it to the Marquis. The young master had already left the capital by then. Gu Jiao paused. So, he only lived in the capital for a few months? Lu Guanshui thought for a while. It should be less than a month. Gu Jiao thought for a while. Oh. Steward Liu said, the young master's mother only told the young master about his past before she died. The young master and his half-brother went to the capital to look for his father. They did not expect that they would not see his father, and that his brother would accidentally come into contact with a leper. The young master was worried that his brother would be caught and put on the leper mountain, so he quickly left the capital with his brother. Gu Jiao nodded. I see. Huh. Steward Liu did not understand what she meant. Gu Jiao looked at him. Continue. Steward Liu said. After that, The Marquis sent people everywhere to look for the young master's whereabouts. It was not until last year that they found out that the young master was studying at the county town's Tianxiang Academy. The Marquis asked me to bring the young master back. I tried to persuade the young master many times, but the young master was still unable to let go of the past and refused to come back with me. Gu Jiao believed that what he said was true, but she did not know if there was anything else he did not say. Sometimes, distorting a fact did not require lying, but only a little bit of the truth. Moreover, no one could be sure that what Steward Lu knew was the whole truth. She believed that 4 years ago, there really was a Xiao Lulang who went to the capital to look for his father. However, was this Xiao Lulang really that Xiao Lulang? Gu Jiao took a sip of tea and spread out her hands. It's a pity. If he doesn't want to come back, there's nothing I can do. No, after listening for so long, this is all you're telling me? Shouldn't you be crying bitterly, grieving for your husband's past, grieving for father and son not being able to recognize each other? Do you still have the self-awareness of a village girl? Steward Lu was anxious. If the sympathy card did not work, then he would use the trump card. He hardened his heart and said seriously, "Do you know that the young master was bullied at the Imperial College? What kind of place is the Imperial College? Who knows how many influential people in the capital come here to study, and the Imperial College and Imperial College students all have strong backgrounds. Young master wanted to rely on his own strength to contend against all of them. It was simply impossible. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the young master. As long as the Marquis doesn't mind him being a cripple and is willing to recognize him, he should go back obediently. As the young master of Marquis Schwamping's mansion, not to mention the Imperial College, he can do whatever he wants in the capital." Gu Jiao's expression finally changed a little. However, it was not because she was moved, but because she was filled with endless murderous intent and coldness. She stood up and looked down at Steward Lu, who was sitting on the cushion. "Tell your Marquis that I will protect my own husband." Someone actually bullied her husband? Good, very good. Gu Jiao returned to Clearwater Alley. Xiao Lulang had already washed his dirty clothes. There was no trace of being bullied on his face. Gu Jiao looked at the clothes that were fluttering in the cold wind, and her eyes gradually turned cold. The next day, Gu Jiao found Feng Lin. Feng Lin was very surprised. "Little Jing Kong said that you were looking for me. What's the matter?" Gu Jiao told him why she was here. Feng Lin's eyes became evasive. "That? Lulang didn't want me to tell you what happened at the Imperial College." Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She just stared at him. Feng Lin liked her as much as he hated her before. It wasn't the love between a man and a woman, but the relationship between them was like family. Feng Lin was defeated in the end. He sighed. Well, there is indeed such a thing. Lu Lang offended Zheng Sai. Feng Lin didn't know how he offended him. Not many people knew about little Jing Kong and Lu Lang. Since Lu Lang didn't say anything, Feng Lin didn't know where to find out. Xiao Lulang was now a top student who didn't hide his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the straightforward hall. However, he got last place in the monthly exam. Apparently, it was Zheng Sai who graded him. Other people might not know about Xiao Yulang's ability, but Feng Lin and Lin Xingye had attended his classes. They didn't believe that his grades would suddenly drop like this. Feng Lin said, "Lin Xingye is asking me if Zheng Sai is making things difficult for Lu Lang. And Wang Qi, Chen Hao, Luo Du, Zhao Hai." Feng Lin listed a list of names. They were all people who had made things difficult for Xiao Lulang in the past few days. Gu Jiao wrote down their names one by one in a small notebook. Some of them were coerced. Gu Jiao crossed out their names. In the end, there were 4 names left: Luo Du, Zhao Rue, Zhou Fengping, and Zheng Sai. Luo Du and Zhao Rue were supervisors. Zhou Fengping was an administrator. The straightforward hall was the head of the 6 halls. Generally speaking, no one would casually bully the students of the straightforward hall. Zhou Fengping was Zheng Sai's lackey. Zheng Sai was about to become the new chancellor. He had a chance to become the next chancellor and follow Zheng Sai's lead. As for Luo Du and Zhao Rue, they had some background in the capital. One was the young master of Duke Luo's residence. The other was the Minister of Works, the youngest son of Marquis Gu's immediate superior. But in Gu Jiao's eyes, this wasn't a problem. No one was allowed to bully her husband. Marquis Gu was at an important stage of the annual examination. Every day, he racked his brains on how to curry favor with his immediate superior. But what he didn't know was that right after he gave a generous gift to someone, his daughter had beaten that person's youngest son into a pig's head. And it was the kind that even her parents didn't recognize. On the way back to the residence, Marquis Gu looked at the sky with a puzzled expression. Why did he feel uneasy after giving so many gifts? Instead, he had a feeling that disaster was about to befall him. This feeling became stronger after Gu Jiao beat up the young master of Duke Luo's residence. Marquis Gu felt a chill down his spine. He didn't do anything, but why did he feel like he was about to be finished? After Gu Jiao beat up the directorate's prefect, Zhou Fengping, Marquis Gu was drinking water in the residence. His heart was in a panic, a complete panic. In a dark alley, Gu Jiao took out a small notebook and crossed out the third name, Zhou Fengping. When her gaze fell on the last name, the black-clothed Gu Jiao's lips curled into a sinister smile. Combiku Gu mobile reading website. MZHHBQG. Com. Chapter 151. Zhang Sai had been very diligent recently. He was practically living in the Imperial College. After all, he was a substitute chancellor and would soon become a true chancellor. There was nothing wrong with putting on an act. Ever since Xiao Lulang ridiculed him for not having the right to enter Minghui Hall, he had coaxed and pestered Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang had also put in a good word for him in front of the emperor. Now, he had his own place in Minghui Hall. However, it was only the outer hall. He could only enter the inner hall after he became the chancellor. Zhang Sai stood in front of the door of the inner hall. His eyes were filled with greed. Soon, this official will be able to move in. After toiling for an entire day, he was a bit hungry. He wanted someone to send food over, but there was no place to eat in the outer hall. Only the inner hall had food. He could only walk out of Minghui Hall. The attendant outside the door walked over and asked him, "Sir, are you hungry? Do you want to return to Minghui Hall to eat something? What do you want to eat? This one will have someone make it for you." Ever since he moved into Minghui Hall a few days ago, Zhang Sai was no longer willing to return to Minghui Hall. He felt that Minghui Hall was no longer worthy of his current status. He waved his hand. "Forget it. I'll go outside and find something to eat." At the same time, he wanted to wake himself up. It was almost the end of the year. He still had a lot of official documents to deal with. He really was a diligent official. Zhang Sai felt good about himself as he walked out of the Imperial College. Because he had gone out, Gu Jiao had jumped over the wall to beat him up in Minghui Hall. Gu Jiao didn't know if he would return. She was hesitating whether to wait for him here or go out to find him when she heard a very light breathing sound. There was someone hiding here. Could it be Zhang Sai? That guy was hiding? The black-clothed Gu Jiao propped herself up on the table and jumped over valiantly. She grabbed a figure from behind a pillar. In the end, "It's you?" Gu Jiao's raised little fist froze in midair. She immediately put her little fist down and stared at the other party seriously. "It's so late. What are you doing here instead of going home?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Why are you here again?" Gu Jiao was speechless. What made him even more speechless was that she was dressed in black, and he was also dressed in black. The same question flashed through their minds at the same time. "When did you buy black clothes behind my back?" In her previous life, Gu Jiao liked to dress in gaudy ways, but after coming here, her taste had changed. She mostly wore green clothes, while Xiao Lulang wore the white prison uniform of the Imperial College, where he usually wore white or blue clothes. In short, their clothes rarely clashed. "Gu Jiao, I didn't expect that our first time wearing couple outfits would be at such an occasion." Gu Jiao said seriously. "I asked first. You go first." Xiao Yulong's expression didn't change. "I'm here to meet someone, and to get something." Gu Jiao said seriously. "What a coincidence." "Me too." Would anyone believe that a man who went home after school came to the teacher's office in the middle of the night without his wife's knowledge? Oh, someone would believe that a little girl from outside came to the Imperial College. The young couple looked at each other with a serious face. They were the epitome of lying without batting an eyelid. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. "Someone's coming." Gu Jiao suddenly raised her hand to cover his mouth and frowned vigilantly. Xiao Lulang was covered by her soft little hand and almost couldn't breathe. He patted her shoulder. Gu Jiao put her index finger on her lips. Shoo! Xiao Lulang pointed at her hand. It's enough that you covered my mouth. Why did you cover my nose as well? I can't breathe. Oh, I'm sorry. Gu Jiao removed her hand and hid behind a pillar with him. Gu Jiao was thinking that if it was Zhang Sai who came, she would first knock her husband out with a palm strike and teach him a lesson. Then, she would carry her husband back. Unfortunately, it wasn't Zhang Sai who came. It was Li Sai. He was the deputy minister, and his position was slightly lower than Zhang Sai's. He was an upright official. Xiao Lulang didn't want to hurt him. Gu Jiao also didn't want to hurt anyone who wasn't on the list. The two of them held their breaths at the same time. Sir, it's already so late. Why don't you come back tomorrow? How can that be? I have something urgent to report to Zhang Sai. If I wait until tomorrow, it might be too late. If something happens, will you take responsibility? Hearing him say this, the two servants didn't dare to stop him and let him enter Minghui Hall. Minghui Hall was always guarded. Gu Jiao could enter because she was a secret agent in her previous life. She had done this kind of thing many times. But how did Xiao Lulang get in? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Xiao Lulang pretended not to see her little gaze. Li Sai entered the outer hall of Minghui Hall. You two go down and guard. Don't let anyone barge in. I'll wait here for Zhang Sai. Li Sai had a good reputation in the Imperial College. He was an upright and honest person. The two servants didn't suspect him and hurriedly went to guard the main door. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao thought that he was here to find Zhang Sai. Who would have thought that as soon as the two servants left, Li Sai would start rummaging through Minghui Hall? This was the outer hall. It wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. He rummaged furtively through the items at a very fast speed. Gu Jiao didn't know what was going on. Xiao Lulang, on the other hand, could vaguely guess what was going on. As Li Sai searched, he arrived in front of the third row of bookshelves. On the right was the pillar where Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were hiding. The two of them held their breaths and tried their best to shrink back. Behind them was the wall, so they couldn't retreat too far. The two of them stood face to face. They were so close that their breaths intertwined. The pillar was only a foot thick. It was also at this time that Xiao Lulang realized that Gu Jiao had grown taller again. Gu Jiao had grown taller, but because he was also growing, he didn't feel much of a difference in height. But her feminine figure. Xiao Lulang tried his best not to touch anything he shouldn't. Gu Jiao also tried her best to stick herself to the wall behind her. There's nothing? It can't be. The more Li Sai searched, the closer he got to the pillar. Xiao Yolong's clothes were exposed outside the pillar. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand, intending to hug him, but Xiao Lulang was one step ahead of her. He reached out and hugged her slender waist. With a turn of his body, he pressed himself against the cold wall. He pulled her soft body into his embrace. This was the first time he had taken the initiative. Gu Jiao didn't expect him to be so aggressive. His chest was hot and full of energy. Gu Jiao. This guy not only bought black clothes behind my back, but he also trained his small chest muscles behind my back. His chest was very hard. In contrast, Gu Jiao's chest was very soft. Xiao Lulang had never experienced something like this before. His breathing stopped and blood rushed to his head. Then, Li Sai said anxiously, "That can't be. Where did he put the monthly test papers?" Seeing that Li Sai had finished searching this row of bookshelves and was about to walk past the pillar to look for the next row of bookshelves, the sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Li Sai's hand trembled, and he carelessly stuffed the book back into the book. He hurriedly walked to the center of the hall and straightened his clothes, pretending that nothing had happened. Zhang Sai entered the hall and looked at Li Sai suspiciously. "I heard that Li Sai has an urgent matter to discuss with this official." Li Sai pretended to be calm and said, "It's like this. There's a riding and shooting class tomorrow. I heard that a few days ago, a lot of girls fell and got injured during the riding and shooting class. I was wondering if we should temporarily cancel the riding and shooting class." "This is the urgent matter you were talking about?" Zhang Sai frowned impatiently. "If you want to cancel it, then cancel it. In the future, you can decide on such small matters yourself. There's no need to ask me." "Yes, Li Sai cupped his hands. Is there anything else? Zhang Sai asked. Li Sai glanced at the unfinished bookshelves and lowered his eyes. There's nothing else. This official will take his leave. The two of them were both Sai. Although there was a division between them, there was no need for them to call themselves subordinates. This was because he was the substitute libation. Zhang Sai was very pleased with the way he called himself a subordinate. His expression softened. Forget it. Forget it. It's getting late. This official should go back. Let's go together. Darren, please. Li Sai bowed. The two of them left Minghui Hall one after the other. If they chased after him and beat him up now, Li Sai wouldn't be able to explain himself. Gu Jiao had already guessed why Li Sai had come to look for the monthly exam papers. He also suspected that there was something fishy about Xiao Yulong's results. He wanted to help Xiao Lulang clear his name. He was a good person. She couldn't implicate him. Gu Jiao decided that she would beat up that surnamed Zhang next time. The two of them still maintained their previous distance, but their hearts seemed to be beating together. Xiao Yulong's heart was beating faster. Gu Jiao was envious of his beauty, but her heart was calm. After all, it was just looking at a beauty. She wasn't shy. That. Xiao Lulang cleared his throat. Gu Jiao understood and took a step back, increasing the distance between them. The lights in Minghui Hall had been extinguished before the two Sai left. However, a thin layer of moonlight seeped in and landed on Xiao Yulong's handsome face, reflecting an unconcealable shade of red. Xiao Lulang was a bit embarrassed. Gu Jiao glanced at a certain part of his body and said calmly, I understand. It's just a normal physiological reaction. You don't have to be embarrassed. Xiao Lulang didn't understand what a physiological reaction was, but he understood what she meant. Thank you, but he wasn't comforted. Gu Jiao turned around and walked out. She thought of something and said, You're not young anymore. When you go home, you should relieve yourself. Don't suffocate yourself. Xiao Lulang staggered and almost fell. Couldn't she just pretend that nothing had happened? Gu Jiao came in front of a painting, lifted it, and knocked on the wall behind the painting. The wall suddenly opened, revealing a secret compartment. There was a set of test papers inside. It was the monthly test papers that Li Sai had been looking for. Gu Jiao, it's really here. Xiao Lulang, how did you know? Just now, Xiao Lulang had been leaning against the wall and could only see Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao could see the scene in the hall just by tilting her head. When Zhang Sai came in, the first thing he looked at was this painting. Therefore, Gu Jiao guessed that there must be something behind the painting. You're looking for this too, right? Gu Jiao asked. There's something else. Xiao Lulang said as he came to the last row of bookshelves. He gently pushed the bookshelf open, revealing a secret room. Xiao Lulang went into the secret room and took out a booklet. What's this? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang showed her the booklet. Gu Jiao's mouth twitched when she finished reading. You're really ruthless. Let's go, Xiao Lulang said. The door was locked. Gu Jiao wanted to pry open the door, but Xiao Lulang pushed open another secret room and led her out of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao was stunned. There was a secret passage. How did this guy know so much about the Imperial College? Although they didn't manage to beat Zhang Sai up, they had obtained evidence that could make Zhang Sai suffer. It was a fruitful trip. When the two returned home, their families were all asleep. Before Xiao Lulang left, he carried little Jing Kong to Gu Yan's room. Only now did he bring the sleeping little Jing Kong back. He took a quick shower. When he came out to get some water, he bumped into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was surprised. You're so fast. I just took a shower. How could I not be fast? However, when he realized what Gu Jiao meant by fast, Xiao Lulang felt terrible. In the next few days, two major events happened at the Imperial College. The first was that the monthly exam papers of the Candid Nature Hall were leaked. Everyone saw Xiao Yulong's exam papers. If he was at the bottom of the list, then everyone in the Candid Nature Hall would be at the bottom. The exam papers were marked by Zhang Sai. It was obvious that he was targeting Xiao Lulang. The second thing was that the account book of Zhang Sai, forming a clique with someone a few years ago, was leaked in the Imperial College. There were many aristocrats in the Imperial College, and the power behind them was complicated. Some supported Zhang Sai, while others were upright and plain-spoken. The account book was quickly passed to His Majesty. His Majesty was furious. He called Zheng Sai to the imperial study and scolded him. Imperial tutor Zhuang was also present. Zheng Sai was on Imperial tutor Zhuang's side. Naturally, Imperial tutor Zhuang wanted to protect him. However, the evidence was conclusive. It was not easy to protect him. After leaving the palace, Imperial tutor Zhuang asked in disappointment, "What happened? Didn't I tell you to destroy it long ago? Why did you still keep it?" Zheng Sai felt wronged. I probably left it out when I was destroying it. I just happened to leave this one out. Someone picked it up, Imperial tutor Zhuang said. Then why did you only reveal it now? Think about it. Did you offend someone recently? No, just what? Zheng Sai stammered as he told Imperial tutor Zhuang about Xiao Lulang. He's just a poor scholar from a small county. It's not like I offended him. If the other party's status was higher than his, it would be considered offending him. Xiao Lulang was just a small character. At most, it could only be called bullying. Zheng Sai's expression changed. Could it be this kid? Imperial tutor Zhuang said indifferently, a poor kid from the countryside doesn't have that kind of ability. It's most likely that someone doesn't want to see this old man sit on the position of Chancellor of the Imperial College. That's why they destroyed this old man's stage at the critical moment. Zheng Sai said in a daze. Who could it be? Imperial tutor Zhuang stood on the high steps and looked in the direction of Marquis Schwamping's estate. He sneered. Under the heavens, who would dare to oppose this old man other than that person? Chapter 152. After Grand Tutor Zhuang finished reprimanding Zheng Sai, he returned to the imperial study to appease the emperor. His strategy was to never deny Zheng Sai's wrongdoings. But as the saying goes, when the water is too clear, there are no fish. Something that can be seen is always better than something that can't be seen. Moreover, this was an old debt from a few years ago. Since Zheng Sai didn't do anything similar again, it proved that he was remorseful. He begged the emperor to give him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Moreover, the Imperial College was in an awkward state where there was no one more suitable than Zheng Sai to be the chancellor. Li Sai was still young and didn't have enough experience. His methods were also inexperienced, so he couldn't control the group of stubborn old men. Sometimes, people like Zheng Sai, who were both cunning and capable, could become a sharper knife that could cut through thorns for the emperor. Why else would Grand Tutor Zhuang be called capable? Normal people wouldn't dare to say this when analyzing a problem. But the emperor felt that these words were sincere. He also hoped that the imperial court of Zhao country would be clean and honest. But just as Grand Tutor Zhuang said, a knife that was too honest was too blunt and not easy to use. A knife that was too sharp would only scratch the hand a little. It was too difficult to find a knife that was sharp and wouldn't hurt oneself. If only the old chancellor was here. In the end, the emperor was appeased. He kept Zheng Sai's official position and made him the chancellor of the Imperial College in a few days. He only fined him half a year's salary as a warning to others. To outsiders, the account book was actually forged to slander Zheng Sai. Zheng Sai stood guard outside the palace. When he saw Grand Tutor Zhuang come out, he sincerely bowed. Grand Tutor Zhuang has given me a new life. In the future, I will go through water and tread on fire for Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang coldly said, Don't think that you can sit back and relax just because the emperor won't pursue this matter. In the future, don't be willful and act rashly and let others have something to use against you. Zheng Sai broke out in a cold sweat. He bowed and said, Yes, I will remember. Grand Tutor Zhuang then said, There's also the matter of the monthly exam. You have to think of a way to cover it up. Yes. Zheng Sai returned to the Imperial College with a toothache. Xiao Lulang was sitting under the shade of a tree, tutoring Lin Chengye. When he saw Zheng Sai rushing over angrily, he glanced at him indifferently. Zheng Sai suddenly had an intuition that this was Xiao Liulang's doing. But it was strange, wasn't it? The monthly exam papers were hidden in the secret compartment behind the murals, and the account books were hidden in the secret chamber of Minghui Hall. How did Xiao Lulang have the ability to know so many of his secrets? How did he get past the guards and sneak into Minghui Hall without being discovered? Zhang Sai's heart was like a ball of fire, burning him to the point that he couldn't go up or down. Xiao Lulang casually shifted his gaze away. It was too much to look at him. Zhang Sai was infuriated. Regardless of whether it was this brat or not, he hated this brat to the core. However, he couldn't do anything to this brat. Zhang Sai. Lin Qingye discovered the other party. Xiao Lulang handed the completed exam papers to Lin Qingye, circling the areas that he hadn't written carefully enough. Then Xiao Lulang indifferently looked at Zhang Sai. Zhang Sai, are you here to apologize? Apologize? Apologize for what? Zhang Sai was stunned. Xiao Lulang indifferently brushed his wide sleeves and leisurely said, My exam paper. I didn't seem to get a single question wrong. How did Zhang Sai determine my grade? Could it be that the rumors are true? That Zhang Sai is deliberately targeting me? Yes, so what if I'm targeting you? If you have the ability, bite me. Zhang Sai dared to say this 2 hours ago, but now he couldn't. Zhang Sai said with a fake smile, I clearly told them that I was in first place. I don't know how they misheard and made you first from the bottom. Oh. Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows. Then I'll have to trouble Zhang Sai to change my grade? Zhang Sai clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked and the veins on his forehead bulged. Change it immediately. Not only did Zhang Sai have to change Xiao Lulang's grade, but he also had to publicly apologize to Xiao Lulang. This was an order that Grand Tutor Zhuang had given him. If he couldn't even endure this much humiliation, then he didn't deserve to be Grand Tutor Zhuang's weapon. Zhang Sai felt so good when he bullied Xiao Lulang that his apology would be as loud as a slap in the face. Zhang Sai tightly clenched his fists. Just you wait. One day, when I become the Chancellor of the Imperial College, you'll get it. Meng School ended earlier than the Imperial College, so little Jing Kong would usually stay in the classroom to do his homework and wait for Xiao Lulang to pick him up. Today, the last class in Candid Classroom was self-study, so he didn't have to go. Xiao Lulang went to the Ming School to pick up little Jing Kong. You're skipping class again. Little Jing Kong looked at him with his hands on his hips. I don't have class, Xiao Lulang said. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and looked serious. Isn't self-study a class? Xiao Lulang, are you the parent or am I the parent? Let's go. Xiao Lulang grabbed his school bag and asked him to carry it. Little Jing Kong didn't understand the adult's confusing behavior, but he really wanted to Jiao Jiao. So he carried the school bag that Jiao Jiao made for him and followed his bad brother-in-law out of the Imperial College. People came and went on the streets of Chang'an. Today, the young man who sold candied haws changed his location and happened to be not far from where they lived. Xiao Lulang looked at the shiny candied haws nearby and asked little Jing Kong, Do you want to eat candied haws? Little Jing Kong, yes. Xiao Lulang, I'm not buying it for you. Little Jing Kong. This was the second type of confusing behavior that little Jing Kong didn't understand, but he wasn't easy to bully. He stopped, put his hands on his hips, and said fiercely, I'm going to increase your rent. Xiao Lulang, you know how to increase rent. Little Jing Kong didn't get to eat his candied haws in the end because his bad brother-in-law dilly-dallied, and the last one was sold out. Little Jing Kong went crazy. Aya, I'm really annoyed. It's really not easy to bring an adult out. Little Jing Kong went home slowly with a gloomy face. When he was about to turn into Jade Water Alley, a trembling voice suddenly came from the front. Hung? The voice was a little old, and it sounded as if it was trembling from the soul. Xiao Yulong's body suddenly froze. He didn't look up. He held his walking stick with one hand and grabbed little Jing Kong's hand with the other hand, and quickly dragged him into Jade Water Alley. Aya, I don't want you to hold my hand. I'll walk by myself. It was little Jing Kong's resentful voice. Hung. The old man chased after him, but the ground was slippery, and he almost fell. Fortunately, Lu Quan, who was standing at the side, held him up in time. Master, be careful. It's snowing in the capital these days, and the roads are frozen. Don't fall. The old man was so excited that his whole body was trembling. Did you see it just now? See who? Lu Quan asked. Hung. The old man said. Young Master Hung? Young Chancellor? Master, are your eyes playing tricks on you? Young Chancellor has already passed away. Lu Quan was the old man's servant. Although he had been with the old man for many years, he had always been helping the old man to take care of the family affairs. He had never been to the Imperial College, and he had never seen the rumored young chancellor. Hung. The old man looked at the empty jade water alley and felt disappointed. Lu Quan said sadly, "Master, maybe it's just someone who looks similar." The old man shook his head. If it really was a stranger, then when he heard someone calling him, he would definitely raise his head to take a look. It definitely would not be the reaction he had just now. He clearly recognized his own voice. He was caught off guard, so he did not have time to hide. In order to not let the old man notice his abnormality, he ran away. "It's Hung. It's him." The old man was unable to calm down for a long time. He tried his best to recall. He seemed to be wearing the uniform of the Imperial College. Lu Quan said, "That's even more impossible, right? How did the young chancellor become the Imperial College's supervisor?" He was the young chancellor personally conferred by His Majesty. The old man also felt that it was strange, but no matter how strange it was, seeing was believing. "Anyway, go and ask around. Also, I saw him using a crutch. His leg seems to be injured." "Yes, Master," Lu Quan helplessly agreed. There were many students in the Imperial College. It was not easy to find out about a supervisor, but it was not difficult to find out about a crippled supervisor. Especially because of the matter with Zheng Sai, Xiao Lulang became famous in the Imperial College. In just half a day, Lu Quan was able to find out everything about Xiao Lulang. "Lu Quan, speaking of which, this supervisor is quite fated with us. He studied at Tianxiang Academy. He lives in our young benefactor's village." The old man. "What's his name?" "Lu Quan. Xiao Lulang." The old man was shocked. "It's him?" Of course, the old man had heard of this name. When he was staying at Tianxiang Academy, Headmaster Li had called Xiao Lulang to Zhongzheng Hall more than once. He had also read Xiao Lulang's essays. He felt that this child was too vicious and was not suitable to be taken in as a disciple. He had always been behind the screen and did not specially come out to examine the other party's appearance. If he had come out to take a look, would he have discovered that he was Hung long ago? He did not recognize his voice because the 17-year-old youth had already changed his voice. But what about his handwriting and writing style? That young man who used to be as gentle as jade seemed to have turned into a cold and ruthless person overnight. He even changed his identity. What exactly did his Hung go through? After little Jing Kong was dragged home by his brother-in-law, he silently rated this as the third confusing behavior of an adult. "Why did you run away?" He looked up and asked. "I didn't run away. I just walked faster," Xiao Lulang said without changing his expression. Little Jing Kong asked, "Why did you suddenly walk faster? Don't you know that you will fall if you walk faster? The two of us are the ones who fall the most easily in the family." How fast could he walk? Did he not know? Little Jing Kong said again, "That grandpa just now called you Hung. Which Hung is that? Hung as in tyrannical? Or Hung as in frowning coldly?" Xiao Lulang said, "These two are the same Hung. Also, you heard wrong. He did not call me Hung." Oh, little Jing Kong was disappointed. He did not get it. Xiao Lulang changed the topic. "Stop nagging. Today we will learn Qin language. Have you finished the homework that I gave you yesterday?" Ever since little Jing Kong scored low in the entrance exam, he started to cram in foreign languages after school every day. Little Jing Kong's attention was successfully diverted. He took out his homework from his bag. "Of course I finished it. Do you think I am like you? You will only move if someone pokes you. If I don't spur you, you will still be last in the exam." Xiao Lulang. He could not get over the fact that he was last in the exam, right? Xiao Lulang checked his homework. There were no mistakes. They were both teaching, but it had to be said that teaching little Jing Kong was much easier than teaching Lin Chengya. Hung. Little Jing Kong suddenly imitated those old ladies outside. He raised his little orchid fingers and called Xiao Lulang with a tone. Xiao Lulang trembled from head to toe. He was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. He should go and teach Lin Chengya. After the old man saw Xiao Lulang with his own eyes, he could not calm down for a long time. His intuition told him that he was his Hung, but all the information about Xiao Lulang showed that he was a complete stranger. In order to find out the truth, the old man decided to visit him personally. He remembered that the two disappeared in by Shui Alley that day. As for the house inside, he had to go to each house to find it. He found a day when the Imperial College was off. Qinghe Academy was also off today. But the 4 men in the house were not idle. They all went to buy supplies for the new year. Therefore, when the old man came to their house, it was empty. The door was not closed. This door was left open by the old lady for her mahjong friends. "Excuse me, is Xiao Lulang here?" the old man asked politely. No one answered. The old man guessed that someone was behind him. After thinking for a while, he walked in. "I'm looking for Xiao Lulang. Is he at home?" The old lady was sitting in the backyard and eating melon seeds. Hearing the noise, she thought that her mahjong friend had come and looked back. Huh, an old man? A new mahjong friend? Looking for a game? The old man also saw the old lady clearly. His reaction was much better than the old lady's. "Empress Dowager?" His legs went soft and he knelt down. "Old lady, that's not necessary." Chapter 153. "Are you here to play cards?" the old lady asked. The old man was stunned. Play cards?" The old lady cracked the melon seeds and said, "We're not playing leaf cards today. Pai Gao, starting at 50 copper coins." What was the Empress Dowager saying? What leaf cards? What Pai Gao? The old man looked at the Empress Dowager and slowly stood up from the ground. He found that although the person in front of him looked like the Empress Dowager, her clothes and temperament were not like the Empress Dowager. "What are you looking at?" the old lady asked impatiently. "You don't recognize me?" the old man pointed at himself and asked. After hearing what he said, the old lady really started to look at him carefully. He looked like a human, and he looked a bit familiar. Where have I seen him? The old lady couldn't remember the past. She would occasionally recall some, but they were all very fragmented fragments. However, this old man gave her an unusual feeling. Wasn't he unusual? When the old chancellor was an official in the imperial court, he often opposed the Empress Dowager. He was a conservative and firmly opposed the imperial harem's involvement in politics, especially women's participation in politics. When the former emperor was still alive, the old chancellor had sent many memorials to persuade the former emperor to abolish the empress. In the memorials, he called the virtuous empress a demon. She messed up the imperial harem, and her relatives interfered in politics. She was also ruthless and disregarded human life. The virtuous empress was once banished to the cold palace by the former emperor because of the old chancellor. Although she walked out of the cold palace in less than half a year with her excellent skills, she lost half a year's worth of money and also lost a lot of her previous savings. Cutting off her money was like killing her parents. After that, the virtuous empress saw the old chancellor as a thorn in her side. The old chancellor was exiled to the frontier fortress for 5 years and suffered a lot. He was dried up and aged more than 10 years, which was the work of the virtuous empress. The two of them fought until the former emperor passed away. The virtuous empress killed the crown prince and supported the son of concubine Jing to ascend the throne. She became the Empress Dowager with power. The two of them had a temporary winner. The reason why it was temporary was because the old chancellor controlled the imperial college, and the imperial college gathered the most talented youths in the entire Zhao country. To exaggerate, the old chancellor controlled the future of Zhao country. Empress Dowager Zhuang deliberately wanted to seize the power of the imperial college. At that time, Junwang was about to return to the country. Empress Dowager Zhuang proposed to the emperor that the position of young chancellor could be added to the imperial college. Although His Majesty agreed, the one who was conferred the title of young chancellor was not Empress Dowager Zhuang's grandnephew, but the young Marquis of Zhaodu. This young Marquis was the old chancellor's disciple. Empress Dowager Zhuang had 10,000 unspeakable horses galloping through her heart. The old chancellor smiled crookedly. Old chancellor seemed to have won this round. But not long after, on New Year's Eve, the imperial college suddenly caught fire, and the young Marquis of Zhaodu was burned alive. Ever since the old man resigned, he had not thought about the past for a long time. Now that he saw the Empress Dowager, His thoughts were pulled back to the bloody court. Puzzled, the old lady said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Why are you looking at me with such a complicated gaze? Also, after seeing you, my mood seems to have become a little complicated." It was the kind of complicated that couldn't be described. It was as if they were old enemies, and she couldn't wait to find a knife to chop him. Wait, chop him with a knife? The old lady looked at the old man suspiciously. They knew each other. This could be confirmed from his gaze and his words. He was very afraid of her. He didn't dare to look into her eyes. It seemed that he was a little guilty. He even knelt down in front of her. How sorry was he to her? "I know who you are." The old lady's mind flashed, and she threw the melon seeds on the table. "Are you the heartless man who abandoned me that year and came back to find me?" The old man, Gu Jiao, and Gu Yin came back first. When they walked through the hall, they found that there was one more person in the backyard. Gu Jiao felt that she looked familiar, mainly because there was no big shoe print on her face, so she didn't recognize her immediately. "Great aunt." Gu Jiao looked at her inquiringly. The old lady glared at a certain heartless man who was shivering inside. "Your great-uncle, Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshan, Xiao Lulang, Gu Yin, and little Jing Kong entered the house after them. They were carrying bags of various sizes, and there was a horse carriage carrying New Year goods behind them. They unloaded the New Year goods from the horse carriage together with the coachman. Xiao Lulang carried a pot of sesame oil and walked in. Just like Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshan, he was stunned when he walked through the hall. The old lady, Gu Jiao, Gu Shaoshan, and the old man who wasn't shivering as much but still looked pale were sitting in the courtyard. They had no choice. They were terrified because they had been cuckolded by the late emperor. "Son-in-law," Gu Jiao introduced. "Xiao Lulang, I haven't seen you for a while, and you picked up another son-in-law?" Gu Jiao felt wronged. "I didn't pick him up this time." Xiao Lulang looked at the old man with a complicated expression. At this moment, the old man's mind was blank. He didn't even remember that he had come to recognize Xiao Lulang. He only madly apologized to the former emperor in his heart. The relationship between the Empress Dowager and I is absolutely pure. The old lady's anger had been suppressed. She asked lightly, "Okay, let's be frank. Do we have a child?" The old man slipped from the chair and almost fell to the ground. He sat up with the help of the chair and said with a pale face, "No, no." The old lady nodded. "I think so too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come all the way to Lulang." Xiao Lulang looked at the old man. The old man wiped his cold sweat. He had fought with Empress Dowager Zhuang for a lifetime. Today was the most difficult time. It could be said that he had no power to fight back. Empress Dowager Zhuang casually said, "When you were young, you abandoned me. Now that you are old, you want my grandnephew to raise you. There is no way. Get lost." The old man was relieved. For the first time, he felt that the word "get lost" was so pleasant to hear. The old man left the courtyard. He still had a feeling that everything was not real. He wanted to understand what was going on. He didn't leave and just waited by the door. Xiao Lulang didn't disappoint him. Not long after, he came out. The two were not surprised to see each other. It was as if they had already calculated that one would not leave and the other would not come out. Xiao Lulang was no longer as panicked as he was last time at the alley. The old man had mixed feelings. The one inside is the Empress Dowager, right? Why are you with the Empress Dowager? You don't have to admit that you are Ahung, but you can't deny that she is the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager is not dead. Xiao Lulang was silent. The old man sadly asked, "Why is it like this? What happened to you and the Empress Dowager?" "The Empress Dowager lost her memories, but you didn't. Tell me." Xiao Lulang remained silent. The old man painfully closed his eyes. "Fine, if you don't want to say, I won't force you. I will come see you another day. Today's matter, I will keep it a secret for you." Xiao Lulang bowed and turned around to enter the courtyard. "Your leg." The old man's worried gaze fell on his right leg. Xiao Lulang stopped in his tracks. "It's not a problem." This was the only thing he said to himself. The old man felt that he had chased him out just to say these 3 words. He didn't want him to worry about him. The old man's heart was filled with sorrow. Xiao Lulang entered the courtyard, and the old man returned to the carriage. In truth, Today's gain was not just seeing the Empress Dowager. He also saw his little benefactor. How could he have not expected that she and Ahung know? It should be Lulang now. She and Lulang were actually husband and wife. What sort of fate was this? In the courtyard, the whole family uniformly looked at the old lady. Great-aunt, granduncle really passed away. Aren't you sad? Little Jing Kong asked. In this family, there were not many people who knew that the old lady was not Xiao Liulong's great-aunt, but Gu Xiaoshun was one of them. When the old lady fainted in front of Gu Jiao and Xiao Liulong's house, Gu Xiaoshun was also present. After that, Gu Yin, Little Jing Kong, Yao Shi, and the others all thought that the old lady was really Xiao Liulong's great-aunt and traveled thousands of miles to seek refuge with him. Therefore, when the young master appeared, Little Jing Kong and the others believed him without any doubt. Gu Xiaoshun also believed him. Because they had been together for so long, he had forgotten that his great-aunt was picked up from the streets. The old lady cracked a melon seed. Why would I be sad? I'm only at peace when he's not here. Who wants to spend the rest of their lives with an old man? Isn't it better to play cards every day? Little Jing Kong said. When Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen, Little Jing Kong sneaked in and tugged at Gu Jiao's clothes, saying, Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at her. Brother-in-law has a nickname, Ahung. It means ha, as in tyrannical. Although brother-in-law did not admit it, he had already decided in his heart that it was Hong, as in tyrannical. Gu Jiao looked at him in amusement. Really? How did you know? Little Jing Kong said, I heard it from granduncle. I saw him that day. Gu Jiao said, Oh? Little Jing Kong sighed, brother-in-law, and I came back from school. We were at the entrance of the alley. Granduncle called brother-in-law Hong, but brother-in-law ignored him and ran away with me. After that, I asked brother-in-law, but brother-in-law insisted that granduncle mistook him for someone else. Brother-in-law is really unfilial. Even if he doesn't want to acknowledge brother-in-law, he shouldn't treat him like that. Teacher Jiang taught us to respect the old and love the young. Little Jing Kong felt that something was wrong that day. Today, when granduncle came to visit, he was even more certain of his conjecture. Bad brother-in-law was really up to something that day. Bad brother-in-law was an unfilial grandson. He could not do that in the future. After complaining, Little Jing Kong deeply felt the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. He went to the study and picked up the foreign language book that he despised. Bad brother-in-law was unreliable and tiring. From today onwards, he had to work harder so that he could raise his family well in the future. In the kitchen, Gu Jiao recalled Little Jing Kong's words. Met him? He even called him by his nickname? That meant that the person knew Xiao Lulang. Judging from Xiao Liulong's reaction, it was very likely that Xiao Lulang knew him too. According to Gu Jiao's observation of that person, he obviously knew old madam as well. As for whether they were a real couple, it was hard to say. Old madam's memory was messed up, so it was possible that she mistook him for someone else. That was not the main point. The main point was that the person knew Xiao Lulang and old madam. Xiao Lulang also knew him. Then, did Xiao Lulang also know old madam? When he saved old madam and took her in without any complaints, it was not because of his sudden kindness. Was it because they were old acquaintances? Princeton also knew old madam. Gu Jiao used the firewood to write a few names on the ashes. Old madam, Princeton, Xiao Lulang, Marquis Schwamping's mansion, Ahung. After the old man returned to the carriage, he could not calm down for a long time. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not get along with Marquis Schwamping's mansion, and he did not get along with her. Xiao Lulang was both a member of Marquis Schwamping's mansion and his student. The old man did not feel at ease leaving Xiao Lulang by the side of the country-wrecking demon empress. No, I have to keep an eye on her. The old man returned to the capital this time because a close friend of many years was critically ill and did not have long to live. He came to see him one last time. When he saw him, he planned to continue living in seclusion. But now, he changed his mind. He secretly used the connections that he had not used for many years and rented a small house in Jadewater Alley. Coincidentally, it was right next to Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao. The old man quickly moved into the room. He did not have many servants, only Lu Quan and a temporarily hired coachman. The first day he moved in, He built a ladder and stood on the wall to secretly observe the actions of the country-wrecking demon empress. Old Madam had already discovered him. This annoying old man. He didn't want her when she was young. But now that he was old, he wanted her back? Dream on. Old Madam resisted the urge to hack him to death and returned to her room to sleep. But she lay on the bed and could not fall asleep. The more she thought about it, the more she could not swallow this anger. She went to the kitchen, took a kitchen knife, and angrily went next door. The old man stared for a while and felt sleepy, so he also returned to his room to sleep. The difference was that he fell asleep. But halfway through his sleep, he felt a chill on his neck and instantly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Madam pointing a kitchen knife at him. He was shocked. "What are you doing?" Old Madam put the kitchen knife on his neck and said in a mighty and domineering manner, "Hand over your secret stash." Old Chancellor, who was robbed for no reason. Chapter 154. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the clinic. There were a few patients in the morning, but there wasn't much business in the afternoon. Gu Jiao rested in her small courtyard. Separated from her by a wall was the small garden of the girls' school. There was a pavilion in the small garden. Usually, no one would come here, but now there was a girl playing a song there. Her playing was somewhat unsatisfactory. Not only was it intermittent, but the notes were also wrong. Gu Jiao was lying on a rattan chair with her eyes closed. As a result, she was tortured by the girl's deadly music. She opened the door and walked out. Looking in the direction of the courtyard wall, she said, "Wrong." The girl clearly didn't expect that someone would hear her playing. She was so scared that she scratched her fingertips, making an ear-piercing sound. Gu Jiao felt her hair stand on end. "Who is it?" the girl asked. She looked around but didn't find anyone nearby. "Your music isn't accurate," Gu Jiao said. This time, the girl could tell that it was the person behind the courtyard wall who was speaking. She was stunned and asked, "Is it not accurate? I just bought a guqin." The quality of this guqin wasn't very good. Ordinary daughters of aristocratic families wouldn't buy this kind of inferior guqin. Gu Jiao guessed that the other person's status wasn't high. Otherwise, they wouldn't be secretly hiding in a corner to practice. "Bring it here," Gu Jiao said. How do I bring it?" the girl asked. Gu Jiao looked at the wall that was taller than a person. She dispelled the urge to jump over and scare the other person to death. She said indifferently, "Can you find the guqin?" After a while, the other person said, "Found it." Gu Jiao said, "I said, you play it. Hook the 3 strings." "HM?" The girl was obviously a novice. The earliest guqin only had 5 strings. Later, King Wen added 1 string, and King Wu added 1 string. Thus, it became 7 strings, and was also called a 7-string guqin. The 7 strings also had their own names: Gong, Shang, Jiao, Zhang, Yu, Wan, and Wu. Gu Jiao said, "The 3rd string, the horn string?" Oh. The girl raised her finger and hooked it. Gu Jiao said, "It's too high. Loosen the zither." After the girl finished loosening the zither, she plucked the strings again. "How about this?" Gu Jiao said, "It's too loose. The pitch is too low. Tighten it up a little." Oh. The girl carefully turned the zither. This time, it was finally accurate. After that, she adjusted the other 6 strings one by one under Gu Jiao's guidance. She played the song she learned in class and exclaimed happily, "It's really much better." Gu Jiao's face darkened. "You call this pleasant? Do you have some misunderstanding about what it means?" "Miss, thank you. I was originally discouraged and planned to give up after a bit of practice, but now I've changed my mind. I won't be going anywhere this afternoon. I'll just practice here." "Gu Jiao, is it too late for me to regret now?" After being tortured by the deadly zither music next door for an entire afternoon, Gu Jiao's face was completely dark when she came out. In the brothel of the girls' school, Gu Jinyu had just finished practicing. As long as she practiced, there would be a large group of people coming to admire her. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her zither music would linger for 3 days. "County Princess Hui, how can you play so well? The teacher only taught you this morning, but you can already master it in the afternoon. Did you put in a lot of effort to practice? Yes, yes. County Princess Hui, please share your experience with us. The two daughters of the aristocratic families looked at Gu Jinyu enviously. Gu Jinyu hugged the lunar shadow Fushi zither in her hands and smiled slightly. No need to be so polite. Just call me by my name. Actually, I haven't practiced for a long time. It's nice that you don't mind. The daughter said, Heavens, you haven't practiced for a long time? If you practice for a while, how good would you be? The daughter said, Miss Gu, is the zither in your hands the lunar shadow Fushi zither? The top zither player in the state of Qin, lunar shadow, made it personally. It's the only one in the 6 nations. Everyone was so envious that they almost drooled. The daughter said, Miss Gu, can you lend it to us to admire? Of course. Gu Jinyu gave the zither in her hands to them. Everyone crowded around to admire the legendary lunar shadow Fushi zither. It was indeed the top zither in the 6 nations. The surface, strings, emblem, head, and tail were all close to perfection. Why was it close to perfection? Because only the real Fushi zither was perfect. But the Fushi zither was long gone, so lunar shadow naturally became the top zither in the 6 nations. In the girls' school, there were 2 people who were the most popular. One was the daughter of the Marquis, Gu Jinyu, and the other was the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Zhuang, Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi's poetry was more outstanding, while Gu Jinyu's zither skills were more outstanding. The two of them were on par. But in terms of popularity, Zhuang Yueshi, who was arrogant and disdained to make friends with others, could not be compared to the approachable Gu Jinyu. At this moment, Zhuang Yueshi came out from another zither room with a zither in her hands. Behind her was Zhuang Mingdai, who was also carrying a zither. Zhuang Mingdai was playing the zither to make up the numbers. She had been dozing off ever since she entered the zither room. She only woke up when it was over. The two of them passed by Gu Jinyu's zither room and saw her surrounded by a group of daughters asking for advice. Zhuang Mingdai rolled her eyes in disdain. Tisk, what's so great about her? She's just a wild girl from the countryside. She's puffing herself up at her own cost. She stole someone else's identity and is still so smug. She really thinks she's the real daughter. Zhuang Yueshi glanced at her idiotic sister. How much better can you be than her? Zhuang Mengdia's mouth twitched. How can you talk about your own sister like that? No matter how bad I am, I'm still father's biological daughter. I'm of noble birth. I'm the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family. Zhuang Yueshi said coldly, the legitimate daughter of an aristocratic family can't even recite a few poems. Don't tell others that you're the daughter of the Zhuang family. The Zhuang family can't afford to lose face like this. You. Zhuang Mingdai was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Zhuang Yueshi didn't like Gu Jinyu, and she didn't like Zhuang Mingdai either. She always felt embarrassed to have such an idiotic sister. The two sisters went downstairs. Zhuang Mingdai was originally angered to death by her sister. However, when she saw Prince An's carriage by the street, all her worries disappeared. Big brother. She threw the guqin to the servant and ran towards Royal Prince and got down from the carriage. It snowed last night. The streets and eaves were all white. However, he stood in the middle of the snow. It was as if the snow couldn't take away his brilliance. Zhuang Yueshi's face was also filled with joy. Zhuang Mingdai held Prince An's arm. Brother, why are you here? Prince An said gently, I was passing by so I came to see you. Have you finished your lessons today? Yes. Zhuang Yueshi walked over and said. She didn't give the zither to the servant. Prince An saw that she was tired and reached out his hand. Give it to me. Zhuang Yueshi smiled and gave the zither to her brother. Prince An pulled his arm out of Zhuang Mengdia's hand because he wanted to take the zither. Zhuang Yueshi was very satisfied with this. After Prince An took the zither, he didn't rush to bring his two sisters into the carriage. Instead, he looked around as if he was waiting for someone. Zhuang Yueshi asked, Brother, who are you looking for? Prince An said calmly, I heard that Miss Gu also came to the girls' school. Zhuang Mingdai immediately pursed her lips. You're talking about that Gu Jinyu? I hate her to death. Brother, why do you care about her? Zhuang Yueshi looked at Prince An suspiciously. Prince An looked at Zhuang Mingdai and smiled. Isn't she your friend? I was just asking. Zhuang Mingdai sneered. I don't have a friend like her. She's the only one from the Gu family? Princeton asked. Zhuang Mingdai snorted. Who else? How could that girl who grew up in the countryside get the admission card? Zhuang Yueshi asked. How did you get it? Zhuang Mingdai choked. Could this elder sister not always tear down her stage? Princeton was deep in thought. Could it be that she sold the admission card he gave her to Zhuang Mingdai? What Princeton didn't know was that his admission card was sold to Du Xiaoyun by Gu Jiao. Zhuang Mengdia's admission card was obtained by Marquis Gu from Consort Shu. On the second floor of the brothel, Gu Jinyu pushed open the door and saw Princeton, who came to pick up his two sisters from school. Gu Jinyu's heart was beating wildly. After not seeing him for a long time, Princeton seemed to be more handsome and his aura was more powerful. Who was he looking left and right for? Herself? Gu Jinyu's heart beat faster. She vaguely heard Zhuang Mingdai say, You mean that Gu Jinyu? I hate her so much. Why does brother care about her? Gu Jinyu's breathing was messed up. Princeton was concerned about her. He didn't come to pick up his sisters. He specially came to see her. Gu Jinyu hurriedly put away the zither and went to the tea room to reapply some rouge. She also fixed the hairpin on her head before going downstairs to see Princeton unexpectedly. Princeton was already gone. It turned out that Zhuang Mingdai accidentally said, That girl is working as a medicine boy at the clinic next door. I saw her that day. So Princeton went to the clinic. But Princeton didn't go there. Gu Jiao couldn't stand the zither music behind the courtyard wall and got off work early. At this time, the 4 men in the family hadn't finished school yet. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to stew soup. Halfway through, Nanny Fong came. Eldest miss, something strange is growing on Madam's body. Quickly go and take a look. Gu Jiao lowered the fire in the stove to let the soup in the pot stay warm. She sat in the carriage with Nanny Fong and went to the Marquis's estate. When Madame Yao saw Gu Jiao, she reprimanded Nanny Fong. I said I'm fine. Don't look for Jiao Jiao for everything. It's always good to be careful. Gu Jiao walked forward and looked at Madame Yao. It's eczema. It's fine. Just apply some medicine and it'll be fine. Madame Yao looked at Nanny Fong. I said it's fine, right? Look at you making a fuss over nothing. Nanny Fong heaved a long sigh of relief. Isn't it because once bitten, twice shy? Ever since concubine Ling lost her power, she became restless. She frequently went to Gu Changfeng and Gu Qinglin's courtyard to make a good impression in front of the two brothers. Now, the two of them wanted to drive Madame Yao out of the estate. She didn't do it herself and wanted to use others to do it. Nanny Fong had been guarding against concubine Ling, but she was afraid that she couldn't guard against her. Gu Jiao took out a box of eczema ointment from the small medicine box and gave it to Madame Yao. If there are any problems in the future, tell me immediately. It was better to be safe than sorry. She didn't care about making a few more trips. Nanny Fong sent Gu Jiao to the carriage. Gu Jiao returned to Chishui Alley. The old lady asked, Is your mother okay? Gu Jiao said, She's fine. However, what even Gu Jiao didn't expect was that Madame Yao was fine, but her two younger brothers in the family had an accident. The first one to show symptoms was little Jing Kong. During dinner, little Jing Kong didn't have a good appetite. Gu Jiao touched him. He didn't have a fever, so he went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he suddenly shook Xiao Luling awake. Xiao Luling looked at him strangely. What's wrong? He sat on the bed and said with a serious face, I'm so itchy. Xiao Luling lit the oil lamp and lifted his clothes to take a look. He found that there were several transparent blisters on his arms and stomach. Xiao Luling covered him with the quilt and called Gu Jiao over. After Gu Jiao saw it, she diagnosed it on the spot. Chickenpox. Xiao Luling frowned. You mean chickenpox? Gu Jiao nodded. Well, you can say that. Little Jing Kong was in good health. He hadn't gotten sick since he left the mountain. Who would have thought that he would get chickenpox? Although chickenpox wasn't as terrible as smallpox, it wasn't that difficult to treat. Chickenpox is contagious. Did you get chickenpox when you were a child? Gu Jiao asked Xiao Luling.
Yes.
Xiao Luling said. He also got chickenpox when he was about the same age as little Jing Kong. What about you? Xiao Luling looked at Gu Jiao. I think I got chickenpox before. Gu Jiao searched the original owner's memory in her mind. She got chickenpox before Gu Sanlang and his wife passed away. Because she was well taken care of, She finally recovered. Xiao Shun didn't get chickenpox before, she said. Chickenpox was contagious. It was better not to come into contact with little Jing Kong if she didn't get chickenpox before. Did Grandaunt get chickenpox before? She asked Xiao Lulang. This question was a bit interesting. The old lady was just a leprosy patient who was casually rescued. She lost her memory and couldn't remember the past. How could Xiao Lulang know if she had chickenpox before? Unless she was already certain that Xiao Lulang had known her for a long time. Xiao Lulang didn't ask if she knew anything, nor did he deliberately change the topic. He just said calmly, I don't know. He really didn't know. Gu Jiao thought about it. It was normal. For example, she didn't know what illness old Master Gu had in the past. She said, oh, then, to be on the safe side, it's better to ask Grandaunt to be careful. The chickenpox this time came fiercely. The next morning, Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin also got chickenpox. Chapter 155. Great. There were 6 people in the house, and 3 of them fell ill. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang didn't dare to let the old lady continue to stay at home. Little Jing Kong's acne was similar to a serious cold, but the old lady's acne could kill her. Let the old lady stay next door for a few days? Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao already knew that the old man next door was the old man she had treated on the mountain before, mainly because she recognized Lu Quan. Lu Quan had given her and Gu Xiaoshun a gift on the first day of the new year, a warm jade pendant. Gu Jinyu even mistook that jade pendant for her own, causing a big misunderstanding. No matter if he was the old lady's husband or not, he was someone worthy of trust. Xiao Lulang opened his mouth. Actually, they were old enemies, the kind that would fight to the death. Was it really okay to stay next door? Wouldn't they strangle each other to death if they couldn't control themselves? When the old lady heard that she was going to stay with her husband, she felt a little disgusted. But when she thought that the 3 little guys all had acne, she still chose the dog head to save her life. When the old lady appeared in front of him, the old chancellor was watering the flowers. He was so scared that he dropped the kettle. I don't have any money left. The old lady stared at him with a death stare and silently took the luggage into the house. The old chancellor was stunned. This is my house. The old lady threw his things out and said expressionlessly, from now on, it's not. The old chancellor gritted his teeth. He had to endure. Gu Xiaoshun and little Jing Kong didn't have any headache or fever for a year, but this time, they had acne and their symptoms were even worse than Gu Yan's. Both of them had a high fever of 40 degrees, which didn't go down even after taking the antipyretic. Gu Jiao gave the 2 of them some fluids. Gu Yin sat opposite the 2 of them and watched with a smug expression as the 2 of them were injected with needles. 1 adult and 1 child sat on the chair and got in 4 drip. How much they wanted to beat up Gu Yin. When Xiao Lulang entered the room, he saw this scene. This strange treatment method was unique in the 6 nations and the universe. Now, the secrets between the 2 of them could no longer be hidden. His background and her medical skills were slowly coming to the surface. It was just that he didn't want to talk about his background, so he naturally didn't have the right to ask about her medical skills. Gu Jiao was the same. They were all smart people. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Lulang asked. Gu Jiao said, there's no hot water. I'll go cook it. Xiao Lulang turned around and went to the kitchen. Gu Jiao stayed behind to observe the 3 of them. Little Jing Kong was the youngest, so he was the most receptive to new things. He quickly got used to the needles on the back of his hand. Gu Xiaoshun was so scared that his whole body trembled. It's okay. Gu Jiao comforted him softly. After a while, little Jing Kong started to feel sleepy. Gu Jiao carried him over and placed him on her lap. She sat beside Gu Xiaoshun and quietly accompanied them. Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong's symptoms would be the least severe since he was the youngest. However, at night, little Jing Kong's hands and feet started to feel cold. Gu Jiao fetched him some hot water to soak his feet. The little guy couldn't even sit still. Hold him, Xiao Lulang said. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and held little Jing Kong. Xiao Lulang squatted on the floor and held a wooden basin for him to soak his feet. This action was tiring for a normal person, let alone him. Gu Jiao said. Let me do it. No need. Xiao Yulong's forehead was sweating. He said calmly, he doesn't want me to hold him. Little Jing Kong was sleepy. How could he know who was holding him? Gu Jiao glanced at him. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with her sleeve. After soaking his feet, little Jing Kong was sweating all over. His fever subsided a little, and his hands and feet were not so cold anymore. To be honest, Gu Jiao didn't have much contact with little patients in her previous life. She didn't dare to let her guard down for a while. I'll go check on Xiao Shun and Gu Yin, Xiao Lulang said and took the used hot water out. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun also had a high fever, but it was not as serious as little Jing Kong's. In the middle of the night, little Jing Kong suddenly sat up. He opened his dark eyes and blinked. No one knew what he was looking at. Gu Jiao asked, "What's the matter?" "Jiao Jiao," he said. "I'm here." Gu Jiao held him in her arms and lay down. Little Jing Kong closed his eyes. After a while, he sat up again. His eyes were wide open. "Bad brother-in-law," he said. "He's here too." Gu Jiao called Xiao Lulang in. "Go to sleep. Brother-in-law is here too." Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. He fell asleep peacefully. However, he got up again after a while. He was muddle-headed from the fever. Although his eyes were wide open and bright, he looked like he was drunk. He started to recite the poems of the Tang dynasty, one after another. Then, he started to speak the language of the Chen nation. He talked a lot and looked very serious. After he finished speaking the language of the Chen nation, he started to speak the language of the Liang nation. Xiao Lulang just mentioned some sentences casually and did not pay attention to the key points. He thought that little Jing Kong had not learned them. Then, he said a few sentences in the language of the Jin nation. Xiao Lulang had not taught him the language of the Yin nation and the Turkic nation, so little Jing Kong did not speak them. Xiao Lulang had a few words with him out of curiosity. Usually, Xiao Lulang would test him like this. He had not learned for a long time, so he always had to think before he could answer. Sometimes, he would even answer vaguely. After all, he had learned a lot of languages. But tonight, Xiao Lulang seamlessly changed the language of the 4 countries. He did not get a single sentence wrong. It was quite confusing. In the end, he even recited the Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit. Not only that, he also wanted to wear his little monk robe and knock on his small wooden fish. Gu Jiao went to find his things. 15 minutes later, the two of them looked at little Jing Kong, who was sitting on the bed and seriously knocking on the small wooden fish, twirling the small Buddhist prayer beads, and reciting the Buddhist scriptures. For a moment, they were speechless. This was not the scariest thing. Little Jing Kong knocked on the wooden fish. As he knocked on the wooden fish, his head started to itch. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of hair. He was instantly stunned. "Master, why is my hair growing? I can't be a monk anymore. Shave my hair. I want to shave it." He cried very fiercely. It was hard to coax him. Therefore, Gu Jiao had to ask his temporary master, Xiao Lulang, to bring a razor over and shave his hair that had been growing for more than half a year. The next day, little Jing Kong woke up and did not remember what he had done at night. He did not realize that his hair was gone. Gu Yin was quite smug yesterday because he did not need an injection. But today, he could not be smug. He was even more listless than little Jing Kong. He also coughed uncontrollably and vomited all the medicine that was given to him. The 3 children all fell ill. Gu Jiao finally understood what it meant to be in a terrible fix. "It's so itchy." Little Jing Kong cried again. Gu Jiao walked into the room. "Don't scratch. It will leave a scar." Little Jing Kong was mad. "But I can't stand it." Gu Jiao had to apply some cooling ointment to stop the itch. Gu Chongqing had not passed by the Imperial College for a long time. Since he knew the identities of Gu Jiao and Gu Yin, he deliberately avoided this place and would rather take a long detour. But today, for some reason, he had come here at the behest of gods and devils. The sound of the horse's hooves was very soft and did not alarm anyone. He told himself that he was just passing by, just like any other time. He pulled the reins tightly and walked to the door expressionlessly. Suddenly, he heard a low cough. His expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously pulled the reins tighter. The horse did not go fast. He pulled the reins gently and stopped. The cough was hurried and painful. He frowned. He hesitated for a moment and finally got off the horse. He came to the door and was about to knock, but he felt that it was not appropriate. How could a grudge of more than 10 years be written off after 1 or 2 encounters? They were supposed to be strangers who were most familiar with each other. He turned to leave, but the door creaked open. Little Jing Kong opened the door. Little Jing Kong was much better today. It was just that his body was very itchy. Jiao Jiao did not allow him to scratch, so he planned to escape and scratch. In the end, he was caught by his big brother. Little Jing Kong guiltily put his hands behind his back. He was wearing a tiger head hat. Gu Chongqing did not notice his little bald head for the time being. Gu Chongqing looked at him suspiciously. "Where are you going?" Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Come out for some fresh air?" Gu Chongqing's gaze fell on the acne on his face. "You have acne, but you can still come out for some fresh air? Does your sister know?" Little Jing Kong pointed at his fingers. Gu Chongqing had no doubt that if he left, the little guy would immediately run out. "Forget it. I have to hand you over to her. Not because she is my sister, but because I have to do my duty." Gu Chongqing held Little Jing Kong's hand and led him into the courtyard. Gu Jiaojiao was cooking in the kitchen. "He wants to run out." Gu Chongqing carried Little Jing Kong into the kitchen. Little Jing Kong, who had been complaining about others all year round, was finally being reported by someone. Indeed, he had to pay for what he did. Little Jing Kong lowered his little head guiltily. Gu Jiaojiao glanced at Little Jing Kong, then looked at Gu Chongqing. She looked very calm. "Thank you." She did not say anything else. None of the 3 people in the house spoke. Little Jing Kong felt guilty, but he did not know why the 2 adults were acting like this. "Who's coughing?" Gu Chongqing heard the sound of coughing again. "It's Gu Yin," Gu Jiaojiao said. "He also has acne." Acne was not a minor illness, not to mention that Gu Yin also had a heart condition. Gu Chongqing frowned and opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he felt that he was in no position to do so. "Have you had acne before?" Gu Jiaojiao asked. "Yes," Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Little Jing Kong. "Jing Kong, take your big brother to see Brother Yin." "That's great. I don't have to face the wind anymore." Little Jing Kong grabbed Gu Chongqing's hand and took him to Gu Yan's house. Gu Yan did not drink his medicine properly. He spat it out after taking a sip, and it spilled all over his body. Xiao Lulang had never taken care of such a big brother before. To be honest, he was a little inexperienced. Moreover, Gu Yan was not as sturdy as Little Jing Kong. He could do whatever he wanted, but Xiao Lulang was worried that he would make Gu Yin disappear if he was not careful. "Give him to me," Gu Chongqing, who was at the door, suddenly said. Xiao Lulang turned around and looked at Gu Chongqing vigilantly. When he saw Little Jing Kong holding his hand, the vigilance in his eyes disappeared. Little Jing Kong said, "Jiao Jiao asked me to bring Big Brother here." After hearing Little Jing Kong's words, Xiao Lulang did not hesitate anymore. He stood up and walked out of the house with Little Jing Kong. Gu Chongqing turned around and looked at Xiao Lulang. He had never seen Xiao Lulang before, but he felt that he looked familiar. In addition, the vigilance he showed just now was not something a simple scholar would have. This sister, what kind of man did she marry? No, she was not his sister. Chapter 156. Gu Chongqing's face turned cold. He picked up the bowl of medicine and gently fed Gu Yin the medicine. Gu Chongqing was the eldest brother. He had 2 younger brothers. Although he wasn't much older than them, his mother had passed away early and his stepmother had married him. His father only had eyes for his stepmother and her children. Some things couldn't be given by a servant, so he was experienced in taking care of his 2 younger brothers. Of course, Gu Yin was different from Gu Chongfeng and Gu Qinglin. He was too weak and had to be treated carefully, like a newborn kitten. In a daze, Gu Yin tasted something bitter. He pushed the spoon out with his tongue in disgust. He sprinkled a few drops of medicine on the back of Gu Chongqing's hand. Gu Chongqing wasn't angry. He sat down by the bed and helped Gu Yin up. He took a pillow and placed it behind his back. He scooped another spoonful of medicine and fed it to Gu Yin. Gu Yin turned his face away and tilted his head on the pillow. He didn't drink it. Gu Chongqing was very experienced in dealing with this kind of little thing. There were candied fruits on the table. He took one and fed it to Gu Yan's mouth. Gu Yan licked it. It was sweet. He opened his mouth to eat it, but Gu Chongqing reached out with the spoon and fed him the medicine. Gu Yan, who was caught off guard and fed a mouthful of medicine, widened his eyes. He was confused. When Gu Qinglin was young, Gu Chongqing also fed him medicine like this. He also had the same expression. However, to be honest, Gu Qinglin wasn't as cute as Gu Yan. Gu Yan had a high fever. His cheeks were red, and there was a tuft of hair on the top of his head. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but think of the silly roe deer he saw when he went hunting. In the future, he probably wouldn't be able to face a prey like the silly roe deer. Gu Yan was a little dazed from the fever. When he saw Gu Chongqing, he didn't react for a while and thought that he was dreaming. Then, in a daze, he was fed the medicine by Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing rewarded him with a candied fruit. He didn't eat it, but held it in his hand. Gu Chongqing was puzzled. "Why aren't you eating?" Gu Yan felt wronged and said, "If I wake up and the candied plums are still there, I'll know it's not a dream." He coughed so hard that his throat was hoarse. When he said those words, it was obvious that he had been wronged even without looking at his eyes. Was it because she hadn't come to see him recently? Gu Chongqing was speechless for a long time. "You don't know anything yet. If one day you find out that I'm the big brother who neglected you, hated you, and allowed you to be bullied by others when you were young, you won't say that anymore. You wouldn't want to see me either. You wouldn't wait for me either." Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Yan again. Gu Yan had already fallen asleep on the pillow. He pulled the blanket over him and was about to leave. But as soon as he moved, he found that Gu Yan's hand was tightly tugging on his sleeve. Gu Chongqing stared at that hand for a long time. He sighed helplessly and sat back on the stool. That night, Gu Yan had a high fever. He had a heart condition and couldn't take any fever medicine. Gu Jiao put an ice pack on his forehead and took 2 blankets outside to freeze. When the blankets were frozen into ice blankets, she brought them into the room to wrap Gu Yan. Gu Yan didn't obediently wrap himself in the ice blanket. Gu Chongqing carried him and the blankets into his arms. This temperature was just right for Gu Yan. For a normal person, it was no different from hugging a large block of ice. Gu Chongqing was so cold that his lips turned white. At daybreak, Gu Yan's high fever finally went down and didn't return. Gu Chongqing dragged his numb body back to the Fu. Gu Yan was the most dangerous of the 3 children. If he was fine, then everyone else was fine. Yao Shi had come once and found out that the 3 children were sick. She was very worried, but she never had a pimple before. Gu Jiao didn't allow her to enter the room. Today, Gu Jiao tidied up and decided to go to the Fu to tell Yao Shi that she was safe. Today's weather was good. There was no wind and the sun was very bright. It was very warm as it fell on her body. The servants in the Fu pretty much knew her identity and didn't dare stop her. She openly walked through the front door. Yao Shi's courtyard was really remote. She had to pass through the second door, walk through the waterside garden, and go around half the Fu. When Gu Jiao arrived at the waterside garden, she heard the melodious sound of a guqin coming from inside. It sounded very similar to the song that had disturbed her for half the afternoon at the medical center. But it was slightly smoother, and the sound of the guqin was purer. "Elder Sister Jinyu, you play really well." In a pavilion with rolling curtains, a young girl in pink looked at Gu Jinyu and praised him sincerely. Gu Jinyu stroked the strings and gently looked at the young girl. "When you learn, you can also play very well." The young girl sighed. "But how can I learn?" Gu Jinyu smiled warmly. "When you get into a girls' school, you'll be able to learn. The teachers at the girls' school are the best in the entire Zhao country. They're much better than the tutors you hire at home." The young girl hugged Gu Jinyu's arm and affectionately said, "Then older cousin has to help me." Just now, she had called her elder sister Jinyu, but now she had changed. Gu Jinyu patted her hand. "Don't worry. As long as you are willing to learn, I will definitely teach you well." Gu Jiao had no intention of eavesdropping on their conversation. It was too quiet here, and they didn't lower their voices at all. Gu Jiao recognized the young girl. She was called Ling Shuixian, old Madame Ling's grandniece. She was younger than her and Gu Yin by a month. She had come back to the Fu to stay for a long time. First, she wanted to be filial to old Madame Gu. Second, she wanted to ask Gu Jinyu for advice, hoping that she could help her pass the girls' school entrance exam after the new year. Old Madame Gu doted on this grandniece very much and had the idea of matchmaking her with Gu Chongqing, so she agreed to let her stay in the Fu. As for whether she could enter a girls' school, it was not within old Madame Gu's range of worries. But Gu Jinyu tutored her seriously, which was giving old Madame Gu face. Old Madame Gu was very pleased and liked Gu Jinyu even more. Who is that? Gu Jiao had no intention of befriending Ling Shuixian, but she could not stop Ling Shuixian from noticing Gu Jiao at a glance. There was no other way. Even if Gu Jiao did not rely on her face, her clear aura was too eye-catching. Gu Jinyu had someone raise the curtain and looked at Gu Jiao, saying, "That is my older sister." "Your older sister?" Ling Shuixian frowned. "Which older sister? How come I don't recognize her?" Gu Jinyu smiled bitterly. "Yan Er's twin sister." "Oh, her." Ling Shuixian suddenly realized. As the young miss of Marquis Ding and Fu, she had naturally heard of such important gossip. She had long been curious about what that older cousin who grew up in the countryside was like. Seeing her today, she was not disappointed. Too unruly. She doesn't even wear a veil when going out. She doesn't mind embarrassing the Marquis Fu by showing her face in public. Daughters of aristocratic families like them were very particular. For example, if she came to her uncle's manor and sat in the pavilion, she would have someone lower the curtain. This was the only way to not damage the girl's reputation. Gu Jinyu smiled. "Younger cousin, don't say it like that. Older sister suffered a lot in the countryside. Showing her face in public is also forced by life." Ling Shuixian suddenly asked, "Did she really feed pigs?" Gu Jinyu was stunned. Ling Shuixian said in disdain, "How dirty." Ling Shuixian did not dislike Gu Jiao. She just looked down on Gu Jiao. She had always looked down on Yao Shi. Yao Shi's child had been raised in the countryside for over 10 years. Who knew what kind of idiot had been raised? And that face, heavens, what a large birthmark. So ugly. Ling Shuixian mocked. "I heard that she used to be an idiot. Is she still an idiot now?" Gu Jinyu smiled. "Older sister's idiocy has already been cured. Younger cousin, don't say such things in the future. Let's go greet older sister." Ling Shuixian said in disdain, "I'm not going. If you want to go, you go." Gu Jinyu definitely had to go. With so many servants watching, she could not be rude to her older sister. She walked out of the pavilion and came in front of Gu Jiao. She affectionately called her older sister, then introduced, "That's younger cousin Shuixian. Older sister, do you want to come over and sit with us?" "No need." Gu Jiao refused. Gu Jinyu was not surprised at all, but still smiled and urged her to stay. "Sitting for a while is fine." "I'm not going." Gu Jiao still refused. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and lowered her voice. "Then older sister, go ahead. Jinyu won't disturb older sister." Gu Jiao walked away. After taking a few steps, she seemed to have thought of something and turned back to look at Gu Jinyu. "I'm going to see Madam. Do you want to come with me?" This was the first time Gu Jiao had taken the initiative to invite Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was stunned. The madam she was talking about must be her mother. Was that how she addressed her mother? Also, why did she suddenly invite her to come along? It was rare for her to take the initiative. Logic told Gu Jinyu that this was a great opportunity to repair their relationship. If her mother saw her together with her older sister, she would definitely be very happy. But this meant that she would have to abandon Ling Shuixian. Ling Shuixian was old Madame Gu's favorite. The 3 older brothers in the manor all doted on her. If she was on good terms with her, then old Madame Gu and her brothers would also see her in a different light. In the end, Gu Jinyu chose between Yao Shi and Ling Shuixian. Whether or not her mother coaxed her, she would still dote on her. Her brothers, on the other hand, needed her to constantly work hard. "I'm sorry, older sister. I just promised younger cousin Shuixian that I would tutor her. When I'm done, I'll go find you and mother," she said with a sincere expression. Gu Jiao did not say anything and turned to leave. Gu Jinyu returned to the pavilion. Ling Shuixian asked, "What did you talk about with her for so long?" Gu Jinyu gently said, "She told me to go to mother's place. I was thinking that I would go after I tutor you." Ling Shuixian was very satisfied that Gu Jinyu had chosen her. Coincidentally, at this moment, old Madame Gu's trusted nanny came over with a food box. She bowed to the two of them. "Miss Gu, this is the medicine that you instructed the servants to brew for the heir. Do you think? Should I deliver it for you? Or do you want to deliver it personally?" Gu Changqing was sick. He had always been in good health. However, for some reason, he fell sick 3 days ago. Old Madame Gu immediately informed her maternal family to let Ling Shuixian stay in the manor. She said that it was to fulfill her filial piety, but in reality, she was looking for an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Changqing. This medicine was not brewed under Miss Ling's instructions. It was prepared by old Madame Gu. The nanny's words were meant to remind Ling Shuixian to quickly take the medicine and take care of the heir. Ling Shuixian liked eldest cousin very much. How could she not understand old Madame Gu's arrangements? "Give it to me. I'll deliver it myself." She took the food box. After some thought, she said to Gu Jinyu, "Do you want to come with me to visit eldest brother?" Gu Jinyu's eyes lit up. Eldest brother had been sick for a few days. She had wanted to visit him for a long time, but she could not enter eldest brother's courtyard. Indeed, she had been right to reject Gu Jiao. The opportunity to please eldest brother had come so quickly. The two of them went to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing had gone to the back of the mountain to practice his swordplay. When the old duke was still in the manor, he had never allowed him to slack off just because he was sick. He was an unlucky child who had to practice the horse stance and practice his swordplay even when he had a high fever. Ling Shuixian decided to wait for him in the courtyard. After waiting for a long time and not seeing Gu Changqing return, Ling Shuixian gradually could not sit still. She began to wander around the courtyard. She was the cousin of the manor. Old Madam and the 3 young masters doted on her. The servants did not dare to say anything to her. They only reminded her not to go to the heir's study, but he might as well not have reminded her. Ling Shuixian just had to go. She had just entered when a loud bang came from the study. Gu Jinyu's expression changed. She quickly went to the study. "Cousin, are you okay?" In the courtyard, Yao Shi saw her daughter. She pulled her daughter's hand and sat down on the Kong bed in the warm room. "You've gotten thinner," she said with heartache. Taking care of 3 sick people, she did not eat or sleep well. Gu Jiao had indeed gotten thinner. "Are they okay?" Yao Shi asked. "They're fine," Gu Jiao replied. The 3 sick people were all alive and kicking, but they were still contagious. So Gu Jiao still had them stay at home. Yao Shi relaxed. "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, with Yin Er's body, he would not have been able to survive this illness." Gu Yan's body was so weak that even a small cold could kill him, not to mention a pimple. Yao Shi understood that in a place that she could not see, her daughter had put in countless efforts to allow her son to have a body that was 10 times healthier than before. This time, her daughter must have put in a lot of effort to make her son recover so quickly. Gu Jiao wanted to say something but stopped. As the mother and daughter were talking, a young servant girl suddenly rushed in. "Madam, eldest young miss, it's not good. Something happened to second young miss." Chapter 157. Novels that cannot be found online will all be available here. "What happened?" Yao Shi asked. The servant girl anxiously said, "Second young miss trespassed into the heir's study and broke the late madam's relic. Now second young master and third young master have both gone over. Third young master is clamoring to punish second young miss. To break the late madam's relic, the 3 stepson would probably fight Jinyu to the death." Yao Shi's head hurt. "Does the old madam know?" The servant girl shook her head. "The old madam is resting. No one dares to wake her up. She should not know." Yao Shi decided to go take a look. "I'll go with you," Gu Jiao said. "No need. Wait for me here." "No, you should go back first." Yao Shi did not wish for her daughter to be involved in the Marquis Fu's dispute. "No matter," Gu Jiao said. It was lively. She had to go take a look. Basically, no one could argue against Gu Jiao's insistence. Yao Shi could only take her daughter to Gu Changqing's courtyard. Gu Chongqing was still practicing his swordsmanship in the back mountain and had not received any news. Only Gu Changfeng and Gu Qinglin, who had heard the news, were in the courtyard. Yao Shi and Gu Jiao heard Gu Qinglin's roar from far away. "You still dare to be stubborn? Did you do it on purpose? You actually broke my mother's relic." "I didn't. Third brother, I really didn't. Believe me, I didn't break the vase." It was Gu Jinyu who anxiously refuted. Gu Qinglin chuckled. "At the time, there was only you and cousin Shuixian in the room. If it wasn't you, then was it cousin Shuixian?" Gu Qinglin actually did not dislike this stepsister, but he liked the Ling family's younger sister more. Of course he would believe Ling Shuixian when he had to choose between the two younger sisters. When Yao Shi heard this, she roughly understood what was going on. She was no longer the weak punching bag from before. She calmed herself and walked into the courtyard with dignity. When Gu Jinyu saw her, he quickly walked over and said aggrievedly, "Mother, I didn't break Madam's vase. It wasn't me. When I went in, the vase was already broken." Ling Shuixian coldly snorted and said, "What do you mean it was already broken when you went in? Are you saying that I was the one who broke it? I already told you not to follow me and not to enter eldest cousin's study, but you didn't listen. Great, now he's in trouble." Gu Jinyu shook his head with tears in his eyes. "Mother, it really wasn't me." Yao Shi's head was about to explode. "What did mother remind you of? Why won't you listen to your mother?" Gu Jinyu cried, "I know I was wrong, but I really didn't break the vase." Of course, she didn't break the vase. Gu Jiao had no doubt about this. In fact, this matter had already appeared in the miserable dream when he returned to his residence. The difference was that the victim was not Gu Jinyu, but herself in her dream. After she returned to the Marquis Fu, without the protection of her mother and younger brother, in order to better integrate into the Marquis Fu, she did not hesitate to spend a large sum of money to curry favor with her cousin Ling Shuixian. Ling Shuixian saw that she was so generous and could not bear to ignore her. In a moment of happiness, she brought her to Gu Chongqing's courtyard. She originally thought that she could make friends with eldest brother, but who knew that before eldest brother, Ling Shuixian would first frame her. Ling Shuixian did not want to frame her from the start. She had accidentally broken something in the study and was afraid that Gu Chongqing would hate her, so she lied and said that she was the one who broke it. Her situation then was the same as Gu Jinyu's situation now. No one believed her. However, in her dream, what Ling Shuixian had knocked over was not an ordinary relic, but the late madam's ashes. One could imagine the anger of Gu Chongqing and the entire Marquis Fu. Even Marquis Gu, who was not in love with the late madam, felt that she was too much and his heart turned cold. Today, when she entered the Fu and saw Ling Shuixian, she thought of that dream. She had given Gu Jinyu a chance. It was Gu Jinyu who did not want it. Then, who could she blame? Gu Jinyu regretted it. She really regretted it. If she had known earlier, she would have agreed to Gu Jiao's request to visit mother. This was great. Not only did she not curry favor with eldest brother, she also offended eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. This cousin looked like a dog, but who knew that she would be so shameless? She was now a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. Even if Gu Changfeng and Gu Qinglin were angry, they would not dare to use the family law to serve her. But if this matter was spread, her reputation would not be good. She could not be the scapegoat. Yao Shi shielded Gu Jinyu behind her and looked calmly at Gu Changfeng and Gu Qinglin, saying, "Who broke it? When the Marquis returns, I will have him carefully investigate." Jinyu is not only the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu, she is also a county princess personally conferred by His Majesty. You cannot casually punish her. Gu Qinglin became unreasonable. He did not care if she was a county princess or not. He stood up from his wheelchair and rushed at Yao Shi with gritted teeth. Yao Shi protected Gu Jinyu in her arms. Gu Jiao calmly walked out and stood in front of Yao Shi. Gu Qinglin saw this familiar face, and the fear of being controlled by the little black room surged to his head. His entire body froze. Gu Changfeng calmly glanced at his younger brother and then looked at Gu Jiao. His gaze was deep. Gu Jiao calmly said, "Let's go." Gu Jinyu left with Yao Shi accompanying her. The Marquis Fu is not fun at all. Cousin even slandered me. I will never come again. Ling Shuixian felt extremely guilty. She was afraid that she would be exposed by Gu Chongqing's interrogation, so she quickly found an excuse to leave. Gu Chongqing returned to his courtyard an hour later. He was sick and covered in sweat. His face was still pale, but his bearing had not decreased and his aura was as sharp as ever. What happened? He looked at his two younger brothers who were silent. Gu Chenglin exaggerated the story of how Gu Jinyu had broken the vase and framed Ling Shuixian. He was truly heartbroken. That was his mother's favorite vase when she was alive. He heard that he had even peed in it when he was young. His mother could not stop laughing at him. She hugged him and kissed him. Actually, he did not remember any of this. But every time he heard someone mention it, he would desperately imagine the scene in his mind. He felt that his mother was very gentle and doted on him. She was the best mother in the world. Gu Chenglin wiped his tears. He had not cried this much even when he had been beaten half to death by Gu Jiao. That was not mother's relic. Gu Chongqing said. HM? Gu Chenglin was startled. Gu Chongfeng also looked strangely at his eldest brother. Gu Chongqing sighed. The vase you peed in was already buried with mother's cenotaph. How would I know that you would cry the next day looking for this vase? I had someone make a replica. Gu Chenglin. Damn it. He had cried for so long for nothing? But Gu Chongqing frowned. It was very strange. This vase was at the top of the cabinet. How did Ling Shuixian or Gu Jinyu find it? He entered the study. He sensed that something was wrong at a glance. On the table, the urn next to his mother's memorial tablet was missing. His heart trembled. He turned his head to look. Where the vase should have been was his mother's urn. Someone had come. His mother's urn had been swapped with the vase. If not, what had been knocked over in the afternoon would not have been a replica vase, but his mother's urn. Who came into my study? He called the servant. The servant said, only the two young masters and the two young ladies. It was not them. They did not even notice that the urn had been moved. Did someone know that the urn would be broken? So they moved it ahead of time? Gu Jiao and the other two returned to Yao Shi's courtyard. Gu Jinyu recalled the grievances she had suffered in eldest brother's courtyard. Her eyes reddened. Mother, you must believe me. I really did not touch eldest brother's things. I know that eldest brother's study cannot be casually entered. I only went in to take a look because I heard a strange sound. I was worried that something had happened to cousin. I did not expect that cousin would break the vase herself and then frame me. Yao Shi's expression was not good. What does it matter if you broke it or not? How many times have I told you not to go near your three brothers? Otherwise, you will have endless trouble. Has it come true now? Gu Jiao looked at the weeping Gu Jinyu with an indifferent expression. Yao Shi continued, if your older sister had not stopped him today, Gu Chenglin would have already attacked you. Why did you still foolishly go near them? Gu Jinyu felt wronged. They are my brothers, Yao Shi said seriously. You do not have an older brother. You only have a younger brother and an older sister. Although it was cruel to say this, how could those three not think the same? Yao Shi continued, in the future, do not interact with the Ling family anymore. The Ling family was the previous madam's maternal family. They were also very prejudiced and dissatisfied with their branch. Gu Jinyu said with tears in her eyes, it was grandmother who told me to teach cousin. Today. She glanced at Gu Jiao. If only elder sister had been with us just now, cousin would not have had a chance to slander me. Yao Shi said, how could your elder sister have been with you? She just entered the manor and does not know the Ling family's young miss. Gu Jinyu sobbed as she said, cousin wanted me to invite elder sister to sit in the pavilion. I went to call elder sister, but elder sister did not agree. Gu Jiao was speechless. Did she blame the earth for not being able to poop? When she called her to pay respects to Yao Shi, why did she not come with her? Also, why would Miss Ling be so kind as to call her? Gu Jiao could not be bothered to argue with her. She did not care what other people thought of her. She picked up her small basket and said, I'm leaving first. There were still 3 sick people at home. Yao Shi could not keep her. After she left, Yao Shi turned to look at Gu Jinyu. Her expression was very serious. How can you blame your elder sister for what happened today? What did your elder sister do wrong? Gu Jinyu was stunned. I did not, Yao Shi said sternly. Your elder sister has not used a single copper coin from the Marquis's estate. She has not eaten a single mouthful of rice from the Marquis's estate. It is not worthwhile for her to acknowledge any of the relatives in the Marquis's estate. Miss Ling called her. Of course she could refuse. Mother, Yao Shi had never used such a stern tone to speak to Gu Jinyu. In Gu Jinyu's eyes, Yao Shi was gentle and understanding. She was even a little weak. But now, Yao Shi was slowly becoming more unyielding. Yao Shi said, "In the future, don't let me hear these words again. I won't allow you to slander your elder sister." Gu Jinyu did not feel as aggrieved as being slandered by others. Besides her younger brother, Mother doted on her the most, right? But the person Mother doted on the most now was her elder sister. Tell me, did she really do it? Yao Shi asked Nanny Fong after Gu Jinyu left. Nanny Fong had already found out that Miss Ling had fled in panic. It was obvious that she was guilty, but Nanny Fong did not say anything. She only sighed and said, "Sigh, how would I dare to make wild guesses? Even if it was second miss, it should be unintentional." She did it to curry favor with the heir. Yao Shi suddenly felt a little disappointed in this daughter of hers. Little Jing Kong finally realized that his hair had been shaved off. He burst into tears. He had kept his hair for more than half a year, and it was just about to be tied into a ponytail, but it was gone just like that. He had turned back into little bald head. He hugged his little bald head and sat on the threshold, crying his heart out. "My hair is gone. Bad brother-in-law, compensate my hair. Bad brother-in-law, bad brother-in-law, bad brother-in-law, compensate my hair." Xiao Lulang said sternly, "You were the one who wanted me to shave it." Little Jing Kong cried and kicked his legs. I didn't. You're talking nonsense." Little Jing Kong was confused by the fever that night and did not have any memory of it. Therefore, he firmly believed that he would never give up his beloved little hair. Bad brother-in-law must have been jealous of him and shaved his hair while he had a fever. Xiao Lulang spread his hands. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Jiao Jiao later." Gu Jiao came back. An adult and a child were looking at her at the door. Xiao Lulang leaned against the door frame helplessly, while little Jing Kong sat on the threshold, looking aggrieved. Gu Jiao could faintly feel the aura of a black cloud above her head. "What happened?" she asked. "Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong looked at her sadly. "Bad brother-in-law said that I was confused by the fever that night and asked him to shave my hair. He also said that you were there, and you agreed, and you passed the razor to him. He was very sad, and his face was written all over. Jiao Jiao, how could you watch someone destroy my beloved little hair and even pass me a razor? Are you still my beloved Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao took a deep breath and touched his poor little bald head. She turned to Xiao Lulang and said, "This is your fault. It's fine to shave it, but why did you put the blame on the child?" Xiao Lulang was speechless. Chapter 158. The novel will be updated faster. All the novels that can't be found on the internet will be available here. Xiao Lulang. I've learned bad things from my great-aunt. Identification complete. This incident ended with Gu Jiao planting 3 kisses on little Jing Kong's head. Little Jing Kong didn't have time to be angry with his bad brother-in-law. He covered the kisses on his head with his little hands and ran back to his room. He found a scarf and wrapped it around his head, waiting for the seeds to germinate. After the 3 of them completely recovered, they returned to Qinghe Academy and the Directorate of Education. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao had been on leave until now to take care of the 3 of them. Now, they could finally return to normal. The old lady also moved back. The old chancellor was so moved that he cried. They finally moved away. He wouldn't be chased by people with knives and robbed of his private stash anymore. The old chancellor was an honest official. He had been an official for decades, but he didn't save much money. He almost lost it all because of the evil empress. How could he reason with her? Xiao Lulang had been on leave for many days, so he missed a lot of homework. He didn't worry about his homework, but he still had to make up for it. Besides, he was going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so he was more nervous about his studies. Feng Lin and Lin Xingya were also going to take the imperial examination in spring next year, so they weren't confident. In order to let Xiao Lulang spend more time on his studies, Gu Jiao said that from today onwards, she would take care of little Jingkong. Several children in little Jingkong's class were infected with the pox. After asking around, they found out that the first one who showed symptoms was the transfer student, Qin Chuyu. Little Jingkong must have been infected by him and then passed it to his two older brothers. However, Qin Chuyu didn't recover as quickly as little Jingkong. He was still on leave. Many children in class asked for leave, so they were released from school early. Little Jingkong used to do his homework in the classroom after school, but now he went to the clinic to do his homework. When the Qinghe Academy was almost over, Gu Jiao would take him home. One day, little Jingkong was doing his homework in the medical center. The second boss got a box of mutton milk cake from somewhere. After eating it, little Jingkong exclaimed that it was delicious. Gu Jiao knew that it was fine for him to eat dairy products. Gu Jiao asked her second boss to buy fresh goat's milk for little Jingkong. There was once when she bought too much. After cooking it for little Jingkong, there was still half a pot left. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun were not used to drinking it. It was a pity to throw it away. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then added some tea leaves and sugar into the pot. After boiling it, a special fragrance of milk and tea was produced. When the daughters of the girls' school passed by the clinic, they were attracted by this special fragrance and went in to ask what it was. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Milk tea?" Gu Jiao poured a few cups for them to try. Other than the bitter tea that was originally brewed, the daughters of the capital had only drunk buttered tea. The salty kind was quite tasty, but compared to this sweet milk tea, it was not worth mentioning at all. God, what kind of magical taste was this? It was so delicious. Is there any more? Is there any more? A daughter asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. There is no more milk tea for today. If you want to drink it, come over tomorrow. I'll make more. The next day, the clinic was full of people. The second boss, who came down from the wing room, was a little confused. Were there so many patients today? They were all daughters of the girls' school. What happened at the girls' school? They were not here to see a doctor. They were here to line up for milk tea. Gu Jiao sold the milk tea at a high price, but it was still in short supply. The popularity of the milk tea made the second boss dumbfounded. He had been running the clinic for so many years, but he never thought that he would suddenly rely on his side business to make money. However, the cooking method of milk tea was not complicated. After drinking it a few times, one would know how to make it. Soon, the shops nearby began to compete with each other. Some of the chefs in the daughters' residences also knew how to make milk tea. The business of the clinic soon became quiet. One day, little Jingkong came to the clinic to do his homework again. He saw the second boss sighing at the side. He put down his pen and asked him, "Why are you sighing?" "Business is not good." The second boss had just tasted the sweetness of selling milk tea. The cost was low and the profit was high. At most, he could prepare a warm room for the daughters and burn a few more pots of charcoal. But after a few days, half of his business was taken away. The main reason was that the other party sold the milk tea at a low price. Their cost could not be reduced because Gu Jiao insisted on using good tea leaves. The second boss wrung his hands. "I'm so worried." Little Jingkong decided to go on a field trip. "Jiao Jiao, I want to try it too." Children could not drink tea. Gu Jiao really only let him have a small taste. It tasted very good. Little Jingkong's Jiao Jiao recipe was completely fine. Little Jingkong put on a serious face and went to the warm room with his hands behind his back. He wanted to ask why the other girls did not come. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a girl from the girls' school lying on the table and crying. "What's wrong? Does your stomach hurt?" Little Jingkong asked her. She felt wronged and said, "It's not my stomach. It's a headache." The homework given by the teacher was too difficult. She did not know how to do it. Little Jingkong climbed onto the stool and looked at the girl's questions. It seemed that his parents had given him these questions before. Jiao Jiao knew how to do it. Little Jingkong took the questions to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was brewing pills. Little Jingkong raised the paper in his hand. "Jiao Jiao, I don't know how to do the questions on this paper. Help me do it. I'll look at it myself after I'm done." "Okay." Gu Jiao took little Jingkong's questions. They were all arithmetic questions. There were also a lot of arithmetic questions in the gifted class. The difficulty was not low. Gu Jiao did not suspect anything. She took a new piece of paper and wrote the answers for little Jing Kong with a charcoal pencil. Little Jing Kong never copied the answers. He would write the answers after he understood them. If he did not know how to do it, he would do it a few more times. He had a good reputation, so Gu Jiao did not keep an eye on him. Little Jing Kong took the paper and answer sheet back to the room. Here, the answers. The girl did not believe that a child could get the answers. He must have drawn it himself. He could draw it even if he drew it himself. He did not even know where to fill in the blanks. The girl pursed her lips and copied the answers in resignation. The next day, when the homework was handed in, only 3 people got it all right. One was Gu Jinyu, one was Shuang Yueshi, and the last one was her. The girl's surname was Yu. She also got in through the back door. She and Zhuang Mingdai took turns to compete for the last place in class. The teacher had never praised her like this before. Of course, she was not the kind of person who liked to eat alone. She immediately told her classmates about how she could solve the questions in the clinic next door. So that afternoon, the clinic, which had been empty for a few days, was full again. Little smarty Jingkong walked out of the clinic with a heroic spirit and looked at the competitors who were vainly trying to snatch the milk tea business from them. You can imitate Jiao Jiao's formula, but you can't imitate Jiao Jiao's IQ. Madame Yao had not seen her daughter and son for a few days. She missed them very much. Unfortunately, concubine Ling had been stripped of her power recently, so she had to manage the New Year's Eve. She was so busy that her feet did not touch the ground. She could not leave at all. Madam, people from the Yao family are here. Nanny Fong went into the room to report. Madame Yao put down the half-done paper and asked strangely, "Who are they?" Eldest Master and Sister Xian. It was Yao Yuan and Yao Xian. Yao Yuan was Madame Yao's older brother, and Yao Xian was his daughter. Ever since Madame Yao moved to the hot spring villa, she had not seen the Yao family for 10 years. Yao Yuan had changed a lot. He had experienced a lot. He was clearly younger than Marquis Gu by a few years, but he looked older than him. Yao Xian had grown into a slender and elegant woman. She looked a bit like Madame Yao and could be considered a beauty. In comparison, Madame Yao's appearance had not changed much. She was still beautiful, but her temperament had become more capable and steady. Yao Yuan was so excited that he could not speak. "Eldest brother, come in and sit." Madame Yao brought her eldest brother and Yao Xian to a warm room and had the servants serve tea and snacks. "You can all leave. Nanny Fong, stay."
Yes.
The maidservants left in a single file. Nanny Fong wiped her tears. It was clear that she was crying tears of joy. She was Madame Yao's attendant and came from the Yao family. Sister Fong also did not change. Yao Yuan said with a smile, "This servant is old." Nanny Fong choked. Madame Yao's gaze landed behind Yao Yuan. She was a little uneasy girl. She warmly said, "Sister Xian is already so old. I remember that when I left, she was still a little girl. She should be of marriageable age soon, right?" Yao Xian did not dare to speak. Yuan turned around and tugged at her. "And is asking you a question." Yao Xian said shyly, "She will be of marriageable age after spring." Madame Yao waved at her. "Come and sit. Eat something." Yao Xian turned around to look at her father. Seeing Yao Yuan nod, she carefully walked to Madame Yao's side. She sat down and picked up a snack that Madame Yao handed over and ate it carefully. It was Yao Xian's first time coming to the Marquis Fu. In the 10 years that Madame Yao was not in the Fu, the Yao family did not visit. They only sent some things to Gu Jinyu during festivals. Marquis Gu would have people send gifts to the Yao family in return. Yao Xian felt that the Marquis Fu was really big. Aunt's courtyard was really grand. The snacks were also exquisite. The Yao family's chef could not make them. "Aunt, is Sister Jinyu here?" Yao Xian asked. Madame Yao said, "She went to the girls' school and is not in the Fu." Oh, Yao Xian was very envious. She also wanted to go to school, but her grandmother and parents only allowed her brother to go to school. Madame Yao looked at Granny Fong. "Granny Fong, bring Sister Xian to walk around the garden." Marquis Ding and Fu's scenery was one of the best in the capital. Moreover, She understood that this eldest brother had something to say to her. "Yes, madam. Young miss, please come with me." Granny Fong led Yao Xian out of the yard. There was no one else in the room. Madame Yao no longer put on a warm and welcoming appearance. She faintly asked, "Eldest brother suddenly came to find me. Is something the matter?" Yao Yuan opened his mouth and dryly laughed, saying, "I just came to see you. You returned to the capital and did not visit your maternal family. You did not send any news to your maternal family about Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony. They all said that you disliked the Yao family for losing face. I know that is not the case. Younger sister, are you still blaming us for what happened in the past?" Madame Yao drank a mouthful of tea. Eldest brother should not bring up the matters of the past. Why I did not return to the Yao family and did not allow the Yao family to attend Jinyu's marriageable age ceremony, eldest brother should know better than anyone else. Just treat it as me looking down on the Yao family. Yao Yuan bitterly said, "In the past, we were in the wrong. We should not have broken up your good marriage and married you into the Marquis Fu." Before Madame Yao married Marquis Gu, she actually had an engagement. The other party's family was not as well off as Marquis Ding and Fu. Thus, when Marquis Gu came to ask for a marriage, the Yao family did not say anything and canceled the engagement. They did not dare tell Marquis Gu about this matter. They also did not allow Madame Yao to say anything. Yao Yuan knew that his younger sister had nearly eloped with that person. It was he who personally caught his younger sister. He even had someone break that man's leg. Yao Yuan, father and mother did it for the Yao family. Madame Yao, it's a pity that you did not expect that I would not help the Yao family. You married a daughter over for nothing. Yao Yuan choked. That's right. After his younger sister married, she immediately drew a clear line with her maternal family. Even father did not get to see his younger sister one last time before he died. However, this could not be blamed on his younger sister, who told his younger sister to be in the residence and not be able to rush back to the capital. He blamed himself and said, "Younger sister, everything that happened in the past was eldest brother's fault. Eldest brother did not protect you and did not stand on your side against father and mother. If you want to blame someone, blame eldest brother." If there was anyone in the Yao family that could speak with Madame Yao, it should be Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan doted on this younger sister very much. The reason he broke up the Mandarin ducks was not to extract any benefits from Madame Yao. It was just that he felt that man was not worthy of his younger sister. He thought that after his younger sister married into the Marquis Fu, she would become a person above others. However, he did not know that he had personally pushed his younger sister into the fire pit. He sadly said, "Father was filled with regret on his deathbed. He told me that if there was a day that I could see younger sister, I would definitely apologize on his behalf. There is also mother. She also knows that she was wrong in the past. She has already changed. Can you forgive her? Her body is not very good. I fear that she does not have much time left." Senior servant Fong took Yao Xian around the Marquis Fu. Yao Xian opened her eyes. She knew that her aunt had married into a large family, but she did not expect it to be so old. When Yao Xian returned to Madame Yao's courtyard, Yao Yuan got up and said goodbye. Madame Yao had people prepare gifts for them. She gave Yao Xian a pair of ruby stone noodles. Yao Xian liked it very much. However, she was rejected by Yao Yuan. He did not come to ask for anything. He sincerely came to ask for his younger sister's forgiveness. After the two left, Madame Yao sat by the window and sighed. "Senior servant Fong, do you think I should go back?" Senior servant Fong comforted her. How can there be an unresolvable hatred between mother and daughter? Before the old lady died, she wanted to see the two children. You should take eldest miss and little Gongzi to see her for the last time. She is not only your mother, but also the grandmother of eldest miss and little Gongzi. She first went to the medical hall to ask Gu Jiao, "I am not forcing you to recognize a grandmother. I heard that she is about to die. Your medical skills are excellent, so I hope that you can go and take a look at her." Gu Jiao did not have any objections. Gu Yin did not have classes tomorrow, so he could go. Madame Yao waited until the girls' school ended before asking Gu Jinyu. She knew that Gu Jinyu also did not have classes tomorrow. However, Gu Jinyu said apologetically, "Mother, I promised Consort Shu that I would go to the palace to see her tomorrow. Can I go see grandmother another day? Another day would be after the new year. Madame Yao wanted to say that she went to Consort Shu's place every few days, so it was fine if she did not go once. However, before she could speak, she heard Gu Jinyu obediently say, "Mother, why don't you go first? I will go to the palace to pay respects to Aunt before going." Chapter 159. Since she said so, Yao Shi couldn't force her. The next day, Yao Shi came to Bai Shui Alley early to pick up Gu Jiao and Gu Yin. Little Jing Kong also wanted to go. The main reason was that he wanted to be with Jiao Jiao. It was rare for him to have a day off. Yao Shi had already treated little Jing Kong as her own child, so she happily brought him along. The whole family sat in the Marquis Manor's horse carriage, and the horses galloped. Little Jing Kong was very excited. He sat next to Gu Jiao and shook his head. "You're so happy?" Gu Jiao asked him. Little Jing Kong shook his short legs and tilted his head. "This is my first time visiting relatives." Hearing this, the people in the carriage were stunned. The little monk had always lived in the temple and had never visited relatives. Although he and Gu Jiao had a family after they left the mountain, they still didn't have any relatives that they could visit. Little Jing Kong was very smart and did things in an orderly manner, causing Gu Jiao and the others to rarely treat him as an ordinary child. It was also at this moment that Gu Jiao realized that little Jing Kong had always wanted to integrate into the life of a normal person, just like the other children in the village. Gu Jiao looked at the little guy's expectant eyes and patted his little bald head. "But I don't have any hair. Will grandmother not like me?" Little Jing Kong's way of addressing his family was similar to Gu Jiao's. As long as Gu Jiao acknowledged it, he would call them that. Although Gu Jiao had never called Yao Shi mother, she was willing to be close to her. Little Jing Kong could feel it, so he was also very close to Yao Shi. Yao Shi said that when she went to visit her maternal grandmother today, little Jing Kong had specially observed Gu Jiao's expression. She did not have any taboos when addressing her maternal grandmother, so little Jing Kong guessed that he could address her as such. Yao Shi warmly said, "No, little Jing Kong is just as cute without hair." Little Jing Kong said proudly, "I think I'm cute too." The corner of Gu Yan's mouth twitched. He took the tiger head hat and covered his little head. "Put on the hat. Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Little Jing Kong was furious. "You're just jealous that I'm younger and cuter than you." Gu Yan chuckled. "You're cute. I think you're just pitiful because no one loves you." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. "Of course not. I'm Kiki AI. The two of them bickered and soon arrived at Yao Manor. It was Gu Yan's first time visiting his maternal grandfather's home. Although Yao Shi had disagreements with her maternal family, she had never shown it in front of Gu Yan. Therefore, Gu Yan's impression of the Yao family wasn't bad. Due to Little Clear Sky's encouragement, he even had a faint trace of anticipation for this trip to visit his relatives. Yao Shi had sent someone to inform her maternal family last night. Early in the morning, Yao Yuan and his wife, Madame He, were waiting at the door. The weather was cold, and the two of them were shivering with hot water in their hands. When they finally saw the carriage coming, they hurriedly walked forward without waiting for the carriage to stop. Yao Yuan excitedly said, "Younger sister." After the carriage stopped, senior servant Fong came down first and helped Yao Shi down. Yao Shi greeted her older brother and sister-in-law, then looked at the carriage. In the carriage, a little bean jumped down first. Yao Yuan and Madame He were stunned. Then, Gu Jiao and Gu Yin came down one by one. Everyone present could guess that Gu Jiao and Gu Yin were Yao Shi's twins, but that cute little bean, it couldn't be Yao Shi's second child, right? Yao Yuan looked at his younger sister. Yao Shi called little Jing Kong over. "Jing Kong, greet eldest uncle and eldest aunt." Little Jing Kong called out crisply, "Eldest uncle, eldest aunt." Madame He was a little confused. This was her younger sister-in-law's second child? Yao Yuan had chatted with Madame Yao yesterday and knew that this should be the child Jiao Jiao, adopted from the mountains. His name was Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong is so obedient. Yao Yuan praised little Jing Kong. Madame He was immersed in the great shock of seeing Madame Yao. She was only 3 years older than Madame Yao. Both of them used to be delicate and beautiful beauties. In a flash, more than 10 years had passed. Madame Yao was still charming and didn't show many signs of aging, but Madame He's face was already wrinkled. Time seemed to only affect the people around her. Of course, Madame He cared about Madame Yao the most. After seeing Madame Yao, she felt inferior. Only then did she seriously look at Madame Yao's children. Little Jing Kong had already run to the front to look at the stone lion at the door. Madame He's gaze landed on Gu Yin and Gu Jiao. Gu Yin had inherited Marquis Gu's good looks and was as pure as jade. As for Gu Jiao, Madame He looked at the birthmark on her face and awkwardly opened her mouth. This is Jinyu? Madame Yao said, It's Jiao Jiao. Yesterday, when Yao Yuan went to the Marquis Fu, he already knew that the two daughters were swapped. He also knew that Gu Jiao still hadn't returned to the manor and was still living in a small residence outside the manor. A trace of disappointment flashed across Madame He's eyes. She looked in the direction of the carriage. Jinyu didn't come? Madame Yao's brows furrowed. Jinyu, the one standing in front of her was Jiao Jiao. Couldn't she greet Jiao Jiao first? Gu Jiao was very calm. She didn't greet Madame He and directly walked past her to catch up with little Jing Kong, who was looking at the stone lion in front. Yao Yuan glared at Madame He. Madame He pursed her lips. What was wrong with asking? He didn't come, but she wasn't allowed to ask? Madame He looked at Gu Yin and smiled. This is Yinner, right? Gu Yin. Haha. Ignoring her older sister, he also ignored her. Gu Yin didn't even look at Madame He and strode forward to find Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. Yao Yuan and Madame He were extremely embarrassed. Yao Yuan didn't care about the difference in treatment, but he didn't expect his wife to have such a reaction. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said to Madame Yao, Mother is in the room. Younger sister, quickly go in and see her. Madame Yao stepped into the house. Madame He walked beside her and didn't forget to ask her with a smile, Younger sister, why didn't Jinyu come? Madame Yao stopped in her tracks. She entered the palace. Madame He was dumbfounded. Jinyu is really amazing. He can enter the palace. Madame Yao didn't want to pay attention to this sister-in-law, but she didn't come to see her sister-in-law today. They went to old Madame Yao's courtyard. Old Madame Yao was sitting on the Kong in the east room. It was different from what Yao Yuan said. Her face was really pale, but it didn't look like she was dying. Madame Yao frowned again and turned to look at Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan lowered his head. Old Madame Yao said in a deep voice, Don't look at him. I asked him to call you over. If I didn't say that, would you come back? When you married into the Marquis's house, you didn't say anything and cut off all contact with the Yao family. I followed you. What? More than 10 years have passed. Isn't it enough to appease your anger? I'm already so old. I don't know how many days I have left. What's wrong with me wanting to see my two precious grandsons? Can I see them? This matter made people uncomfortable. But when Madame Yao heard that she wanted to see the twins, she was not so angry. Madame Yao called the 3 children in. The first one to come in was Gu Yin. When old Madame Yao saw Gu Yin, her turbid eyes suddenly brightened. She reached out her hand to Gu Yin. Yinner? Are you Yinner? Quick, come to Grandmama. Let grandmother see you. Gu Yin saw that she really liked him. He hesitated and walked over. Old Madame Yao was so excited that her hands were shaking. She held Gu Yan's hand with one hand and touched Gu Yan's face with the other hand. Grandmother finally sees you. You look like your father. Gu Yin was not liked by old Madame Gu in the Marquis's house. In contrast, old Madame Yao's love made people feel warm. Call me grandmother, old Madame Yao said. Gu Yin hesitated. When he was about to call grandmother, Gu Jiao came in with little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and looked at the old woman on the arhat bed. He asked cutely, Is it grandmother? Old Madame Yao was stunned. Yao Yuan leaned over and explained in her ear. Jiao Jiao adopted a little monk on the mountain. His name is Jing Kong. I mentioned him to you yesterday. Old Madame Yao heard about the 2 children's background and Gu Jiao's situation from her son. Since this little guy was Jing Kong, then the one holding his hand should be Gu Jiao. After all, he was Madame Yao's biological child. Old Madame Yao didn't dislike him, but she also looked behind them like Madame He and asked, Where is Jinyu? Why didn't she come? Jinyu came to the palace. Madame He came in with a smile and said proudly. Madame Yao said, She will come after greeting imperial concubine Shu. Gu Jiao noticed the disappointment in old Madame Yao's eyes. But old Madame Yao didn't neglect Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong. She looked at Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong kindly. You are good children. Come here. Little Jing Kong held Jiao Jiao's hand and walked over. Little Jing Kong called grandmother and stretched out his little head to allow grandmother to touch his little bald head. Gu Jiao didn't call anyone. Yao Yuan explained in a low voice. Jiao Jiao just recognized his little sister. He is introverted. It's okay. Old Madame Yao smiled gently. Yao Shi looked at her mother, who was holding a bowl of water. She finally believed what her brother said to her yesterday. Her mother really repented. She wouldn't treat her son as a treasure like before. Her daughter was something that could be sacrificed for the family at any time. But Yao Shi didn't know that she was happy too early. Old Madame Yao's bowl of water was held for her to see. After several people went out, there was only Gu Yin left in the room. Old Madame Yao asked a maid to bring a big box. She opened it and took out a big and red persimmon. She handed it to Gu Yin and said, "This is the persimmon king that your uncle spent a lot of money to buy from someone. Grandmother specially kept it for you. Try it." Only one? Gu Yin asked. Old Madame Yao was stunned. Gu Yin said, "Then I will keep it for Jejia and little Jing Kong. They have it. It's yours." Old Madame Yao called a maid in the room and handed the box to her. "The persimmons that Di Yi brought yesterday. Pick 2 of the biggest persimmons and give them to Jiao Jiao and that child." When Gu Yin heard that grandmother didn't call little Jing Kong's name, he unconsciously frowned. "I am going to find mother." He found an excuse to go out, but he didn't find Yao Shi. Instead, he went to the small garden where little Jing Kong played. Little Jing Kong was happily making snowmen on the ground. Gu Jiao was watching him. The maid in old Madame Yao's yard brought 2 persimmons, one for Gu Jiao and the other for little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was a sensible and contented child. "Wow, what a big red persimmon. Jiao Jiao, can I eat it?" Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong began to peel the persimmon in the snow. Gu Yin looked at the persimmon in his hand and then looked at little Jing Kong's and Gu Jiao's persimmons. His eyes suddenly became cold. In fact, he just saw that there was a big persimmon in the box. He thought that the maid would give it to little Jing Kong and Gu Jiao, but he didn't expect that she secretly put away the box and gave them 2 small persimmons. It went without saying who instructed her to do this. That persimmon must be left for Gu Jinyu. Grandmother didn't really love Yao Shi's child. It was reasonable that the people in the mansion favored Gu Jinyu. After all, they had raised him for so many years. But grandmother had never seen the 3 of them. She left the big persimmon for him and Gu Jinyu, who didn't come to the mansion today. Gu Yin was very angry. He walked over and took the persimmon that little Jing Kong had been peeling for a long time. He gave him the persimmon king in his hand. Little Jing Kong was stunned for a moment. He said, "Oh." He held the big persimmon king in his 2 small hands and peeled it with difficulty. After peeling it, he handed it to Gu Yin with both hands. "Here." This time, Gu Yin was stunned. "What are you doing?" Little Jing Kong tilted his head. "Don't you want me to peel the persimmon for you?" I am giving you the big persimmon to eat." Gu Yin's chest seemed to be blocked by something. Little Jing Kong stuffed the peeled persimmon into his hands. Then he took his small, half-peeled persimmon and continued to peel it. He peeled it very carefully, but Gu Yin felt his heart hurt. He squatted down and looked at the little guy. "This is the big one. Can't you see it? Don't you want to eat the big one?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, "I can't finish it." Little Jing Kong thought that it was reasonable to give the big one to the adults and the small one to the children. "Yin." Gu Jiao smiled at Gu Yin. Gu Yin swallowed the words that he wanted to say to expose old Madame Yao. In fact, he knew what old Madame Yao was thinking. He was his father's favorite son, and Gu Jinyu was his favorite daughter. Jiao Jiao didn't even live in the Lord Protector's mansion. It seemed that she was not favored. Old Madame Yao didn't care about Jiao Jiao and an adopted little monk, but she didn't want to offend Madame Yao, who had just returned to her mother's home. So, she acted one way in front of others and another way behind others' backs. Chapter 160. Gu Yin sat beside Gu Jiao with a dark face. Gu Jiao laughed. What are you angry about? Aren't you angry? Gu Yin looked at her with a puzzled expression. This question was equivalent to asking in vain. How could he not sense whether she was angry or not? Little Jing Kong was a child. He didn't understand these twists and turns, but she should know. Gu Yin didn't understand why she wasn't angry. Gu Jiao lazily leaned back in the chair. What's there to be angry about? She wasn't someone who lived under other people's eyes. Other people's opinions of her couldn't hurt her. She also didn't rely on other people's help to live. Because she was strong enough, she could ignore all the superficial things. Gu Yin couldn't reach his sister's level for the time being, but by Gu Jiao's side, his emotions were also affected by her strong heart and gradually calmed down. Little Jing Kong ate happily and his whole body was covered in food. Jiao Jiao, I'm dirty from eating. It's okay. I brought you clothes. Gu Jiao brought little Jing Kong into the side room and washed his face and hands. She also took a small cotton padded jacket from the small basket and put it on him. Old Madam Yao had a son and a daughter. Yao Yuan also had a son and a daughter. The daughter was Yao Xian and the son was called Yao Feng Yi. Yao Yifeng was studying abroad and it was said that he wouldn't come back this year. The whole family sat at the table to eat. They were all family, so there was no division between men and women. Yao Shi first carried little Jing Kong to wash his hands. She found that his shoes were wet from stepping on the snow, so she carefully changed his footwear and tiger-headed shoes for him. In all fairness, little Jing Kong was really good-looking. Old Madam Yao had never seen a child more beautiful than him in her life. But no matter how beautiful he was still an orphan. In the future, he would have to rely on the Hou Fu. But in front of Yao Shi, Old Madam Yao still gave little Jing Kong enough love. Old Madam Yao picked up the biggest drumstick and gave it to him. Little Jing Kong said politely, "Thank you, Grandma, but I can't eat meat now. As long as he grew up, it would be fine." Grandaunt said that when he grew up, Meaty would be willing to let him eat her. Eat this. Old Madam Yao placed the egg soup in front of little Jing Kong. She had put in a lot of effort to make this egg custard. She had put in some lilies, and it was very beautiful. Little Jing Kong's appetite was greatly stimulated, and he happily ate. The meal was rather amicable. After eating, Old Madam Yao asked Yao Xian to bring Gu Jiao and the other two to the garden for a walk. Gu Yin grabbed a small blanket. After walking for a while, little Jing Kong rubbed his eyes. Are you sleepy? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong shook his head. I'm not sleepy. I just ate a little too much. Gu Jiao laughed and picked him up. Little Jing Kong's eyes widened. I'm really not sleepy. I don't want to sleep at all. He tilted his head and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Yao Xian did not understand why Gu Yin would grab a blanket when he was walking. But when she saw Gu Yin draping the blanket over little Jing Kong, she understood everything. This cousin was quite attentive. Cousin, when is Cousin Jinyu coming over? She smiled and asked. Gu Yin said impatiently, You can ask her. How would I know? Yao Xian choked and felt a little awkward. She said, I heard that Cousin Jinyu went to a girls' school. Is that true? Gu Yin was annoyed with Gu Jinyu, but this cousin kept asking him if he was blind when his biological sister was here. I'm sleepy too. I'm going to sleep. After he said that, he pulled Gu Jiao and left without looking back. There was a reason why the Yao matriarch had sent the 3 children away. She gave He Shi a look, and He Shi said to Yao Shi, Younger sister, mother is tired. Let mother rest. Come to my room to talk. Yao Shi did not like this sister-in-law, but she could not refuse. She could only go to He Shi's room. He Shi did not disappoint Yao Shi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she dug a hole for Yao Shi. Younger sister, has Jinyu's marriage been arranged? Based on Yao Shi's understanding of He Shi, she would not care about this for no reason. Yao Shi was suspicious. Could it be that He Shi wanted to arrange a marriage between Jinyu and Yao Fengyi? Yao Shi said calmly, Not yet. Her marriage will be decided by the old madam and the marquis. I'm not worried about this. He Shi smiled. Jinyu is promising. Her marriage will not be bad in the future. But no matter what, she is already of marriageable age. As her mother, you should be more careful. Yao Shi was even more puzzled. If she was not having any ideas about Jinyu, then what was she doing? He sure smiled and said, Sister Exine is about to be of marriageable age. She's not as capable as Jinyu, so I'm thinking of settling her marriage early. Otherwise, when she gets older, it won't be easy to talk about marriage. Yaoshi glanced at her. Eldest sister-in-law wants me to help Sister Exine arrange a marriage? This was not difficult. After concubine Ling's position was taken away, old Madame Gu was too busy and left many things to her to take care of. She was currently preparing New Year's gifts for the various large families. She could take this opportunity to help Sister Exine. He sure smiled but did not speak. Yaoshi's heart skipped a beat. You wouldn't have taken a fancy to the young masters of the Marquis Fu, right? There's no way. He sure originally wanted to say the heir of the Marquis Fu, but seeing Yaoshi's reaction, she smiled embarrassedly. She pulled Yaoshi's hand and said, Younger sister, don't let the fertile water flow into other people's fields. I am doing this for your own good. When Sister Exine marries over, our two families will be even closer. With Sister Exine going to the Marquis Fu to help you, you will be able to live more comfortably, right? It is better to resolve enmity than to keep it alive. When Sister Exine marries over, you will no longer be enemies. You will be mother and son. Yaoshi did not know how he sure could say such a thing. She and Yin were about to be bullied to death by those three stepsons, yet eldest sister-in-law wanted her to marry her niece over? Resolve what? She would never reconcile with the three of them in this lifetime. Yaoshi said, You feel that selling me is not enough, so you want to sell Sister Exine, right? Madam, he said, Sister Exine is willing to do so. Yaoshi laughed in anger. Her aunt has been bullied to this extent, yet she is rushing to marry the person who bullied her aunt. Eldest sister-in-law, this is the kind of child you have raised. When he sure heard this, her expression was not very good. Younger sister, now that you have become rich, you no longer care about the life and death of your maternal family. If we had not married you into the Marquis Fu, how could you have the wealth you have today? You have not cared about your maternal family for over a decade, and we have not said a single bad word about you. Let me ask you, how could there be such a good maternal family in this world? Now that your own niece is about to be married, you would rather let an outsider benefit than marry her into the manor. What? Does younger sister not want to see your maternal family live better than you? Yaoshi sneered. How does eldest sister-in-law know that she will live better than me after marrying into the manor? Tisha raised her chin and said, Our sister Exine is obedient and sensible. She will definitely be able to make husband and the old madam like her. If this was in the past, Yaoshi might have argued with her and explained the reasoning behind it, but later on, she gradually understood that some people were unreasonable. She only acknowledged her own reasoning. She did not care how much hardship Yaoshi had suffered in the Marquis Fu over the years. To put it bluntly, she was just being selfish. Yaoshi stood up and left. He sure saw that Yaoshi was angry and quickly pulled her back, apologizing. Aya, eldest sister-in-law, did not mean it that way. Don't misunderstand. Eldest sister-in-law said something wrong. You are a great person and do not lower yourself to her level. Yaoshi said, I cannot say anything about the Marquis Fu's marriage. Even if she said it, they would not like her. He sure. In any case, you should bring Sister Exine to the manor to sit. Who knows which one of them would like her? Yaoshi, eldest sister-in-law, who would like her? The heir? He sure smiled and said, If the heir would like her, then that would be the best. Yaoshi was stunned. She actually wanted to marry Yao Exine to the Marquis Fu's heir? This was simply a dream. He sure looked at Yaoshi's face and awkwardly said, Second young master is also fine. Third young master should be fine, right? Yaoshi coldly said, When has it been the Yao family's daughter's turn to choose the Ding and Marquis Fu's young master? It was not that she wanted to speak up for her three stepson, but the two families were not compatible with each other in terms of social status. She was only going to be a second wife, but she was already despised by old Madame Gu. Yao Exine, on the other hand, wanted to be a legitimate first wife? Was this helping her? Or did she want old Madame Gu to hate her to death? He sure's temper rose again. Didn't younger sister also marry into the Marquis Fu? Younger sister still had an engagement in the past. How could she be as pure as our sister Exine? Back then, the Marquis liked younger sister. How could the heir not like our sister Exine? Don't they all have the same face? Could it be that Sister Exine's face is worse than younger sister's? She was not pure. She relied on her face to serve others. She willingly married into the Marquis Fu. Good, good, very good. Yao Shi took a deep breath and asked, "Are these words eldest sister-in-law's meaning or mother's meaning?" He sure was speechless. Of course, it was her and mother-in-law's meaning, but mother-in-law did not allow her to say it. Yao Shi, however, understood everything. Change? She was too naive. Originally, they were going to eat dinner before returning to the manor, but Yao Shi could no longer stay. "Jiao Jiao, let's return to the manor." Yao Shi entered a side room and said to Gu Jiao, "Good." Gu Jiao did not ask why. Gu Yin also did not ask. Old Madame Yao chased after them with the help of the servants. She scolded He Shi and told Yao Shi not to argue with her. Then, she took out the presents she had prepared for the children. Gu Yin sneered and knocked over his and Gu Jiao's presents in front of everyone. They saw that it was also a snack, but a red packet rolled out of Gu Yan's box. Gu Jiao's was nothing. Little Jing Kong's was also nothing. But the box that Yao Shi brought to Gu Jinyu also had a red packet. Yao Shi looked at the presents for the 4 children and was so angry that her face turned white. Little Jing Kong was asleep. Gu Yin was too lazy to pretend to be peaceful. He directly took little Jing Kong's presents and threw them into the river. He also threw Gu Jinyu's. If they wanted to curry favor, they should do it themselves. Don't dirty their hands. On the carriage back to the residence, Gu Yin also fell asleep. He lay on Yao Shi's lap. Little Jing Kong lay in Gu Jiao's arms. Both of them were sleeping and snoring. Yao Shi did not say a word. She tried her best not to let Gu Jiao know how she felt, but Gu Jiao could still feel it. "I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. I shouldn't have asked you to come today," she said guiltily. Gu Jiao said, "I think it's very good." Huh. Yao Shi was slightly stunned. Little Jing Kong kicked the blanket away. Gu Jiao pulled it over and covered him with it, saying, "I know where Madam used to live. I used to be very curious." Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao in a daze and said, "Jiao Jiao, why would you be curious?" Gu Jiao thought for a while. "I don't know. I'm just curious. I want to know about Madam's past. I also want to know how Madam lived every day." Yao Shi covered her mouth. She did not dare to believe what she heard. Was her Jiao Jiao starting to care about her? "Jiao Jiao, does Madam regret it? Do you regret marrying Marquis Gu?" When Yao Shi and He Shi were arguing, Gu Jiao was in the garden not far away. With her hearing, she more or less heard some of it. Yao Shi did not hesitate and shook her head, saying, "I don't regret it." "Why?" Gu Jiao asked. Yao Shi lowered her head and caressed Gu Yan's cheek. Then she looked at Gu Jiao lovingly, saying, "Because if I didn't marry Marquis Gu, there wouldn't be you and Yin Er. You are Mother's most precious gifts in this life." Gu Jiao did not understand this kind of feeling. Because of what happened when she was young, she shut down her emotional system early. This was a kind of self-protection mechanism. It was to prevent her from breaking down when she was hurt by her parents. But at the same time, it made her lose the ability to treat her feelings logically. In her world, hate was hate. It was either black or white. But Yao Shi's experience was more like a gray area. She gave birth to a child she really wanted with someone she did not want to marry. Seeing her daughter's dazed expression, Yao Shi let out a laugh. Her daughter was really considerate and cute. The unhappiness in Yao Shi's heart completely disappeared. Yao Shi first sent Gu Jiao and the other 2 back to Bai Shui Alley before returning to the manor. Gu Jinyu accompanied Consort Shu in the palace for an entire day and only returned to the manor when it was dark. There were less than 10 days until New Year's Eve. Qinghe Academy was on holiday. There was still 1 day of classes for the directorate and 3 days of classes for the 6th hall. Early in the morning, Gu Jiao went to the medical center. The matriarch and a few neighbors were playing Pai Gao in the house. The old chancellor stood at the side with a dark face, paying money and serving tea. Gu Shaoshun was in the backyard knocking on wood. Gu Yin quietly came to the front yard. First, he looked around at the door. After a while, he came to the entrance of the alley and looked around. The end of the alley was connected to Chang and Main Street. People came and went in an endless stream. The shops were all pasted with window flowers and couplets. It was a joyous atmosphere. He looked around. Suddenly, a tall shadow shrouded him. "What are you doing?" It was Gu Changqing. He was wearing a golden fur coat and sitting on a tall horse, looking valiant and formidable. Gu Yin was so shocked that he trembled. He turned his head and said without changing his expression, "I'm not waiting for you." Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing saw him with his hands behind his back and asked, "What are you holding in your hands?" Gu Yin hesitated for a moment. He still took his hands out from behind his back and handed it to him. "Here." Gu Changqing took it. It was a wooden carving. The thing carved was a bit hard to explain. Gu Changqing. "A monkey?" Gu Yin exploded. "What monkey? Open your eyes and look clearly. Is there such a handsome monkey in the world?" He had learned from Gu Shaoshun for a few days and nights. His hands were already bleeding. This guy didn't know what was good for him. He said he was a monkey. Chapter 161. Humph! Gu Yin turned his back. He was so angry that the small tuft of hair on the top of his head stood up, expressing his unhappiness in the cold wind. Gu Changqing laughed softly. His voice was cold and magnetic, and when he laughed, it had an irresistible charm. Gu Yan's small eyes tried to glance behind him. Then he began to walk back. After taking a step, Gu Changqing felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong with your leg?" Gu Yin pursed his lips and said in a small voice, "It's nothing, it's just a sprain." Their house was in the middle of the alley. It wasn't far from here, but it wasn't close either. A normal person would have sprained their leg, but this was Gu Yin. Gu Changqing looked at his thin and weak body and sighed helplessly. "Get on." "HM?" Gu Yin turned to look at him. His small face was full of cleverness and playing dumb. It was very contradictory. Gu Changqing thought of the silly roe deer in the forest, but this time it was the proud one. Gu Changqing reached out his large and strong hand and grabbed Gu Yan's shoulder. He gently lifted him up and sat him on his saddle. "Don't you usually eat?" "So thin." Gu Yan sat in front of him and wanted to say, "How do I not eat? You're the one who doesn't eat." But when he leaned against his firm and broad chest, Gu Yin couldn't speak. Did this person eat 10 buckets of rice a day? How could he be so strong? "Hold on tight," Gu Changqing reminded him. The reins were in Gu Changqing's hands, so Gu Yin could only hold on to the saddle. Originally, Gu Changqing was quite satisfied with his own saddle. After all, he was the heir of the Marquis's household. The things that the servants prepared for him would not be too shabby. However, when Gu Yan's white and tender fingers were placed on the saddle, it instantly turned the saddle into a piece of rotten wood. The saddle needs to be replaced. Gu Changqing thought. "I'll send you back," he said. "I'm not going back," Gu Yin said. Gu Changqing looked at him strangely. "Why?" "Gu Yin, I want to eat something." Gu Changqing. "What do you want to eat?" Gu Yin. "Sugar roasted chestnuts." There was a stall selling roasted chestnuts on the streets of Chong. It was in the direction he had come from. Gu Changqing turned his horse around and galloped towards the stall. Considering Gu Yan's health, he did not let the horse run too fast, but it was enough to stimulate Gu Yin. This was the first time in his life that he rode a horse. Gu Yin was so excited that he had no place to sit on the saddle. "Go, go, go." Although he spoke very softly, Gu Changqing's hearing was amazing. He even heard the tone of the martial arts world's overlord. Gu Changqing could not help but smile. He sped up a little. Gu Yin was overjoyed. Gu Yin had wanted to ride a horse for a long time, but in his 15 years of life, he had been sick for 14 years. He had never ridden a horse before, and he had no playmates. Little Jing Kong and Gu Shaoshun were both younger than him. He wanted to play with older people. Gu Jiao could calm Gu Yin down, but there were some things that Gu Jiao could not give him. Gu Changqing's appearance happened to fill this gap. Gu Yin was very happy riding the horse. After buying the sugar-roasted chestnuts, he still looked unsatisfied. Gu Yin took the sugar-roasted chestnuts. "I didn't bring any money. I'll pay you back when we get back." "No need," Gu Changqing said. Then, Gu Yin opened his mouth. "Did I spend all your money?" No. Oh. Gu Yin silently chewed on a sugar-roasted chestnut. I still want to eat roast chicken. Gu Chongqing took him to buy roast chicken again. He did not want roast chicken from ordinary shops. He had to go around half of the capital to buy roast chicken from Hu Ji's. Gu Yin looked at the roast chicken in his hand and opened his mouth. What else do you want to eat? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Yin blinked and said, crab roe crisps from Sanyuan Pavilion. Sanyuan Pavilion was in Lingnan. Was this guy going to elope with him? Gu Chongqing looked at him coldly. Gu Yin angrily pinched the saddle. Okay, then let's eat a stick of sugar-coated haws. I don't care about the shop. The ones from the roadside stalls look cheap and dirty. Eating them will cause diarrhea and make you sick. Gu Chongqing, there was a sugar drink shop on Vermilion Bird Avenue that sold sugar-coated haws. The price was expensive, but it definitely would not cause any diarrhea. Gu Chongqing took Gu Yin to buy a few sticks of sugar-coated haws. Gu Yan's arms could not hold anymore. He could not buy any more and could only obediently go home. On the way back, the wind blew and Gu Yin shivered. Gu Chongqing covered him with a fur coat. Gu Yin was wrapped in his fur coat, only revealing his furry head. But to be fair, even the back of his head was cuter than his two younger brothers at home. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath. Perhaps he was possessed. When they reached home, Gu Chongqing dismounted first, then carried Gu Yin down. He took the things in Gu Yan's arms and placed them on the stone table in the front yard. I'm leaving. He walked out and said. Gu Yin looked at him expectantly. Do you want to stay for a meal? My sister's cooking is very good. That girl who was even more cold-blooded than a killer? Gu Chongqing found it hard to imagine what her cooking skills would be like. He looked at the kitchen behind the hall, and a trace of desire flashed in his eyes. But in the end, he restrained himself. No, I should go home. Oh. Gu Yin was disappointed. Gu Chongqing mounted his horse and glanced at Gu Yin. Go in. Okay. Gu Yin nodded but did not move. He watched as the horse disappeared at the end of the alley. Only then did he turn around and jump on the spot, feeling refreshed as he entered the house. That's right. What sprained ankle? No. Okay, your ankle is fine. Stay in bed and rest for the next few days. In 7 days, I'll come and take out the stitches for you. In a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue, Gu Jiao finished stitching up a little girl's wound and finished her first house call in the capital. The sky began to snow again. The goose feather-like snowflakes fluttered about, gathering and dispersing. Soon, the street was blocked. This place was not too far from Clearwater Alley, so Gu Jiao decided to walk back. Not long after she got off the carriage, she felt that someone was following her. She did not enter Clearwater Alley. Instead, she passed through the entrance of the alley and entered another alley. She held the silver needle in her hand without anyone noticing. Finally, the other party moved. 2 masked men wielding knives descended from the sky and blocked her path. But before they could make a move, Gu Jiao shot the silver needle into their chest. The 2 men fainted on the spot. Almost at the same time, an arrow shot from behind her. She took a step forward and stepped on the wall. She turned around in the air and ruthlessly kicked the arrow away. But the other party clearly had more tricks up their sleeves. A large net fell from the roof. Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger at her waist and cut the large net in half. But at this moment, a hook came out of nowhere and hooked onto her small basket. With a whoosh, it was taken away. Small medicine box. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold as she looked up at the roof. She saw a man wearing black clothes and a black mask holding onto her small basket as he looked down at her. He gave a disdainful sneer and disappeared from the other side of the roof. Gu Jiao quickly chased after him. Gu Jiao felt like she had returned to her previous life where she killed and stole from the organization. Her blood was boiling. She could feel that the other party's skills were not simple. The other party had tried to plot against her several times, but she had dodged them all. In the end, Gu Jiao chased after the other party to a courtyard that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. The other party had already hidden inside. The moment Gu Jiao stepped over the threshold, a row of sharp arrows flew towards her. She had dodged bullets in her previous life, so this kind of speed was not a problem for her. The arrows that seemed to be flying at high speed seemed to be in slow motion in Gu Jiao's eyes. Gu Jiao easily dodged them. A cold snort came from the courtyard. I didn't expect you to be able to chase me all the way here. You really do have some skills. The voice came from behind the mask, so it was slightly different from the original voice. Gu Jiao could hear from his tone that he had come here specifically to deal with her. Gu Jiao walked into the courtyard and saw the other party on the steps of the corridor. Who are you? The black-clothed man sneered. I should be the one asking you that. Who are you? Gu Jiao let out an "oh" sound. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to rob me? The black-clothed man said, I heard that you are a village girl from a small county. You grew up in the village and had a mental illness. It was only a year ago that you recovered. But looking at your skills, you don't look like a village girl at all. Gu Jiao did not feel guilty at all. So what? Does it bother you? The man slowly walked down the steps. The whole mask covered his face completely, only revealing a pair of extremely malicious eyes. He stared coldly at Gu Jiao. Where did the Real Miss Gu go? It seemed that he was not a rival of the medical center, but someone related to her. Gu Jiao calmly looked at the basket in his hand. Give it back to me. The man took a step forward and arrogantly said, Tell me where you took the real Miss Gu, and I will consider giving it back to you. Gu Jiao irritably frowned. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't be a sissy. The man had been in the capital for many years. He had a bad reputation and was powerful and domineering. It was the first time that he was called a sissy. His face turned black. Gu Jiao really did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. She still had to go home and cook. Gu Jiao raised her hand to greet the other party. The man's movements were more strange than Gu Jiao imagined. After a few rounds, Gu Jiao did not gain an advantage over him. However, it was not easy for him to control Gu Jiao. His brows wrinkled. When he made a move, he would take down the enemy in 3 moves. This girl had endured more than 10 moves. As the two trembled, the sound of horse hooves came from the alley. Then Gu Changqing shouted, Who is it? The man's body froze. Gu Jiao took advantage of the situation and chopped down with her hand. She took back her small basket and raised her other hand. With her palm facing down, a dagger flew out from her sleeve. With a twist of her palm, she threw it out with great force. The man did not dodge in time. His left arm was cut, and a hidden weapon that he did not have time to shoot fell to the ground. He looked back at the direction of the door. Gritting his teeth, he used his qinggong to leave from the back door. It's you. As soon as the man left, Gu Changqing entered the courtyard. He was surprised to see Gu Jiao. Were you fighting with someone just now? Gu Jiao shook her small basket. Someone stole my things? Who? Gu Changqing asked. Gu Jiao shook her head. I didn't see clearly. He was wearing a mask. Gu Changqing looked around and found the hidden weapon on the ground. He picked it up and frowned. It's him? Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. You know him? Gu Changqing said, the capital's #1 bandit, Fei Shuang. This frost art is his unique hidden weapon. Fei Shuang was a very troublesome person for the government. The Supreme Court, the Imperial Government, and the Ministry of Justice had all been attacked by him before. Many confidential files had been stolen from them. He was one of the most wanted bandits in the Imperial Court. Unfortunately, he appeared and disappeared like a ghost. No one had ever caught him. No one had even seen his real face. Gu Changqing asked, Why would he steal your things? Did Fei Shuang not care about his reputation? Did he steal from a little girl? Gu Jiao thought of the conversation with him and said, He seems to know me. Fei Shuang knows you? Gu Changqing was stunned. As night fell, the snow became heavier. The Gu mansion was shrouded in a sea of snow. Gu Qinglin could barely get off the ground now, but he could not walk too far. He usually sat in a wheelchair. He asked the servant to push the wheelchair out of his room and went to his second brother's place. The children in the mansion all had their own courtyard. So did Gu Qinglin. However, he was used to living with his second brother, so he was not in a hurry to move out. Second brother. He knocked on the door. Gu Chengfeng came from the other side of the corridor and looked at him. What's wrong? Gu Qinglin said, Second brother, where did you go? I was looking for you everywhere. Gu Chengfeng said, Why are you looking for me? Gu Qinglin was not in a hurry to answer. He looked up at him. Are you not feeling well? You look so pale. I went to the storeroom to find something. It's freezing. It's a bit cold. Oh. Gu Qinglin did not suspect him. Second brother. Do you know where my spinning top went? The one that the fifth prince gave me. I can't find it. Gu Chengfeng said, Didn't I put it in the third cabinet on the right side of the cabinet? Go look for it. Gu Qinglin ordered the servant who pushed the wheelchair. The servant hurriedly went and came back with an exquisite spinning top. It's really there. Gu Qinglin took the spinning top and stood up in surprise. Second brother, you're amazing. You remember where I put it. As he spoke, he happily patted his second brother's arm. He heard his second brother groan. He was stunned. Second brother, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Gu Chengfeng calmly put his hands behind his back and said in a normal tone, No, I'm fine. You go play. I'll go back to my room first. Gu Qinglin, oh, second brother is acting weird today. Chapter 162. On the other side, Gu Chongqing led the horse and sent Gu Jiao back to Jadewater Alley. He could not understand why the capital's #1 thief, Fei Shuang, would know Gu Jiao. Perhaps Gu Jiao was overthinking it. Fei Shuang only stole things of great value, whether it was treasures or court secrets. The most valuable thing in her small basket was the medicine box. Even if it was a box of top-quality medicine, it would not be able to enter Fei Shuang's eyes. Could it be that she really came for her? But Gu Chongqing did not feel that there was a problem with Gu Jiao herself. Or perhaps, Fei Shuang had set her eyes on Marquis Ding and Manor? We're here. Gu Jiao's voice pulled Gu Chongqing back from his thoughts. Gu Chongqing looked at the residence behind Gu Jiao. This was a residence that was smaller than his courtyard, but this residence had a different atmosphere. He could not tell what it was, but in short, it made people yearn for it. Do you want to go in and sit? Gu Jiao asked. No, I need to return to the manor, Gu Chongqing said. He should have returned to the manor a long time ago. After sending Gu Yin back, they encountered a fight. He went to take a look and then sent her back the way they came. Actually, it was already very late. Gu Jiao's clear eyes looked at him. Many thanks. I did not do anything. When he arrived, Fei Shuang had already left. He thought, even if he did not appear, nothing would have happened to this girl. Of course, nothing would have happened to Gu Jiao, but she would not have been able to smoothly retrieve the medicine box. Of course, Gu Jiao did not want to thank him for this. Gu Jiao bends her lips. Thank you for taking Gu Yin out to play. He is very happy. She had seen Gu Yin sitting on Gu Chongqing's horse when she was making a house call at Vermilion Bird Avenue. She was holding a few sticks of sparkling and translucent candied haws with a smug expression on her face. In fact, Gu Yin lacked the role of a father when he was growing up. What Marquis Gu couldn't give him, Gu Chongqing did. Gu Jiao had never seen Gu Yin so smug. Some stability could be given by Gu Jiao, but some courage could only be given by her father and brother. The little sickly girl who couldn't even lift a bucket of water was gradually growing her own wings. Ah, you saw it. Gu Chongqing cleared his throat. When I left, I didn't expect to go to so many places. I forgot to say goodbye to your family. I don't know if they were worried. Gu Jiao smiled. Great aunt knows what to do. Although the old lady did not do her job all day long, her eyes were fixed on the children. Gu Yin was waiting for them at the entrance of the alley. Little Jing Kong's 7 fat chicks, 1 baby eagle, and Gu Yan's puppy were all lying motionlessly on the doorsill. They would bark if he really walked away with a stranger. That's good. Gu Chongqing was relieved. I'm going in, Gu Jiao said. Okay. Gu Chongqing nodded. He suddenly thought of something and called her. By the way, do you still have more of the golden sore medicine you gave me last time? What? Golden sore medicine? The next day, after hearing Gu Jiao's words, the Chinibu boss of the clinic was so shocked that his eyes widened. How much did you say they wanted? More than 1,000 bottles, Gu Jiao said lightly. The Chinibu boss fell on the chair and pinched his philtrum. Pinch, pinch, pinch. Finally, she managed to wake herself up this time. This was 1,000 bottles of golden sore medicine. How much money would they earn if they sold it? The Chinibu boss rubbed his hands. Did you lower the price? Gu Jiao said, Oh, I didn't lower the price. I sold it to them at the price I sold it to others. The Chinibu boss was confused. No, I sold it to others at the retail price. Why would they sell it at the same price for 1,000 bottles? Who is so arrogant? Gu Jiao. The military camp. The Chinibu boss finally fainted again after pinching his philtrum. How could a small clinic like theirs do business with the military camp? What kind of good fortune was this? The military camp had medical officials from the imperial court. All the medical supplies used were distributed by the imperial court. They had never done business with the people. If there was something that the imperial court could not get, they would find one of the biggest clinics in the capital. For example, the Hu family's Huichun Hall. This business was not urgent. The goods would be delivered after the new year. Right now, Gu Jiao asked the Chinibu boss to search for the herbs. Once they had the herbs, they would be able to make the medicine in batches. As soon as the business was good, the clinic was short on manpower. After the Chinibu boss woke up, he immediately sent people to contact the doctors in the capital to see if there was anyone who was willing to work in their Miracle Hands Hall. Gu Jiao and the Chinibu boss were busy with their own matters. When it was close to noon, an acquaintance came to the clinic. It was Du Xiaoyun, whom they had not seen for a long time. Du Xiaoyun was no longer dressed like a scholar. She had changed into a light blue dress. Others dressed elegantly, but she looked valiant and formidable. She strode into the clinic and came in front of Gu Jiao. She pointed at herself and said, "Miss Gu, do you still remember me?" That's right. She already knew that the other party's surname was Gu. Gu Jiao was in the middle of putting the medicine she bought into the medicine cabinet. Hearing this, she did not stop and lightly replied, "Today's consultation is with Dr. Song. I'm not here to see a doctor. I'm here to look for you." Du Xiaoyun said, "I wanted to come a long time ago, but I've been too busy with my homework recently." Originally, the girls' school was not so busy with their homework. But recently, for some reason, the students in the class had improved a lot. They were almost catching up with Zhuang Yueshi and Gu Jinyu. Some of them were copied, but some of them really understood the questions. The teacher asked them to explain, and they did not make a single mistake. The teacher thought that he was really good and increased the difficulty of the class. Du Xiaoyun's studies were not bad, but they were not the best. She was the type who would rather be scolded than copy other people's homework. So recently, she had been doing her homework until late at night. She had not gone out for a long time. If her sister had not asked her to come to the clinic, she would still be doing her homework in the classroom. "My sister said that you have medicine to remove scars. She's been busy recently and can't come over. She asked me to get the medicine for her." Gu Jiao had only mentioned the medicine to one person before, and that was the third princess consort. Yes, the third princess consort said that her surname was Du. There was already medicine in the small medicine box. Gu Jiao took out the scar ointment and scar plaster. The scar ointment was squeezed out and put into a well-sealed porcelain bottle. The scar plaster was unpacked. Gu Jiao told her how to use it and charged her 3 taels of silver. Du Xiaoyun was shocked. "So expensive? I'm afraid you're not running a shady shop, right?" This was the most effective scar ointment in the research institute. It cost more than 2,000 yuan, which was more than 2 taels of silver. The scar plaster was also very expensive. She did not make much money from it. "Forget it if you don't want to buy it." Gu Jiao reached out to take the medicine back. The medicine in the small medicine box was so precious that she could not bear to sell it. Du Xiaoyun protected the medicine with one hand and put the silver on the table with the other. Buy. If you don't buy it, my sister will chop me into pieces. There are so many imperial doctors in the palace. I don't know why my sister likes your medicine." The third princess consort surgery was not made public. Even Du Xiaoyun did not know. Du Xiaoyun only thought that the third princess consort had bumped into something. Today was the last day of the Imperial College's elementary school. It was also the last day of the girls' school. The girls' school had gone through a series of exams. The only exam left was the Guqin. In the music hall, Zhuang Yueshi finished playing the song that she learned this month. There was a round of applause. His performance was simply too spectacular. Zhuang Yueshi came in first place in her poetry and literature exams. She was tied with Gu Jinyu for first place in her arithmetic exams. Her musical skills were her weakness. Everyone thought that her performance would not be satisfactory. Who would have thought that she would improve so quickly in just half a month? For this exam, the crown princess invited the palace musicians and teachers to invigilate it. The musician's surname was Xie. Musician Xie nodded with satisfaction. Miss Zhuang's guqin skills have improved greatly. The teachers gave her an A grade. Musician Xie was stricter and gave her a B grade. But this result was already very good. The next one was Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu held the lunar shadow Fushi Guqin and bowed to musician Xie and the teachers. The teachers also stood up and bowed back. She was the county princess. The etiquette could not be ignored. As a palace musician, musician Xie also had an official rank. His rank was higher than Gu Jinyu's. He calmly accepted Gu Jinyu's bow. Gu Jinyu's lunar shadow Fushi Guqin was more beautiful than Zhuang Yuexi's Guqin in terms of sound. Furthermore, she had put in more effort than Zhuang Yuexi to practice the Guqin. It was not like she had not practiced for a long time. She practiced every day. In the end, musician Xie gave her an A grade. Actually, I gave you an A grade not only because you played well. The better you changed the second half of the song. That's right. Gu Jinyu had changed the score. The song they learned was called Qiu Sei. It was an incomplete song passed down from the previous dynasty. Only the first half was left. The second half was compiled by later generations. There were many different versions on the market. The version composed by Lord Lunar Shadow was the most highly regarded. The girls' school taught this version. However, Gu Jinyu had made some slight changes on the basis of this version. She added a gentle and sad mood to it. It was more suitable for women to play. Lord Lunar Shadow was a man after all. His score was more like it was custom-made for male musicians. It was difficult for women to play with such a bold and unrestrained feeling. I'm crying. Miss Gu played so well. A soft-hearted girl wiped her tears and said. She was not the only one who cried. Gu Jinyu counted 4 or 5 girls who were wiping their tears. It was obvious that her arrangement was a huge success. Gu Jinyu was very happy and proud. With Gu Jinyu's performance, the other students could not perform well. They were all inferior. Finally, there was a little girl with a small round face. She was about 14 years old. The girl's school uniform was issued, but the jewelry was her own. She only had a red string on her head and didn't even have the most common pearl hair clip. She got in through the exam. A teacher said to musician Xie. She was the daughter of a poor family. Her father had studied until he became a scholar. When her father taught her brothers, she listened and learned a little. She was very hardworking. She was passable in other aspects, but her zither skills were a little lacking. Because of her inferiority complex, she did not dare to practice in the brothel. She hid in the quiet pavilion every day. It was so cold that her poor face was frostbitten. The zither she used was the cheapest zither. The tone could not be compared to a good zither, but the pitch was good. She started to play. To be honest, she had improved a lot. If it were not for Zhuang Yuexi and Gu Jinyu, the teachers might have taken a second look at her. The first half of the song was ordinary. Musician Xie covered her face and yawned. The last student came. He picked up the D grade board. The other teachers were also sleepy. But at this moment, she suddenly plucked the strings and the tune went up a notch. This was a song that poured out one's heart. On the night of the wedding, the lover was captured to the battlefield and did not return for 10 years. She played the grief of a young girl towards her lover to the extreme. The first half of the song was also a young girl's memories and grief. But the second half of the song suddenly changed. She seemed to know the truth of why her lover had not returned for 10 years. She looked at the entire battlefield. The tune was no longer about her lover's grief. It was about the battlefield, about the thousands of dead bodies. It was a handful of yellow sand where thousands of heroes had been buried under the golden spears and iron horses. In the end, everyone seemed to see the sun setting in the west. On the yellow sand of the desert, a long sword stood under the setting sun. The hilt of the sword was wrapped with a young girl's veil that fluttered in the wind. Everyone's eyes turned red. They were immersed in the huge shock and could not recover for a long time. Musician Xie was the first to recover. He realized that he was crying. How long had it been since he heard such a soul-stirring song? The young girl's zither skills were not considered excellent. Some parts could even be said to be inexperienced. But it was also because of this inexperience that the second half of the song was so close to breaking down, with nowhere to turn and falling into madness. It was like a song that was tailor-made for her. Unlike Gu Jinyu's slight changes, this young girl could be said to have completely subverted the second half of the song. In comparison, Gu Jinyu's song seemed very petty and could not be brought to the stage. Musician Xie sighed inwardly. Even the top zither player in the 6 countries, Lord Yuing, could not change such a majestic song. This was not a song. It was a person's style. Musician Xie suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at her. "What's your name?" She bowed slightly and said, "Li Wan Wan." Musician Xie nodded in satisfaction. The song was changed very well. Li Wan Wan opened her mouth. The song, she did not change it. Chapter 163. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are available here. Because Li Wanwan's Guqin skills were not as good as Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi, she tied with Zhuang Yueshi in the end and took second place in the exam. Although Gu Jinyu managed to secure first place, she could not feel happy. That song was too outstanding. She could feel that she had been completely crushed. She had heard from Consort Shu that the Crown Princess had invited a musician from the palace for the exam. She had changed the song to amaze musician Xie. Otherwise, she could have easily gotten first place in such a small exam. It would not have been so bad if she had not changed it. She would not have been criticized for taking first place with her skilled Guqin skills. Now, with Li Wanwan as a comparison, her song became a joke. Gu Jinyu would never have thought that her limelight would be stolen by the unremarkable Li Wanwan. After the exam, musician Xie stayed behind to give Li Wanwan some pointers on her Guqin skills. He told her where she needed to improve and gave her a Guqin. It could not compare to the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin, but it was much better than the one Li Wanwan had. Gu Jinyu gloomily carried the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin out of the brothel. When she went downstairs, she bumped into Zhuang Mingdai. Zhuang Mingdai had gotten the last place. She had been angry, but after seeing Gu Jinyu's situation, she was not angry anymore. She glanced at the Lunar Shadow Fushi Guqin in Gu Jinyu's arms and mocked, "Aya, what's the use of having such a good Guqin? Didn't someone else steal the limelight? You changed the song with that bit of skill? What a joke." Was Gu Jinyu's song bad? Not at all. If not for Li Wanwan's song, she would have been the one to amaze musician Xie today. Gu Jinyu was not as arrogant as Gu Jiao. She was furious and said, "At least I got first place. May I ask what Miss Zhuang's rank was?" Zhuang Mingdia's sore spot. She could not outtalk Gu Jinyu and could only twist her words. "You dare to talk back to me?" Gu Jinyu scoffed. "Speaking of which, I'm a county princess. Miss Zhuang should greet me when she sees me. However, this is a school and we're all schoolmates. I won't argue with Miss Zhuang over etiquette." Zhuang Mingdai was infuriated. "Gu Jinyu, you think you're so great just because you're a county princess? Don't think I don't know what you are. You better not mess with me. Otherwise, I will reveal your secret. Let's see who will still look up to you." Gu Jinyu's face turned green. Of course, she understood what Zhuang Mingdai was referring to. Back then at the hot spring villa, her father had said in front of Junwang that she, Gu Jiao, and Gu Yin were triplets. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Mingdai had already known the truth. How did she know? And Commandery Prince In, does he know? The last time he came to look for her, did he not know about her background? Or did he not mind even if he knew? Gu Jinyu's heart was suddenly in a mess. Her absent-minded appearance made Zhuang Mingdai think that she was scared by her words. Zhuang Mingdai rolled her eyes in satisfaction and turned to sit on the carriage to return home. On the other side, musician Xie had finished teaching Li Wanwan. Li Wanwan was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, she carried the new Guqin to the pavilion where she usually practiced. This place was too secluded. Even the sweeping servants would not come here. Miss, are you there?" She looked at the wall and asked. There was no response from behind the wall. Usually, the other party would be there at this time. She thought for a moment and continued to look at the wall. "Miss, I passed the exam. Thank you for the song." After she finished speaking, she waited for a while. Only when the snow became heavier did she turn to leave with the Guqin. On the other side of the wall, the second boss was moving the chair that Gu Jiao had asked him to buy into the courtyard. He wondered, who was the person talking on the other side of the wall? What song was it? Gu Jiao lowered her eyes and flipped through the account book in her hand. Who knows? The second boss did not understand. It could not be his Xiao Gu's song, right? Xiao Gu was an expert at treating people, but she did not know how to compose songs. Even though she had a Guqin in her room, it was just for decoration. She had not even touched it before. The snow stopped after a while, but it was still snowing. The second boss was afraid that Gu Jiao would have trouble walking later, so he asked Gu Jiao to go back quickly. Today was the last day of classes at the Imperial College. She promised to pick up little Jing Kong. When she arrived at the Imperial College, little Jing Kong was already looking around at the entrance. His small body was wearing the Imperial College's uniform, which was very eye-catching. Xiao Lulang was also eye-catching behind him. She did not know how this person grew up. He was becoming more and more beautiful day by day. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao and immediately threw away his bad brother-in-law. He bounced over to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head and looked at Xiao Lulang. Don't you need to study tonight? There's no need. Xiao Lulang walked over casually. Gu Jiao could not feel the terrifying atmosphere of the Imperial College from him. In fact, because the spring quarter examination was approaching, the Imperial College's tribute students were going crazy. Even Lin Xingya and Feng Lin slept later and woke up earlier than usual. The teachers did not ask for self-study tonight, but Xiao Lulang was the only one who dared to not study. The family of three walked back. It was snowing heavily. Gu Jiao took out the oil paper umbrella from the basket, but little Jing Kong said that he wanted to be drenched in the snow. Fortunately, Gu Jiao brought a small cloak for him. He put on the cloak and looked like a little wizard. The little wizard jumped excitedly in the snow. Wah wah wah! Xiao Lulang took the oil paper umbrella and held it above their heads, leaning more toward Gu Jiao. The two of them walked side by side on the main road. The most comfortable way to get along in the world was to not talk and not feel awkward. Both of them enjoyed the tranquility of this moment, as well as the occasional popping sounds coming from the little clear sky. By the way, Gu Jiao thought of something and suddenly asked him, "When is your birthday?" It was written on his household register. It was also written on their marriage certificate. The reason why she still asked this question was because she thought that the birthday on the household register was not his real birthday. She was like this. She would not expose all the windows at once, but she would inadvertently tear down his defenses with a gentle tone that he could not refuse. The 12th lunar month, he said. Oh, it was the 12th lunar month now. Gu Jiao turned to look at him, looking a little cute. What's the date? Xiao Lulang paused and said lightly, New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao smiled. Not yet. That's great. The ancient people did not celebrate their birthdays every year. They only celebrated important ones, such as the first birthday, the 15th birthday of a woman, and the 20th birthday of a man. The coming-of-age ceremony was a man's coming-of-age ceremony. It meant that he could tie up his hair and wear a crown, and he was a real mature man. However, in Gu Jiao's previous life, the 18th birthday was also a very important birthday. That was why she wanted to celebrate it for him. Little Jing Kong, when is your birthday? She stopped little Jing Kong, who was playing in front of her. Little Jing Kong squatted down, grabbed a handful of snow, and made a snowball. New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao said, What a coincidence. Little Jing Kong's eyes lit up. Jiao Jiao's birthday is also on New Year's Eve? Gu Jiao smiled. I'm not, but your brother-in-law is. Little Jing Kong's smile froze, and the snowball in his hand suddenly did not smell good. Why did he have to have the same birthday as his bad brother-in-law? He did not want this birthday anymore. In fact, little Jing Kong's birthday was not necessarily on New Year's Eve. When he was abandoned in the temple, he was only a few months old, and his birth characters were not in his swaddling clothes. According to his age, the abbot estimated that he was born around New Year's Eve and decided to set his birthday on New Year's Eve. Little Jing Kong asked Xiao Lulang with a gloomy face, Why do you have to imitate me on your birthday? Xiao Lulang's mouth twitched. I'm older than you. Okay? Who's imitating who? Sigh. Little Jing Kong sighed gloomily. What's wrong? Gu Jiao touched his little head. Could it be that he was so gloomy because his birthday was the same as Xiao Yulong's? Little Jing Kong spread his hands and sighed. In the past, Master always accompanied me on my birthday. No matter where he was, he would always rush back to the temple in time to attend my birthday banquet. Xiao Lulang was confused. A little monk like you actually had a birthday banquet? What were the conditions in your temple? Little Jing Kong sighed again. The capital is too far away. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Master this year. Gu Jiao imagined a white-haired old monk hobbling to the capital with a walking stick. Well, it was indeed too cruel. He couldn't come. Gu Jiao squatted down and looked at him gently. You can celebrate your birthday with your brother-in-law this year. The two of them were in sync and looked at each other with disdain. Gu Jiao said again, although you can't see your master, you can write a letter to him. Little Jing Kong patted his little head. Right, why didn't I think of that? Little Jing Kong did as he said. That night, he wrote a long letter to his master. The first sentence expressed his deep longing for his master, and the next 99 sentences were all bragging and showing off. Thus was the completion of a serious and sincere letter to home. Xiao Lulang said that he would mail it to his master. He was still worried and insisted on sending it himself. Xiao Lulang had to skip the self-study class at the directorate the next day and took him to a distant post house to send the letter. The post house officer received the letter and was about to put it into the mailbox. Little Jing Kong asked, "Is it sent to you, Zhou?" The post house officer said, "Yes." Little Jing Kong asked again, "Can you tell me the address?" The post house officer was speechless. The post house officer read the address out loud. Baiyun Temple, Mount Damong, Qingchuan Town, Ping City. Yes, that's right. Little Jing Kong nodded solemnly. Is it urgent? The post house officer said, an ordinary letter can't be sent. It's urgent. Little Jing Kong widened his eyes and said, but it's not an ordinary letter. It was a letter to his master that was full of longing, only one sentence, life discussion, bragging about his height, and academic exchange, bragging about his many first places. The post house was especially busy at the end of the year. It was because little Jing Kong was too cute that the post house officer patiently talked to him. But now, the post house officer's patience ran out. Do you want to send it or not? He asked. If it's not urgent, I won't send it. Little Jing Kong decisively took the letter. The post house officer was speechless. Xiao Lulang face-palmed. Didn't he just tell the little guy an urgent story not long ago? Because he sent the information in time, he won the battle. Little Clear Sky had no concept of the specific speed and operation of an 800-mile express mail, but he felt that these few words sounded very awesome, so he also sent an 800-mile express mail. Xiao Lulang reached out his hand. Give me the letter. I'll send you an urgent message. Are you for real? Little Jing Kong looked doubtful. Xiao Lulang nodded. Really, I guarantee that the letter you send will be an urgent message. Little Jing Kong looked serious. You can't lie to me. Xiao Lulang said seriously, if I lie to you, I'm a dog. Little Jing Kong actually didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Why did the bad brother-in-law become Little 8 when he lied to him? Little 8 was obviously so good, but he still gave the letter to the bad brother-in-law. Xiao Lulang walked back to the post house officer, asked for a writing brush, and wrote a big urgent message on the envelope. Then, he asked for a big envelope and put little Jing Kong's letter inside. The post house officer silently gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. After sending the letter, Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong home. After taking 2 steps, little Jing Kong clamped his legs and jumped up. I want to pee. Xiao Lulang took little Jing Kong to the toilet of the post house. After little Jing Kong finished peeing, he came out to look for someone. However, he walked in the wrong direction and bumped into a man's leg. Back then, a certain little monk tried to blackmail Gu Jiao in this way. Little Jing Kong fell to the ground. The man slowly reached out and helped him up. It was a simple action, but it was full of elegance and nobility. Little Jing Kong looked up at the man. He was wearing a heavy purple fox fur coat. He was tall, handsome, and his face was like ice jade. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. He was handsome and tall, and his aura was as heavy as the mountains and rivers. Little Jing Kong was stunned. It took him a while to remember that he bumped into the man. He apologized seriously. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," he said lightly. "Well, I'll go then." Little Jing Kong walked away. The man turned and walked to the carriage. The 8 guards saluted in unison. Marquis. Chapter 164. The novel will be updated faster. All the Marquis Xian Ping warmed his hands with the fox fur and got into the carriage. Just by looking at his indifferent and elegant demeanor, it was very difficult to associate him with a rank 1 martial marquis who was able to strategize and decide victory from 1,000 miles away. "Let's go back," he ordered. The carriage started to move. The horses in Marquis Xian Ping's mansion were Fergana horses that could travel thousands of miles in a day. Their momentum alone was enough to scare the horses on the roadside. The cold wind blew, and the canopy fluttered. Marquis Xian Ping sat in the carriage with his eyes closed. However, he felt something and frowned slightly. He opened his eyes and said, "Stop the carriage." The carriage stopped. Marquis Xian Ping lifted the curtain and looked back. Other than an inconspicuous carriage, there was nothing else. "Marquis, what's wrong?" a guard asked. He put down the curtain suspiciously and said, "Nothing. Let's go back." Yes. The carriage gradually went away. This time, it didn't stop. After a long time, Xiao Lulang finally let go of little Jing Kong behind the carriage that Marquis Xian Ping had seen. Little Jing Kong immediately jumped 3 feet away and looked at his bad brother-in-law angrily. "Why did you keep holding me? Why didn't you let me get into the carriage and covered my mouth? Do you want to do something to me?" Xiao Lulang withdrew his distant gaze and looked at little Jing Kong, who was bristling with anger. "Where did you learn those words? Don't use them." Little Jing Kong stamped his feet and said, "You were wrong first. Why do you care where I learned them?" "Humph. I'm going back to complain to Jiao Jiao." Xiao Lulang looked in the direction of the carriage again, and then took little Jing Kong to the carriage that he hired from the market. On the way back, Xiao Lulang was very silent. Although Xiao Lulang was a man of few words, little Jing Kong still faintly felt that there was something wrong with his bad brother-in-law's state. Bad brother-in-law was like this the first time he saw young master. This time, it seemed to be more serious than last time. Was he hiding from someone he knew? Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and fell into deep thought. About half an hour later, the carriage arrived at Clearwater Alley. Little Jing Kong rushed down. "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao. I'm back." She was still a child after all. She could easily forget what was on her mind. Today, Feng Lin and Lin Qingya also came over. It was mainly because Lin Qingya wanted to come. "It's almost time for the spring imperial examination. Steward, let me bribe mistress." Lin Qingya said slowly to Gu Jiao as he hugged a few large boxes of local specialties. If Xiao Lulang was his teacher, then Gu Jiao was his teacher's wife. She was even younger than him. To prevent himself from stuttering, Lin Qingya spoke very slowly. He was different from normal people. However, Gu Jiao did not show any surprise. She calmly took the things from him and said, "Thank you. Come in and have a seat." Lin Qingya felt that his teacher's wife was a good person. Very good. Gu Jiao brought the snacks she made. Lin Qingya took a bite and stared at her. Delicious. Delicious. He was so excited that he stuttered. His face instantly flushed red, and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to crawl into a hole. Gu Jiao's expression did not change. She passed the plate forward and said, "There are more at home. I'll pack 2 boxes for you later." Lin Qingya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he could no longer hide the fact that he stuttered. Not everyone was hostile to him. Many of them sympathized with him. However, he did not need sympathy. He hoped that he could be treated as a normal person. Gu Jiao's attitude made Lin Qingya feel more comfortable than ever. Xiao Lulang was the same. However, Xiao Lulang was a strict teacher. Lin Qingya was very afraid of him. He felt more comfortable in front of Gu Jiao. "You're not going back for the new year, right?" Gu Jiao asked. Lin Qingya nodded. "The spring examination is coming soon. My father, let me study in the capital." The Lin family was very generous. They bought a house near the Imperial College for him to spend the new year. It was not too far from Jadewater Lane. Feng Lin also stayed at the Imperial College. They usually stayed in the same dormitory. Seeing that the holidays were coming, Lin Xingye did not want to leave Feng Lin alone in the cold Imperial College. Thus, he invited Feng Lin to stay at his place. "I'll go." "That's not a good idea. I have to tell Lulang." The main reason was that Feng Lin felt that Xiao Lulang would let him stay here and not trouble Lin Xingye. Of course, he was more inclined to stay here. After all, Jiaonyang's cooking was better. Lin Xingye said, "I've told Lulang." He agrees. "You go." Feng Lin, who was suddenly abandoned by his brother, was speechless. Last year's New Year's Eve was a little sloppy. First, Gu Jiao had just arrived. She was still in a daze and had not completely adapted to her new identity. Well, actually, she was poor. Second, she was poor. This year, she was not so poor. She earned a lot from Lin Xingye. What she earned in the county town was invested in her business. What she earned in the capital was invested in her medical center. However, Xiao Lulang did not only have one business with Lin Xingye. Occasionally, he wrote articles and poems for others. Surprisingly, he earned 100 taels of silver. 100 taels of silver was not a small amount. It was enough to buy a house in the county town. He took out 30 taels of silver to pay little Jing Kong's rent for this month. The remaining 70 taels were given to Gu Jiao for her household expenses. After little Jing Kong received the rent, he stayed in the study and did not leave. Xiao Lulang looked at him indifferently. "What's wrong?" "The amount is wrong." Little Jing Kong was very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want his bad brother-in-law to lie to him. After all, it was the first time he sent an urgent letter. He was looking forward to it. On the other hand, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. That way, his bad brother-in-law would become Little Ba. Then, he would be able to squash his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law with a complicated expression. He did not say anything and quietly went out. Little Jing Kong was not very clingy with Xiao Lulang. Usually, unless it was necessary, such as learning a foreign language, he would not come to Xiao Yulang's study. Today, little Jing Kong came to peek from time to time. Xiao Lulang was puzzled. Little Jing Kong was even more puzzled. Why hadn't his bad brother-in-law turned into Little Ba? Little Jing Kong's heart was tilting. For the first time, he hoped that his bad brother-in-law lied to him. He could not wait to squash his bad brother-in-law, who had turned into Little Ba. After the last day of classes, the Imperial College was also on holiday. The next day, Xiao Lulang did not have to go to school. He decided to go to the market with Gu Jiao to buy some New Year goods. In order to buy New Year goods, the couple woke up earlier than usual. When little Jing Kong opened his eyes, Xiao Lulang was no longer in bed. He first went to the study to search. Then, he went to the front and back courtyards. After that, he went to Gu Jiao, Gu Xiaoshun, Gu Yan's rooms, and even the old lady's room. In the end, he concluded that his bad brother-in-law was really gone. Coincidentally, Little Ba ran over while wagging his tail. Little Jing Kong's eyes instantly lit up. They had already bought most of the groceries for the new year. This time, they mainly bought some snacks and things to pass the time. "Do you want to buy firecrackers?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Do we still need to buy firecrackers?" Gu Jiao was puzzled. They planted bamboo in the front courtyard. She could cut it down and make firecrackers herself. However, she had never thought about firecrackers before. She still had the mindset from her previous life. She thought that firecrackers were prohibited in the capital. Gu Jiao said, "Buy some red paper to write couplets and cut the window flowers." Xiao Lulang nodded. "Okay." The red paper in the capital looked better than the red paper in the county. Gu Jiao bought more. Xiao Lulang reminded her, "You don't have to paste couplets for Xuan Yingxiang's house this year. The red paper last year was given by Feng Lin." Gu Jiao asked Xiao Lulang to send a set of couplets and some window flowers to Xuan Yingxiang's house after he finished writing them. Gu Jiao suddenly missed Xuan Yingxiang. She paused and said, "But Granduncle is here. Granduncle's house has to paste couplets." Xiao Lulang thought, "Are you addicted to having relatives?" After they finished shopping, they went back to Qingshui Alley. As soon as they entered the backyard, Xiao Lulang saw little Jing Kong riding on a small bench in the backyard. Gu Yan's puppy was in front of him. Little Jing Kong put on his tiger head shoes and vest for Little 8. He even took a comb and a headband to tie Little 8's hair. Of course, he did not tie Little 8's hair very well. So, he went next door to ask his son-in-law to tie Little 8's hair. He was only in charge of Little 8 now. Zao was very proud of himself. Little Jing Kong did not like playing with dogs so much in the past. However, he was still a kid. He had a different idea every day. It was not strange for him to be so imaginative. Xiao Lulang was about to leave when he heard Little Jing Kong calling out to Little 8 in a flirtatious tone. Ahong, Xiao Lulang's body froze. In the end, Little Jing Kong still saw Xiao Lulang. However, he had already determined that Little 8 was his bad brother-in-law. So, was the bad brother-in-law who appeared at the door Little 8? Little Jing Kong hesitated for a while. He suddenly raised his head and barked at Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang, Xiao Lulang, it's so early in the morning. What's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong sighed. He did not know how to bark. He was not Little 8. Sigh. He was quite disappointed. Little Jing Kong was forced to accept that his bad brother-in-law was still a human for the time being. Xiao Lulang was confused. What was going on? Just because he didn't bark with him early in the morning, he was disappointed in him? He didn't even blame him for changing the dog's name. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to make breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Jiao went to clean up the dishes. Xiao Lulang said, "I'll do it." The old lady said arrogantly, "No need. You do what you need to do. Someone else will do it." That person was the old chancellor. After being robbed of his private money and his house seized, the old chancellor started his days of being ruthlessly exploited by the old lady. There were many things to do at home. Gu Jiao did not go to the clinic these days. However, there was a small patient who had been stitched up on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Today was the day for her to remove the stitches. Gu Jiao packed up the small basket and went out. Xiao Lulang looked at her. "Are you going out?" Gu Jiao nodded. A house call. Since she could no longer hide her medical skills, Gu Jiao decided not to hide it anymore. "Is it far?" Xiao Lulang asked. "Vermilion Bird Avenue," Gu Jiao said. "I'm going there to deliver something. Let's go together." Xiao Lulang wrote a few articles for a rich young master from the Imperial College. He promised to deliver them to the young master's house before New Year's Eve. Gu Jiao had no objection. Vermilion Bird Avenue was quite far. They hired a carriage. Xiao Lulang sent Gu Jiao to the clinic first. Then he went to deliver the articles. When he came back, he picked up Gu Jiao and went home. Gu Jiao's small patient was 6 years old. She was a lively little girl. It was said that it was because of her character that she fell down from the stairs and cut her leg. Her older sister was a student at the women's school. She heard that the medical skills of the Miracle Hands Hall were good, so she went to the Miracle Hands Hall. "The wound is recovering very well. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt." Gu Jiao took a pair of scissors and removed the stitches. The little girl didn't say anything. The woman asked, "Does it hurt?" The little girl shook her head and looked at Gu Jiao with admiration. "It doesn't hurt. Older sister is very good. Mother, when I grow up, I also want to be a doctor." The woman was surprised. Doctors, in Zhao country, their status was actually very low. Needless to say, female doctors had the status of a servant. They lived in Vermilion Bird Avenue, so they weren't ordinary people. How could they be willing to let their daughter become a lowly female doctor? The little girl in front of her, was it because her family was poor that she had to become a female doctor? Not every patient was like her daughter, who was injured on the leg. Some lesions occurred in unclean places. How could a person of noble status go to those places? Moreover, she heard that when the clinic was busy, the female doctor had to treat men. Wouldn't her innocence be gone? How could she get married in the future? Any family that paid attention to details wouldn't send their daughter to be a female doctor. Gu Jiao didn't look at the embarrassment on the woman's face. Instead, she pinched the little girl's face and said softly, "It's not easy to be a doctor. You have to be literate, study, diligent, and willing to endure hardships. If you make a bad dish, you just miss out on a meal. If you treat someone wrongly, you'll lose a life. The responsibility is very heavy." The little girl seemed to understand. She thought of something and lowered her head. She weakly asked, "But they say that female doctors are lowly." Gu Jiao said lightly, born as a human. How can there be lowly?" The woman suddenly blushed with shame. She looked down on female doctors. But at this moment, her heart was deeply shocked. She couldn't tell if it was because of the words that came out of the other's mouth or the belief in the other's eyes. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.